This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood in How Green Was My Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When our curtain rises tonight, it will disclose a scene far removed from the battle-scarred world we live in now. A scene out of yesterday's world. And like the little girl who stepped through the looking-glass, you're invited to cross the footlights and spend an hour with the sturdy people of How Green Was My Valley. From the original cast of this Academy Award picture, we have Walter Pidgeon, now starring in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's White Cargo, and Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, Sarah Allgood, and a chorus of Welsh singers. Besides the award won by this 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley brought another Academy Award to Donald Crisp for the finest performance of the year by a supporting actor. And then the Academy made it a triple play by presenting John Ford with the award for directing. And before any of this happened, Richard Llewellyn's novel had been a bestseller. So tonight's play comes well recommended. It's a story of a little Welsh coal mining community, a place where life, love, and drama go hand in hand, because every descent into the depths of the earth must always be a perilous adventure for the men who dig out its wealth. From soldier and stenographer, from farmer and factory worker, have come letter after letter suggesting how green was my valley for this theater. So many, in fact, they stopped being suggestions and became a command. So this is a command performance for all the friends of Lux Toilet Soap. Lux Soap has always been a favorite with beauty. But nowadays you'll find beauty at work on the farm and in the factory. And unless the papers deceive me, in the army, too. Hard for an old line sergeant to understand, probably. But in this war, woman power is just as important as manpower. And wherever woman power goes to work, Lux Toilet Soap is right there, helping to keep up the morale. Here's the opening curtain now, on the first act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Anne Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
I'm packing my belongings in the shawl my mother used to wear when she went to market, and I'm going from my valley. And this time I shall never return.
So begins the story of Hugh Morgan, a man who looks back through 60 years of memories and finds them clear and bright as yesterday. His birthplace and his home is a small Welsh coal valley, once a place of beauty, now ugly and dirty. Towering heaps of slag and belching smokestacks have made his valley so. But old Hugh Morgan is oblivious to all that.
I close my eyes on my valley as it is today, and I see it as it was when I was a boy. Green it was, and possessed of the plenty of the earth. In all Wales there was none so beautiful, for in those days the black slag of the coal pits had not yet marred the countryside, nor blackened the beauty of our village. Coal miners were my father and all my brothers, and proud of their trade. Saturday was payday at the mine, and my father and all my brothers would stand in line to receive their wages for a week of honest work.
Willem Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Eva Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Jorgen Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you.
Darby Morgan, £2.5.
Yes, sir.
Owen Morgan, £2.5.
Thank you, sir.
Young Willem Morgan, £1.10.
Thank you, sir.
Nine Neves, £3.6.
See, Father, £1.10 this week.
Good boy. Now home, all of you, to your mother.
Someone then would strike up a song, and the valley would ring with the sound of many voices. For singing is in my people as sight is in the eye. At home, my mother would be sitting at the door. My father and all my brothers would drop their hard-earned sovereigns into her apron.
There you are, girl.
A fine hard worker it is.
Ivo next.
Yeah, Mother.
Eva?
Yanto. Debbie. Owen. Young Willem.
It was happy we were at that time, and happier still on the day my brother Ivor was married. I will never forget the party after the wedding, and the wedding cake it took 2 men to lift, and my father singing.
Here's a man won't get drunk, can't get drunk, shan't get drunk.
It was then that Mr. Griffith came to the door. Mr. Griffith, the new minister from the university at Cardiff. I ran to tell my father.
Dada, the minister is here. Mr. Griffith.
Chalk the
Dada,
line,
it's the minister.
Peter O.P. Hey, what boy?
The minister.
Oh, the new minister. Put away the beer.
Put away the beer.
Good evening, Mr. Morgan.
Good evening, sir. A cup of tea, is it, Mr. Griffith? Girl, Beth, brew a cup of tea.
Oh, no, don't bother, please. What are you having, Mr. Morgan?
We, sir, beer, sir.
Beer it is, then, if you please.
Beer?
Uh-huh.
Beer. A pint of beer. Hurry.
We found then that Mr. Griffith could sing as well as preach. But my sister Angharad could not sing at all for watching him. My sister Angharad brought him something to eat, and there was a great shyness in her as she spoke to him.
Mr. Griffith,
Good evening.
I have brought you something.
Thank you.
I am Ivor's sister.
Ivor's sister. Then you must be Angharad.
Yes.
Well.
All around, the valley echoed with our joy. Happy then, all of us. But soon, very soon, there would be trouble at the colliery.
Notice, beginning August 3rd, the scale of wages in this mine will be reduced 1 shilling tuppence.
That night, my father stayed late at the mine to talk to the owners. When he came home, my brothers were waiting for him at the table.
Sit down, Yanto. Sit down, all of you. Supper.
We were waiting for you, Father. We want to know what happened.
The cut is only a few shillings. There will still be plenty for all of us.
Why should there be any wage cut, Father?
Why, Daddy? It is because they are not getting the old price for coal. Come eat your supper.
May we speak first?
Well, Yanto?
The owners have not given you the real reason for this cut.
Huh?
Ever since the ironworks at Dowlas have closed down, the men from there have come to the colliery willing to work for any wage. So ours come down. And this is only the beginning.
Nonsense, Yanto. A good worker is worth good wages, and he will get them.
Why should the owners pay more if the men are willing to work for less?
Because they are not savages. They are men, too, like us.
Men, yes, but not like us. Would they deal with you tonight?
No.
That is because they have power and we have none.
How will we get power, then? From the air?
No, from a union of all the men.
Union, is it? I had no thought I would ever hear my own sons talking socialist nonsense.
But it's sense, unless we stand together.
Silence! I'll hear no more about it.
This matter is too important for silence.
It is not more important than good manners.
They will punish you for acting as our spokesman, Father. We must do something about it. Let us all stand together and see how they will act then.
Right. The men will come out if we say the word.
Willem, I will not be a plank for your politics. I will not be the excuse for any strike.
But, Father...
Enough now.
It is not enough.
Owen.
I am sorry, sir, but...
Hold your tongue until I have given you permission to speak.
I will speak against injustice anywhere, with permission or without it.
Not in this house.
In this house and outside.
Leave the room.
I will also leave the house.
I, too, will leave.
I'm with you. We can find lodgings in the village.
All of you, then. For the last time, come sit down. Finish your supper. I will say no more.
We are not questioning your authority, sir. But if manners prevent our speaking the truth, we will be without manners.
Get your clothes and go.
Dada? Dada?
Yes, you. Yes, my son. I know you are still there.
"22 weeks the men were out as the strike moved into winter. Any man who was not their friend became their enemy. They knew that my father had opposed the strike, and now it was they opposed him. One night there was a meeting in the hills. My mother made me take her. She stood before the men in the snow and faced them with fury in her eyes.
Wait. Wait. Wait till you have heard me. I am Beth Morgan, as you all know. I have come up here to tell you what I think of you all, because you are talking against my husband. You are a lot of cowards to go against him. He has done nothing against you, and he never would, and you know it well. To say he is with the owners is not only nonsense, but downright wickedness. There's one thing more I've got to say, and it is this. If harm comes to my Gwillem, I will find out the men, and I will kill them with my hands. And this I swear by God Almighty.
With my mother holding firmly to my arm, we turned and passed through the ranks of strangely silent men and into the bitter wind. For hours, it seemed, we stumbled through the snow toward home. Then on the low wooden bridge over the river, blinded by the storm, we slipped and fell into the icy water. On a rocky ledge, I found support and held my mother clear. How long it was we were there, I cannot tell. But when they found us, it was to carry us home, near to death. For weeks I lay in my bed. And then one day I heard Mr. Griffith speaking to the doctor outside my door.
Well, Doctor, how long for the little one?
Oh, it's hard to tell, Mr. Griffith. His legs were frozen to the bone. A year, 2 years, quiet like that. But I can't promise that he will ever walk again. Nature must take her course, Mr. Griffith.
Mind your tongue. I think he heard you.
Well, I was just explaining.
Let me go to him. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, sir.
Now, where is the light I thought to see in your eye? Are you afraid, boy? You heard what the doctor said, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you believed it? You want to walk again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have faith. And if you have, you will walk, no matter what all the doctors say.
But he said nature must take her course.
Nature is the handmaiden of the Lord. I remember 1 or 2 occasions when she was given orders to change her course. You know your scripture, boy.
Yes, sir.
Then you know what's been done before can be done again, for you. Do you believe me, Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Good. You shall see the first daffodil out on the mountain in the spring. Will you?
Indeed I will, sir.
Then you will. Now, here is the book I have brought you.
Treasure Island.
Uh-huh. I could almost wish that I were lying there in your place. If it meant reading this book again for the first time, read it, boy. And I will come back and see you soon again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
I couldn't let you go without thanking you for giving comfort to my brother.
It was only my duty, girl.
Oh, no, it was more than duty.
Yes, Hugh is a fine boy. And you are a fine family.
Will you be coming to supper soon, Mr. Griffith?
Later, perhaps, when you are finished with doctors and such, huh?
I will hurry them away then.
Good.
For many months I lay there and my mother upstairs, and we could talk to each other with tappings on the wall. It was a great day when she came down into her house. On my father's arm, she came to my bed and stood watching me with diamonds in her eyes and a hand to her mouth.
Hugh, my son. My son.
Mama, your hair, it's all white.
It's the old snow got into it, boy.
Then she touched my cheek and kissed me fiercely. My father tiptoed to the door and beckoned for my brothers to come in, for they had returned to the house to live.
We have come back, Mother.
Oh.
In an instant, my mother was in their arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Yanto. Daddy. Owen.
Come, girl, come.
Then outside we heard the voices, the men of the mine coming to sing for my mother.
Willem.
Will you come to the door, girl?
But what is it?
It is for you, girl. Come along now. Easy now.
Willem, for me?
Come, say something, girl. Say something.
What can I say?
You found plenty to say the last time you spoke. It should be easier now with friends.
Well, come and eat, everyone.
It was a gay time. We laughed and sang fit to burst our lungs. Even old Mr. Parry, the dourest of the elders in our church.
Good evening, Yanto Morgan.
Good evening, Mr. Parry.
Yanto, I haven't seen you in chapel lately.
I've been too busy.
What business, may I ask?
Mine?
Huh? Only asking a civil question, I was.
And having a civil answer, Mr. Parry. I have been busy with the union.
The union, Unions are the work of the devil. You will come to no good end, Yanto Morgan.
At least I am doing something. Not talking a lot of rubbish in chapel.
Yanto, why do you think we of the chapel talk rubbish?
My remark was not aimed at you, Mr. Griffith.
Then aim it. Aim it, my boy.
Very well. Because you make yourselves out to be shepherds of the flock, and yet you allow your sheep to live in filth and poverty, and if they try to raise their voices against it, you calm them by saying their suffering is the will of God.
Yanto, enough now.
Mr. Morgan, Yanto, I have not expressed my views here because I have no wish to interfere with a family disagreement.
You have my permission to speak, Mr. Griffith.
Well, then, here is what I think. Have your union. Alone you are weak. Together you are strong. But remember that with strength goes responsibilities to others and to yourselves. For you cannot conquer injustice with more injustice. Only with justice and with the help of God.
Mr. Griffith, are you coming outside your position in life? Your business is spiritual.
My business, Mr. Parry, is anything that comes between man and the Spirit of God.
The deacon shall hear that you've been preaching socialism.
Mr. Parry!
Loose the old devil's teeth for it.
Yanto, Gwillem. He is our guest. Now enough. Beth, girl, give Mr. Parry a pint of home brewed and put his pipe back into his mouth.
I will give him a good clout with a frying pan.
Oh, no, now. Come. A bit of singing, is it? A song, all. Come.
Down the field my soul, when. Oh, fun we bound before, when.
Unhurried. In the kitchen again?
Oh, it is hungry they are.
Here, let me help you with the fire.
Mr. Griffith, will we always be in your debt now you have made us a family again?
There's enough coal, I think.
Oh, look at your hands. They'll need cleaning. Here, let me see. Oh.
Why, what is it?
Why, your hands. They are like my father's and my brother's. Have you been down the mines?
10 years while I was studying.
10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, now, a bit of soap.
Oh, no, please don't bother. I'll get it.
Now, look, you. You are king in the chapel, but I will be queen in my own kitchen. Now, the hands, please.
You will be queen wherever you walk.
What does that mean?
I should not have said it.
Why not?
I have no right to speak to you so.
If the right is mine to give, you have it.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, will bring us Act Two of How Green Was My Valley. And now, here's a young business girl greeting her roommate, a bit enviously.
Hi, Mary. Oh, lucky you to get home early. Phew, what a day we had.
Supper's nearly ready, Jane.
Oh, wonderful. I'm certainly for a cozy evening right here at home.
Darling, now don't get mad, but I promised we'd both be at the USO dance at 9. They needed more girls.
Mary Lou Davis, if you think...
Oh, now, Janie, be an angel. There's plenty of warm water in the bathroom, and look, here's a nice new cake of Lux soap. Oh, you'll feel lots different after your beauty bath. You know you will.
And later...
Oh, to think I might have missed this party.
Gosh, it's wonderful dancing with you, Jane. You're mighty sweet, you know.
Score one for Jane's smart little roommate. She knew what a wonderful beauty pickup a Lux toilet soap bath can be. Try it next time you're tired and have a date to keep. Cover yourself all over with the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Active lather that carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt in a twinkling. Relax a few moments in this fragrant, delightful bath. When you step out, how soft and smooth your skin feels. And most important of all, it's exquisitely fresh. You're sure of daintiness, sure of skin that's sweet. Hollywood screen stars use their gentle complexion soap as a daily bath soap, too. They love the delicate perfume Lux soap has, a flower-like fragrance that clings lightly to the skin. You'll find this satin-smooth white soap makes a truly luxurious bath. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Anne Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
While I lay in the wall bed, recovering from my hurt, the strike was settled, and the men returned to the mine. Always through that time, I kept my faith that I would walk again. Then one bright, windy day in early spring, Mr. Griffith came for me as he had promised. He carried me to the top of the hill above our village.
Now then, boy, down you go. There. Now, put your feet apart and stand on them.
Yes, sir.
Now, you can walk, you, if you try. Come, lad. Walk to me.
Can I, sir?
Walk over here. 1 step. 1 step.
Oh,
And now another. Come on. See?
I'm walking. 'Tis walking I am, sir.
There's a good lad. There's a good old man you are. Now, rest a bit, eh?
Mr. Griffith, I have walked.
Of course you have. And you have been lucky, Hugh. Lucky to suffer, and lucky to spend these weary months in your bed. For so God has given you the chance to make spirit within yourself. And as your father cleans his lamp to have good light, so keep clean your spirit.
How, sir?
By prayer, boy. And I don't mean shouting and mumbling and wallowing in religious sentiment. Prayer is only another name for good, clean, direct thinking. When you pray, think. Think well what you are saying, and make your thoughts into things that are solid. In that manner, your prayer will have strength, and that strength shall become a part of you, mind, body, and spirit.
Yes, sir.
Now then, up on my shoulders, boy. And remember, the first duty of these new legs is to get you to chapel on Sunday.
Oh, they will, sir. They will.
My new legs carried me to chapel, and home again, too. And it was on that Sunday that Mr. Evans came to call on my father. Mr. Evans, the owner of the mine.
Yes, yes, yes. Come in, come in. What under the blazes? Who is it?
Good morning, Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Evans. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, Morgan.
Oh, your pardon. A pail of water, sir. I've been soaking my poor feet, sir. Beth! My boots! My boots! Sit down, sir.
Now, Morgan, to business.
Yes, sir.
I've come here on a very delicate mission, Morgan.
No trouble at the mine, sir?
No trouble, but it worries me.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to get your permission that my son Yestin may have permission. Bless you, Morgan.
Thank you, sir.
Now, where was I?
Permission.
Oh, yes, permission. That my son Yestin may have permission, with your daughter Anne Harrod's permission, to call upon her. There we are.
Your son and my...
Well, Morgan?
We are a very proud family, Mr. Evans. But you have my permission, Mr. Evans. to give your son permission to speak to Angharad with her permission.
Thank you, Morgan. I'm very much obliged to you. He's just outside. I'll tell him I'm much obliged.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Yes, sir. Good day. Beth, my boots. My boots, girl.
And so it was that wealthy Yeston Evans came to ask for Angharad in marriage. And Mr. Griffiths knew of it and stayed away from our house. For a whole week we never saw his face, until at last Angharad could wait no longer.
Who is it? One moment. Angharad, you shouldn't be here.
I couldn't spend another night without knowing what has happened. What is wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, you know what I mean. Why have you changed towards me? Why am I a stranger now? What have I done?
No, you've done nothing. The blame is mine. Your mother spoke to me after chapel. She is happy to think you will be having plenty all your days.
With Yeston Evans?
You could do no better.
I don't want him. I want you.
Angharad, I, too, have spent nights trying to think this thing out. When I took up this work, I knew what it meant. It meant devotion and sacrifice. That I was perfectly willing to do. But to share it with another, do you think I'll have you going threadbare all your life, depending on the charity of others for your good meals? Our children growing up in cast-off clothing, and ourselves thanking God for parenthood in a house full of bits?
It could make no difference.
No. I can bear with such a life for the sake of my work. But I think I would start to kill if I saw the white come to your hair 20 years before its time.
Why? Why would you start to kill? Look at me. Are you a man or a saint?
I am no saint, but I have a duty towards you. Let me do it. Go back to your house, Angharad. It is late.
My sister and Yeston Evans were married at the chapel by Mr. Griffith. My sister left our village then to live in Cape Town. My brothers Gwillem and Owen left, too, for America, and our house was lonely without them. Mr. Griffith used to come of an evening to tutor me for school. Many problems he gave us, me and my father, sitting in the kitchen by the stove.
Now then, the bathtub holds 100 gallons. A fills it at the rate of 20 gallons a minute, and B at the rate of 10 gallons a minute. Got that, Mr. Morgan?
20 and 10 gallons. Yes, sir.
Now then, C is a hole that empties it at the rate of 5 gallons a minute. How long to fill the tub?
Oh.
They're silly. Trying to fill a bathtub full of holes indeed.
A sum it is, girl, a sum. A problem for the mind. For Hugh's examination into school next month.
That old national school. It's silly they are with their sums. Who would pour water in a bathtub full of holes? Who would think of it? Only a madman.
It is to see if the boy can calculate, girl. Figures, nothing else. How many gallons and how long?
In a bathtub full of holes.
Now I know why I have such a tribe of sons. It is you, Beth Morgan, is the cause. Look, you, Mr. Griffith. Have you something else?
The decimal point.
The decimal?
Yeah.
The decimal point, then. And peace to my house.
Oh, go and scratch.
I went to the national school. On the first day, I returned in tatters with my face bruised and bleeding. It had been a fight in the yard with the school bully.
What happened, Hugh? What is it, lad? Speak up.
I fell on the mountain.
Fell indeed. Look at him.
Hugh, did you win, boy?
No.
Yanto, fetch Daibando the fighter. Bring him here.
Daibando it is. Willem!
Quiet, girl. Hugh, are you willing to go to school tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Good. From tonight you shall get a penny for every mark on your face, 6 pence for a bloody nose, a shilling for a black eye, and 2 shillings for a broken nose.
William, stop it. Fight again, Hugh, and when you come home, not another look will you get from me, not another word. Break your old nose then. Break your mother's heart every time you go out of the house.
A boy must fight, Beth.
Fight? Fight, is it? Another beating like that, and he'll walk home dead.
Beating, is it? He's had no beating. A hiding, yes, but no beating. Give the boy time, and it will be he that's giving the beating, is it?
Mr. Morgan?
Ah, Dibando. Come into the house.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Morgan.
Leave off your hat.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan.
Is Kafartha coming?
He's here. Kafartha?
A match, is it? He'll make no match without his trainer, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's not a match. I want you to teach my son how to box.
No, to fight first. Too many call themselves boxers who are not even fighters. Boxing is an art, is it?
It is.
An art. Bloody head's an art.
Oh, go along with your girl. A cup of tea for the man, is it?
Tea? No tea, Mrs. Morgan. No, in training we are. A glass of beer, if you please.
Bathtubs full of holes. And now prize fighters.
Now, boy, to work. Your hands like this.
Yes.
So.
Yes, sir.
Your feet apart.
Yes, sir.
Now mind your guard. And when your man rushes, you do so. And so.
Guard up now.
Hit him, you. Go on. You've got him now. Hit him, you.
Stop it, I say.
Mr. Jonas, mind you.
So, our little coal mining friend has been indulging in his favorite sport again, eh?
I was fighting, Mr. Jonas, but it is not my favorite sport, sir.
Come here. You see this stick? You know what it is for?
Yes, sir.
Good. Fight, will you? Fight, eh? I'll teach you to fight. You dirty little sweep. I'll teach you to fight.
Well, I will go to my death. He's cut to the bone.
Did you get that in school, Hugh?
I was fighting.
Who was it? Mr. Jonas, is it?
We'll have a word with Mr. Jonas.
No.
And why not?
I broke the rule when I fought.
There is no rule for that.
But he won me.
Rubbish, boy.
Wait, Abbey. This is Hugh's affair. He shall decide. Say the word, lad, and we'll have the bones hot from his flesh.
No. Leave him alone.
Oh, carry him into the house. Carry him in.
Easy, lad. Easy.
Kafartha,
Well, Dibando.
the lad is hurt bad.
He is.
I think there is work for us, is it?
There is.
This class will come to order. Yesterday, all of you brilliant children made some progress, a very small progress, in the matter of linear measurements. We will now begin...
Good morning.
Yes? What is it?
Good morning, Mr.
Jonas is my name.
Ah, Jonas.
We have come to the right place indeed, Kafartha. Mr. Jonas, I am Dibando.
What can I do for you?
A man is never too old to learn, is it, Mr. Jonas?
No.
I was in school myself once, but no great one for knowledge.
Look here, what do you want?
Knowledge? Mr. Jonas, how would you go about taking the measurement of a stick?
By its length, of course.
And how would you measure a man who would use a stick on a boy 1/3 his size?
Yes. How?
I don't understand.
Now, you are good in the use of a stick, Mr. Jonas, but boxing is my subject, according to the rules laid down by the good Marquess of Queensberry.
Heaven rest his soul.
And happy I am to pass on my knowledge to you.
What do you want, please?
Get him into position now, Kafartha.
Yes. Put up your fist, Mr. Jonas.
Stop it!
Now, look. To make a good boxer, you must have a good right hand like this, Mr. Jonas.
Oh!
You see? Stand him up, Kafartha.
Up it is. Up, Mr. Jonas.
And this, Mr. Jonas, is how you will punish a man with your left and put your soul into it.
Oh, no, stop. Here, Mr. Jonas. No sleeping now. Why, the gentleman's talking to you.
Raise him up.
On your feet, Mr. Jonas. Why, the lesson's only beginning.
Boys and girls, could I have your attention, please? I am not accustomed to speaking in public.
Only public houses.
But this blow, never use. It's against the rules. Break a man's nose. But this one is fair.
Help him. He's asleep again.
Sleep, is it?
I'm afraid he will never make a boxer.
No aptitude for knowledge.
Good morning, Mr. Jonas.
I stayed on at the National School, and Mr. Jonas left. And then one evening as I returned home, I heard the whistle at the mine. The whistle that meant only one thing to us: tragedy, an accident. Someone in that black pit had died.
Mr. Griffith!
You, come here.
Someone hurt. Who is it?
Quiet, lad. We'll know in a moment. They are bringing up the cage.
Stand back! Just the cage! Quiet, girl, quiet.
Mr. Griffith.
Well, Leonto, who is it?
It's Eva. He fell under a tram on the lower level. He's been killed.
And so Ivor was gone. Ivor, the eldest, the solid and dependable one. And our grief was nameless. There came a time later when I returned from school with my certificate of graduation. My father's eyes were pride-filled when I placed it in his hand.
Ah, 'tis a good paper. With honors, then. Our son is a scholar, girl.
What is it, Hugh? I can't make sense with it.
Latin it is.
It is written in Latin, Mama.
Latin, is it? Why not good Welsh? Or even English?
It is the fashion, girl.
Fashion. Decimal points and bathtubs full of holes. Oh, my poor Hugh. They've stuffed your head with Latin, then.
Beth, my old beauty, you. A black eye, is it?
Latin.
Now then, Hugh, what will it be? To Cardiff to school, then the university to be a lawyer, is it? Or a doctor?
Dr. Hugh Morgan. That would be something special, with a lovely horse and trap, and a good black suit and a shirt with starch. Oh, there is good, my little one.
Well, Hugh, what will it be? Huh?
I will go down the colliery with you, sir.
The colliery? Have sense, boy. The colliery is no place for you. Why not try for a respectable job?
Respectable? Are you and his brothers a lot of old jailbirds, then?
Oh, leave it now, Beth. I only want the best for the boy.
If he is as good a man as you and his brothers, I will rest happy.
I'm thinking of the boy's future. Hugh is a scholar. Why take brains down a coal mine?
I would rather, sir.
All right. Decide for yourself, but blame yourself if you are wrong now.
The colliery, sir.
All right, the colliery it is. Good night.
Where are you going?
To get drunk.
It was to work then. Work to earn bread for those one loves. But I felt a man in truth, to be coming up the colliery cage with my father, sharing his tiredness, blacked by the same dust, and I was happy. Then in time, my sister Hunchback came back, but alone, without her husband. She did not come to our house, but stayed at the big Ivan's house, her house, on the top of the hill.
Who is it? To see Mrs. Evans, please.
And who are you?
I am Hugh Morgan.
Oh, her brother.
Her brother, is it in it?
Yes, Mrs. Nicholas. Hugh Morgan. This way, please.
Is that someone for me, Mrs. Nicholas?
It's your brother, Mrs. Evans.
Hugh. Oh, Hugh.
You didn't come to see us, Hunchback.
Hugh. Mrs. Nicholas, will you bring some tea, please?
Tea? Yes, Mrs. Evans.
Sit down, Hugh. Oh, there is grown you are and changed.
You, too.
Oh, I look ill and ought to take care of myself. Everyone coming in the house says so. So you say it, too, and let us finish with it. But tell me all the news. How are all the boys and girls we used to know?
Well, the Jenkins girls are married. Maldwin Hughes has gone to be a doctor. Reese Howells is in a solicitor's office. And Mr. Griffith is still first up and last to bed.
Hugh, how is he?
Not as he was.
Is he ill?
Inside. In his eyes and in his voice. Like you.
Please go home, Hugh. Go home at once.
I'm sorry.
Now then, Mrs. Evans, tea, is it? Here you are.
Leave it, Mrs. Nicholas. I will pour.
Well, I always did the pouring for Mr. Yeston's poor mother.
I will pour, I said.
Yes, Mrs. Evans. A new mistress is like new sheets. A little bit stiff, but washing's to come.
Why do you have her here?
Oh, 37 years with the family, or so she tells me 60 times a day. Have some tea, Hugh.
You don't want me to go?
No, Hugh. I'm sorry for being nasty. Please stay. Oh, Hugh, I tried to tell Mother. I tried to write. Oh, Hugh, it's lonely I am.
Below in the kitchen, the tongues began to wag. Mrs. Nicholas and the women of the neighborhood.
Not for me to say, only the housekeeper I am. 37 years in the family and living to curse the day.
Why, what is it, Mrs. Nicholas?
Divorce.
Divorce?
No. Saying nothing I am, but that is what is in her mind. She is here without her husband, is it? And why? It is because she's in love with this preacher.
Preacher?
Preacher, I said. Mr. Griffith it is.
But Mr. Griffith has not been near the house.
What difference is that, girl? Not a word now.
We will not say a word, Mrs. Nicholas. No. Oh, no, indeed, not a word. No.
Divorce. Mr. Griffith it is.
The preacher and Mrs. Evans. Don't say I told you.
Divorce.
Divorce.
The knives that can be hidden in idle tongues. For generations, the Morgans had lived in this valley.
Mr. Griffith and Mrs. Evans.
And now our name was touched with slander.
Divorce.
Our house looked strange to me. And then I knew why. For the first time I could remember, our front door was shut tight in the daytime.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, who will bring us Act 3 of How Green Was My Valley. Well, here's Sally, looking very excited.
It's the special news we've got tonight. Let's hurry up and tell people.
It's our good news for flower lovers.
Yes, our news about flowers everyone can grow, whether they have gardens or live in city apartments.
No one will want to miss our Rainbow Garden offer of choice tulip bulbs. These gorgeous tulips can be grown outdoors for May flowering or made to bloom indoors in time for Easter. And remember, now is the time to plant tulip bulbs. Sally, won't you tell our audience how to get them?
It's so easy. To get 10 of these full-size, first-quality tulip bulbs, send the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap or the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes with 25 cents in coin to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to include your name and address.
Thanks, Sally. I hope our listeners are writing that down. Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. I want to urge flower lovers everywhere not to miss this wonderful Lux and Lux toilet soap offer. These bulbs are not ordinary. Only the finest varieties are included in this offer. There are stately Darwins, clear, bright cottage blooms, and breeder tulips of rare, rich coloring. They come in wonderful shades of scarlet and cerise, clear yellows, and rich, glowing pinks and orange.
Just think, so soon after winter, to have these glorious rainbow colors in your garden. By planting them in pots, you can even make them bloom indoors in time for Easter.
An illustrated leaflet with exact planting directions for indoors or outdoors comes with each set of bulbs. These same bulbs will flower again year after year. To get this choice collection of 10 fine bulbs, just send 25 cents in coin, no stamps, please, with a wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap or opening tab from a box of Lux, together with your name and address to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your tulip bulbs to reach you. Send for as many sets as you like, enclosing 25 cents and Lux soap wrapper or Lux tab for each additional set. If you prefer, you can get handy order blanks from your dealer. Don't delay, because fall is the time for planting. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
As the slag had spread over my valley, so now a blackness spread over the minds of its people. My sister and the preacher. Each day I heard their names together, and as many times did I fight in the streets.
Dada?
Fighting again, Hugh. More trouble with the Philistines, is it?
Yes, Dada.
You? What is it now? Look at your face.
Even John. He said things about Angharad and Mr. Griffith.
Children, too.
You were right, my son. You were right to fight. My coat, girl. I'm going to the mine.
You will be back?
I will be back for breakfast.
You will not go to chapel then?
No. And if they do this thing, I will never set foot in the chapel again as long as I live.
I will have the sheets warm on your bed.
There's an old beauty you are.
Go and scratch, boy.
Mother, what is this about the chapel?
Tonight, after the service, a deacon's meeting over Angharad.
Angharad? But she has done nothing.
Nothing is enough for people who have minds like theirs. Oh, Hugh, my little one, I hope when you're grown, their tongues will be slower to hurt.
But will Angharad be at the meeting?
No, none of us will be there. For the disgrace will not stay away.
I will go, Mother.
Mr. Griffith spoke that night in the chapel. Pale and looking very old, he descended from the pulpit and faced the deacons.
This is the last time I will talk in this chapel. I am leaving the valley with regret toward those who have helped me here and who have let me help them. But for the rest of you, those of you who have only proved that I have wasted my time among you, I have only this to say. There is not one among you who has had the courage to come to me and accuse me of wrongdoing. And yet, by any standard, if there has been a sin, I am the one who should be branded the sinner. Will anyone raise his voice here now to accuse me? No. You're cowards, too, as well as hypocrites. But I don't blame you. The fault is mine as much as yours. The idle tongues, the poverty of mind which you have shown, mean that I have failed to reach most of you with the lesson I was given to teach. I thought when I was a young man that I would conquer the world with truth, with the golden sound of the word. But only a few of you heard, only a few of you understood. The rest of you put on black and satin chapel. Why do you come here? Why do you dress your hypocrisy in black and parade it before your God on Sunday? From love? No, for you've shown that your hearts are too withered to receive the love of your divine Father. I know why you've come. I've seen it in your faces Sunday after Sunday as I've stood here before you. Fear has brought you here, horrible, superstitious fear. Fear of divine retribution, a bolt of fire from the skies, the vengeance of the Lord and the justice of God. But you have forgotten the love of Jesus. You disregard his sacrifice. Death, fear, flames, horror, and black clothes. Hold your meeting then, but know if you do this in the name of God and in the house of God, you blaspheme against him and his word. My dear Angharad, I am leaving the valley. I am leaving tonight, and...
Mr. Griffith?
Well, Hugh, I'm glad you've come.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything I can do?
Indeed there is. You can do me a great service. This watch, my father gave it to me when I entered the ministry. It's marked time we both loved. Take it.
Oh, no, sir.
A service I said you'd be doing me. No need for us to shake hands, Hugh. We will live in the minds of each other.
Mr. Griffith, won't you see Aunt Harriet before you go? She wants you to.
No. If I were to see her again, Hugh, I couldn't find the strength to leave her. Goodbye, boy. And there's a good old man you are. Listen.
It's the mine. Something's happened at the mine.
Come along, lad.
Mr. Griffith, Daddy is dead. Daddy is dead.
Come along.
A cave-in it was. A cave-in on the lower level.
Man is there. Let me through. My man is there.
A cave-in and 30 men beneath it.
There's another cage coming up.
Stand back, you men. Stand back. Those women with relatives, let them to the pit.
There they are, the second cage.
Oh! Mr. Griffith, I don't see Dada.
Di, is Gwilla Morgan up?
Not yet, sir.
Gwilla Morgan. Has anyone seen Gwilla Morgan?
Unhurried.
Oh, my father.
He is still there.
Still there. Mama, he is still there.
Willem.
Men! Men, listen to me. Who is for Gwilla Morgan and the others? Who will come down with me?
I, for one. He is the blood of my heart.
Come along, then.
Take some shovels here, quick!
On the cage, you men. We're going down.
I am going with you, sir. I'm going to find Dada.
If you wish, lad. Ready now?
Wait, Mr. Griffith.
Yes, Unhurried.
You will come back. You must come back.
I said tonight, if I were to see you again, I couldn't find the strength to leave you.
Oh, you will come back then. I know.
Ready there? Send the cage down.
To our knees here and getting deeper, sir.
They will have the pump started soon.
Morgan. Willem Morgan.
Dada!
They were working in this tunnel, you're sure?
They were here and the one beyond, but the props have all given way. We cannot go much further, sir.
We will go on.
Dada!
Willem Morgan.
Dada, where are you?
You wait. I heard him.
Quiet, everyone. Call again, Hugh.
Dada!
You, lad.
He's over there.
This way, lad. We're coming, Willem Morgan. Hold on.
We're coming, Dada. We're coming.
Watch your foot here. It's deeper.
You men back there bring tops.
There he is. There.
Easy, men.
Mr. Griffith. He's caught beneath the rock. We'll never get him out alive. Never.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Hugh, lad. Hugh, my son.
We're going to take you out, Dada.
No. The rock. Do not dig. It will fall.
We are going to take you out.
Hugh, my lad. There's a good old man you are. A good old man.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Come, Hugh.
Here comes the cage.
Oh, the cage, Mama. They are bringing him up.
Gwillem. Gwillem is dead.
Oh, no, Mama. He will be alive.
Gwillem is dead. I know he is dead. He came to me just now as I stood here. Ivor was with him. He spoke to me and told me of the glory he had seen.
No more. But men like him can never die. They are with us still, real in memory as they were real in flesh, loving and beloved forever. How green was my valley then, and the valley of them that have gone.
Your applause calls back 5 stars, who gave 5 brilliant performances tonight. Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
Thank you, C.B. The five of us spent a number of weeks together making the picture, and, speaking for myself, this little reunion is a very great pleasure.
And for all of us, Walter, you have rather a special feature in this cast tonight, C.B. Two players from the world-famous Abbey Theatre of Dublin, Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara.
Well, I spent only a few years there, Mr. Crisp, but that was long enough even to appreciate the tradition established by many fine artists like Miss Allgood.
Thank you, Maureen, dear. That's very nice of you.
Nothing gives a producer more satisfaction than a cast of real troopers, whether they've had years of experience or take to acting as young as Roddy McDowell.
If I can stay in the theatre as long as you have, sir, I'll be very happy. What have I got to go about 40 years?
You'll have at least that if you keep up the kind of work you've been doing, Roddy. And tonight we're delighted to welcome you and Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara to this stage for the first time.
I've enjoyed being here, Mr. DeMille, but I don't really feel like a stranger. I've heard the Lux Radio Theater so much, and of course I use Lux soap ever since I came to Hollywood. I hardly think I could get along without it. You see, complexion care is so easy when you have Lux soap.
And even now, it's easy to get Lux soap anywhere.
C.B., we're all anxious to hear about your next play.
Well, next Monday, we have a comedy, Walter. One of the screen's recent laugh hits from 20th Century Fox. It's called The Magnificent Dope. And our stars are the same three players who are making a hit in the picture. Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry. Don plays a kind of human dynamo who thinks he can make a success out of anyone until he tackles Mr. Thaddeus Page, played by Henry Fonda. At any rate, it makes a great show for us next Monday night.
I've heard a lot about the picture, C.B., and I want to hear it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You won the Academy Award all over again tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a question for the ladies. Have you been throwing away explosives we need to win the war? Well, if you still throw away waste fats, you're doing that very thing. Keep all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease, and strain them into a clean, wide-top can. Your meat dealer will pay you for them. So save waste kitchen fats to make explosives. Donald Crisp will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Adventures of Mark Twain. Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood appeared by courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Miss O'Hara will be seen in The Black Swan. Miss Allgood in Life Begins at 8:30, and Roddy McDowell is currently on the screen in The Pied Piper. Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as narrator, Stuart Robertson as Di Bondo, Joseph Kearns as Capartha, Paul Langton as Yanto, Kemble Cooper as Mr. Jonas, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Nicholas, Frederick Warlock as Mr. Evans, and Esther Mason, Herbert Evans, Fred Mackay, Claire Videra, Norman Field, and Stephen Muller. Tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Feeling tired, nervous, vitamin-starved? Get that Vim's feeling. See your druggist right away. Ask about that special trial offer of Vim's, the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablets. Buy the large $1.69 package, get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. VIMMS, Vim's, FREE, free. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, Richard Conte, and Veronica Lake in Slattery's Hurricane. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling. Greetings
from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most dangerous and adventurous assignments in the United States Navy is the Hurricane Service, in which flyers chart the course of threatening hurricanes to warn those in the path of the oncoming peril. Our play tonight, Slattery's Hurricane, is the story of one flyer's battle against the elemental storm in the sky and the emotional storm within himself. And as the stars of this exciting 20th Century Fox drama, we bring you three accomplished players. One of your loveliest favorites, Miss Maureen O'Hara, the dynamic Richard Conte, and in her original role, provocative Veronica Lake. Besides being a favorite topic of conversation, the weather also has its effect on delicate skin. Smart women protect their complexions with Lux toilet soap because they know that in any weather, Lux soap is a safe complexion care. Now, here's Act One of Slattery's Hurricane, starring Richard Conte as Slattery, Maureen O'Hara as Aggie, and Veronica Lake as Dolores. It isn't easy to describe a hurricane. It's one of nature's nightmares, a windstorm of great violence, often several hundred miles in diameter, with a dead calm at the center called the eye. Every year, from July to December, the Caribbean crawls with these evil offspring of the elements. Usually, the hurricanes waste themselves over the ocean. But several times in a generation, the protecting hand of God is withheld, and the hurricane heads toward shore and the homes of men. This is the story of such a hurricane and of a man named Will Slattery. On the coast of Florida is a United States naval station known as Hurricane Weather Central.
Commander Kramer, sir?
Yes?
All planes have been evacuated to Cherry Point, sir, as you ordered. All except Lieutenant Hobson's plane, sir.
See that the crew stands by. Hobson will be here in a few minutes.
I beg your pardon, sir, but the radio tower has just reported contact with an unidentified plane using Lieutenant Hobson's call.
What?
Pilot claims he's reporting for hurricane reconnaissance to replace Lieutenant Hobson. He says Hobson is too ill to fly, sir, and requests instructions.
Well, tell that fool, whoever he is, that we're in an emergency condition. Tell him to get off the circuit at once.
I've already done that, sir.
What does he mean, Hobson's too sick? I called his home not 20 minutes ago. I spoke with him. What's this all about, Mr. Hardy?
I don't know, sir. I suggest you talk to the pilot yourself, sir. He still has contact with us.
Tell the tower I'll be right there.
Here he is, sir. He's coming through now.
Sambo 3 from Roughneck. Sambo 3 from Roughneck. Do I get instructions or don't I?
Stand by. Commander Kramer will talk to you. Here you are, sir.
Navy tower to aircraft. This is an order. Get off circuit and report at nearest airport. There's a hurricane heading for the whole coast with 120-knot winds, bearing approximately 110 with the center 200 miles offshore. Out.
Thanks for the bearing. That's just what I wanted to know. This is Grumman Mallet 2975. 60 miles southeast Miami, 600 feet. Changing course for 110. Sorry, I can't obey orders. You can use me just for laughs, if nothing else. Over.
Grumman Mallard from Navy Tower. Get back on the ground immediately. Find another way to commit suicide.
Lieutenant Hobson is here, sir.
What's this all about, Hobson?
I don't know, sir.
Some fool trying to kill himself says he's a replacement for you. What do you know about it?
May I take the microphone, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Slattery, this is Hobson. I know what you're trying to do. You can't get away with it.
Slattery, your friend who had the medal?
Yes, sir. You can't let him do it.
Lieutenant Hobson is familiar with the plane I'm flying. It's capable of mission. Over.
This is Kramer. I'm warning you for the last time. You're obstructing a Navy weather flight and you're jeopardizing the lives of everyone in this area. You've got a reserve commission, Slattery, and I'll have you court-martialed. I'll put you away for 20 years.
Yes, sir. I'll contact you later, sir. Over.
Are you coming in, Slattery? Answer me. Are you coming in?
Put me away for 20 years, huh? If I get on the ground again, I'll take it. The plane is capable of mission. Who are you kidding, Slattery? You got a nice airplane, but it wasn't built for this kind of stuff. No, and neither were you, but you're in it. And what are you going to do about it? What can you do about it? Yeah, this is how it's all going to end, Slattery. But how did it begin? Don't you remember? Or you were really lucky that day. 150 million people in the country, and you had to bump into...
Will Slattery. Well, I just can't believe it. What are you doing in Miami?
I live here, Harvey. Got a nice, soft job.
Why don't you keep in touch with a guy?
Why would I want to keep in touch with you? Come on over to my car. I want you to meet somebody.
Huh?
Hey, Dolores. Remember the guy I was telling you about? Well, here he is, honey. Hobby Hobson, Dolores Greaves.
Hello, Mr. Hobson. I know all about you.
How do you do? I'm still too surprised to know what to say.
It's sure good to see you, Hobby. Look, this is where Dolores lives, and we were just going in. She's going to cook dinner. So how about joining us?
I wish you would. If Will can stand it, I'm sure you can, too.
Well, I'd sure like to, Miss Greaves, but I'm just going out to the naval station. I'm on duty in half an hour.
You got a car?
Yeah, just down the street.
Look, honey, I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. I'm just going to walk him to his car. I'll be right back.
Glad to have met you, Miss Greaves.
Give him a rain check for dinner, Will.
Are you kidding about duty? You're not still in the Navy.
Sure I am.
Holy smoke. Jets?
Privateers, weather squadron.
Privateers, those flying freight cars? What are you going to do? Trying to catch up on your reading?
No, I managed to keep interested. I got a little flight to make right now, as a matter of fact. You want to come along if I can fix it?
Why not?
What about your girlfriend?
Oh, I'll see you a little later. What kind of a flight, Hob? Patrol?
Oh, something like that. Reports of a big wind about 300 miles out at sea. Maybe a hurricane. It's part of our job to find out.
Okay, weatherman. Wait here till I square things with Dolores.
Well, this is it, Slattery. Some fun, huh?
Quite a flight, Hobby. That's as close to a hurricane as I ever want to get.
Close? You were right in it, son. Now maybe you see why we need big planes. A small plane in a wind like that would be torn apart.
I still don't know what you guys are trying to prove. You can't stop a hurricane by flying through it.
No, but if our dope shows that it's heading for land, then we can warn all cities within 150 miles of the track to board up. When you cut off the lives of that many people, even for a day, it costs millions and millions of dollars.
What do you do now? Write up a report?
That's all been taken care of, radio.
Oh, yeah, Sambo 3 from Roughneck. Well, what goes now, Roughneck?
Well, let's get cleaned up. First, I better phone my wife.
Yeah, I guess I'd better give Dolores a ring, too.
This way, Deadhead.
Why couldn't you have just said goodbye and walked away from that guy? Oh, no, you had to see what kind of a dame Hobby had married. You had to be a big shot. So you picked up Dolores and made a reservation at a nightclub. Hobby and Hobby's wife met us there.
Champagne, huh? Oh, take it easy, Will. What's the occasion?
Who cares? Haven't you two got an anniversary or something? Say, Dolores, I thought you and Hobby were going to dance.
That's right, Lieutenant. Not backing out, are you?
Well, we'll just have to let these two get acquainted by themselves and save some champagne for us.
Well, Mrs. Hobson, small world, isn't it?
Seems to be, doesn't it?
I've got to congratulate you. You didn't bat an eye when you just saw me.
You're quite an actor yourself.
I lose you in San Diego, find you here in Miami, married to a guy I met in China.
Very happily married, too.
Yeah, so I see. What happened to you, Aggie? You might have telephoned me to say goodbye, or at least have left a note in the milk bottle.
You have the nerve to sit there and ask me what happened to me?
Yes, you ran out on me. I chased all over town trying to find you. Then I had to ship out. I never did find out what happened to you.
Now, isn't that a pity? I ran out on you. Maybe you've forgotten all the nights you stood me up or the time you went out to get cigarettes and didn't show up till 2 weeks later.
Well, that was different. You just disappeared off the face of the earth.
You're darn tootin' that was different. The wedding bells had started to ring the last time, Will. Or had that slipped your mind, too?
Aggie, I told you I'd be gone for 3 or 4 days. I had some things to attend to.
You told me that so many times. Oh, let's just forget it, shall we? It was long ago and far away. And now you've found somebody else, and so have I.
Look, you can't brush me off like that. You weren't just another girl. You meant everything to me. I've never gotten you out of my system, and I never will.
Stop it.
Well, go ahead and laugh if you want. But that's how things happen to be.
I'm not laughing, but you've got to listen. I'm married now. It's all over. It wasn't easy for me either, you know. It hurt for a long time, Will. But I got over it. I had to.
So you married Hobby. I could figure you were married to a lot of guys, Aggie, but somehow not to him.
What's wrong with him?
Nothing. He's a swell guy. Just doesn't seem like your type.
Did it ever occur to you that I might have changed? I'm off that roller coaster, Mr. Slattery. I'm off it for good.
Take it easy. How'd you two make out?
You mean you weren't watching us? Hobby's a wonderful dancer.
Oh, this girl would make anybody look good.
She sure would. Say, Hobby.
Huh?
I just got a terrific idea. You on duty tomorrow?
No, why?
Then how about me picking you and Aggie up in the morning? Take you for a ride in the boss's plane. I'll show you the best private ship in the world today.
I forgot to tell you, Aggie, Will's still a pilot, all right, only he works for some millionaire.
So does Dolores.
As a matter of fact, that's how we happened to meet. The boss's secretary and the boss's pilot. Wait till you see that plane, Mrs. Hobson.
Sounds good, huh, Aggie? Hey, what time will you pick us up, Will?
Sorry, but you'd better count me out. I have to go to the hairdresser's in the morning.
Oh, come on, honey. You can go there any time.
If you'll forgive my saying so, Mrs. Hobson, I can't imagine your hair looking any more beautiful than it is right now. Well, Dolores, how about making me look good on that dance floor?
I'm so glad you called me tonight, Will. They're both so nice, aren't they?
Yeah. Nice couple.
Will, have you ever met her before?
Hmm?
Mrs. Hobson.
Oh, no, not until tonight. She looks like quite a girl, doesn't she?
Funny. I had a feeling you two knew each other.
How long did you know him, Hobby? In the service, I mean.
Oh, 3 years, I guess. I thought I told you all about Slattery. He wasn't quite a thing down in the Marianas. He broke flight formation one day, went off by himself, and sunk a Jap cruiser.
Oh, big hero, huh?
Yeah, the only trouble was his wing cameras were shot out, and he couldn't show any proof. A few of us saw what happened, but it didn't do any good. So all he got for sinking his ship was 10 days for disobeying orders and breaking flight formation. Now, look, honey, can't you put off that appointment tomorrow? I like the guy. It'll be fun flying with him again.
Hobby, Oh, all right, darling. Whatever you say.
I wasn't surprised when Aggie came along the next morning. I knew she'd be there. She hadn't changed that much. I drove them out to the beach, the boss's estate. Dolores was waiting for us. She wanted to show them around.
Take a good look, Aggie. Oh, we may never be so close to paradise again. Boy, oh boy, what a layout.
It's really something, isn't it? But don't let the surroundings impress you too much. You see, Will and I only work here. Of course, Will lives here, too.
The boss does a lot of flying. He likes me around. Those are my headquarters over there, that cottage.
This must be very hard for you to take, Mr. Slattery.
I told you I was riding a gravy train. Let's get down to the hangar.
Aren't you coming, Dolores?
I haven't made the gravy train. I'm still just a secretary. Maybe I'll see you when you get back.
Well, thanks for the tour. What's your boss do, Will?
Not a great deal. He's got sort of a bad heart. But he still runs the business from here. Did you ever eat a candy bar called Oh Baby?
Sure.
He's the guy who makes them. R.J. Milne.
Just think, Hobby. The nation's sweet tooth built all this, just like our dream house.
You thinking of building?
Oh, we've got lots of plans. I want to settle down somewhere, have a nice, steady life. 3 or 4 babies.
On Navy pay?
Oh, we can dream, can't we?
Yeah, oh, sure.
Come here a moment, if you please.
Yes, Mr. Milne.
Where's Mr. Slattery going in the plane?
Yes. What do you know about this? Why did he take the plane?
I'm sure he won't be gone very long. He took some friends along with Lieutenant and Mrs. Hobson.
The lieutenant?
The Navy, Mr. Gregory. They were in the war together.
Well, he had no right to do this.
Will had to check the plane anyway, and
Forget
he thought...
it, Dolores. This your breakfast, Mr. Gregory. I'll take care of this.
Don't go away, Miss Greaves. I'll have some letters to dictate in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
What a sweet job that plane is. 60-degree bank on one engine. I still can't get over it, Will.
Neither can I. I dropped 10 years of my life up in that wild blue yonder.
Oh, what's your rush, Aggie? Slow down.
I want to go home and get some rest. I've got a date, too, remember?
Oh, yes, the hairdresser. Look, Hobby, why don't you take my car? I can pick it up later, and we can...
Morning, Mr. Slattery. The Hobsons have a nice flight?
Oh, yes, Mr. Milne. We had a very good flight, sir.
I'm glad. Dolores has been telling us about your friends. Morning.
Good morning.
Very nice of you to let us impose like this, Mr. Mills.
I have a very special reason for being grateful to the Navy Lieutenant. During the war, most of my family was in Shanghai. Oh, but that's selfish. I should say the whole world is grateful. Oh, wouldn't you like to say goodbye to Dolores? She and Mr. Gregory are in the patio.
Read it back, Miss Greaves. That last paragraph.
We regret to advise you that the last shipment of chocolate was in every way inferior. If this happens again, it will result in immediate cancellation of all our orders.
Type it up. Address the envelope to Havana headquarters and a copy to Singapore.
Oh, Mr. Milne's coming.
What?
Oh, Lieutenant and Mrs. Hobson? It's my business associate, Mr. Gregory.
How do you do?
Good morning, sir. That's a wonderful plane you people have. We certainly appreciate the ride.
I'm delighted. So you and Mr. Slattery are old friends?
We met in the Navy, Mr. Gregory.
Well, we won't be needing the plane today, Mr. Slattery, so if you wish to be with your friends...
Well, thank you very much, sir. See you later, Dolores.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Your friends are all right, Dolores.
Only next time you bring guests, first you ask me, and I will say no.
Gregory, tell it to Slattery. There's no point in upsetting Dolores. You know she isn't any too well.
I'm all right, Mr. Milne.
I've been meaning to ask you. No more headaches, my dear. No more dizzy spells.
I'm all right. There's nothing wrong with me.
And in that case, you won't mind typing those letters?
Right away, Mr. Gregory.
That girl, Slattery, those people. I tell you, we've got to be more careful.
Why do you let yourself get so excited, Gregory? Even with my heart, see how calm I am.
Oh, that girl, if you ask me, I'd throw her out. She's a rope around our necks.
Yes, she is, Gregory. And that's exactly why we can't throw her out.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Slattery's Hurricane. Now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Greetings, Libby.
I have a nomination to make, Mr. Keeley. How about making Clark Gable our permanent mayor?
Oh, you're talking about the Metro Golden Mayor comedy Key to the City.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll go along with you on that, Libby, but let's make Loretta Young honorary mayor at the same time.
Well, why not? She's delightful as a lady mayor in the picture. Very dignified and hard-working till Clark comes along.
And then romance begins.
And some hilarious comedy.
With Frank Morgan as the fire chief and Marilyn Maxwell as a very beautiful but not very bright bubble dancer.
I love the scene where Loretta goes to the costume ball as a little girl in pigtails.
And Clark complicates things with his surprise masquerade costume.
So much so that they both land in jail. But no matter, the lady mayor wins her man.
That we take for granted, Libby, with Loretta Young as the heroine of Key to the City.
Yes, John. She's so thoroughly feminine. Always has the fresh, beautifully groomed look that's so appealing.
You know, she's a Lux girl, all right.
Indeed she is. Loretta has used Lux soap for years for complexion care. And now that Lux toilet soap comes in the big bath size, she's more devoted to it than ever.
It's a really luxurious bath soap, isn't it?
It certainly is. With that rich, creamy lather and a perfume screen stars love.
The Lux soap perfume is exclusive. It's a blend of many flower fragrances.
And a Lux soap beauty bath makes you sure of all over Lux loveliness. That's important these days when the new strapless dresses are really high style. And arms and shoulders must be at their prettiest.
You can't buy a finer soap than the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Your store is featuring Lux toilet soap now. Be sure to put both the bath and the complexion size on your shopping list. Let the whole family enjoy this big, longer-lasting bath cake. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Slattery's Hurricane, starring Maureen O'Hara as Aggie, Richard Conte as Slattery, and Veronica Lake as Dolores. Off the coast of Florida, a raging hurricane mounts in fury. And headed straight for it, buffeted by the lashing winds, is a small airplane. At the controls is Will Slattery.
Do you read me, Navy Tower? Did you get my message? Do you read me? Over.
We read you, Slattery. Are you coming in or not?
You want the exact location of the center of the hurricane, don't you? What is it you guys call it, the eye? Okay, I'll go look for the eye. Over.
I'm telling you once again, if you want to kill yourself, find some other...
Sorry, Commander Kramer, but you're repeating yourself, sir. Kill myself, huh? Kill myself. It's an idea, isn't it? And what would you do, Commander Kramer, sir? Only you'd never get yourself in a spot like this to begin with, would you? But then you don't know Aggie. And you'd never pull the stunts that I'd pull, would you? Like the time I invited her to dinner. That intimate little roadhouse. Just you and I, Aggie. Well, you're reforming, Aggie. I can remember when you were never on time for a date.
Hello, Will. Well, this is a nice place.
I was hoping you'd like it. Hobby get off all right?
Oh, sure. These 3-day patrols are just routine. Well, where's Dolores?
Oh, yes. Well, at the last minute, she got a headache.
You mean she's not coming at all?
You didn't really expect to find her here, did you?
Of course I did. Well, maybe I didn't. Maybe I was just kidding myself. In any event, I'm leaving.
Come on, be yourself. What's the harm in having dinner together? You've got to eat someplace. What's the matter with you? You're acting like a schoolgirl.
Look, Will, I don't intend to get myself in any spot where I have to trust you or myself.
Okay.
I'm going home.
All right, I'll drive you home.
I'll get a cab.
Why? We're not a couple of kids. You want to go home, so I'll take you. Too bad they serve the best food in town.
Sorry if I spoiled your evening, Will.
Forget it.
Maybe I am being a little silly, but with Hobby out of town...
It was my fault. I tried to pull a fast one, and I didn't get by with it. I'll try again some other time.
I wouldn't put it past you. Thanks for the warning.
Is that the house?
That's it.
It's starting to rain. You know, it was raining there last night in San Diego, too. You were wearing those crazy shoes. I had to carry you across the gutter, and me in my whites.
You got quite a memory.
I thought about that night a lot of times. That blue dress you wore. Sequins and a little black bow right about there. You looked awfully pretty that night, Aggie.
There's not much you forget, is there?
There's nothing about you I can't forget. Well, aren't you going to scream, slap my face, or doesn't it mean anything now when I kiss you?
Will, please. Please, Good night.
Now, wait a minute. There's one thing you've got to get clear in your head. What I told you the other night, I meant every word, Aggie. I've got you in my system, and I can't get you out, ever.
Oh, Will. Hello, Will.
Well, what are you doing here? The boss keep you late tonight?
No, your door wasn't locked, and I thought I'd wait for you. I was worried.
About me?
I always worry about you. Did you meet your friend for dinner? Who did you say it was?
What are you getting at, Dolores?
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Will? It wasn't Aggie.
You know you're starting to talk like a wife?
Funny you should mention that word. After all, she is Hobby's wife.
Look, do me a favor. Will you drop it?
All right, we'll drop it. But there is something else I wanted to talk to you about. I want you to quit this job.
Quit? The best job a pilot ever had? You got it for me, didn't you? What's the matter with you anyway?
You know it's a bad job. It's doing the same thing to you that it's already done to me. Oh, Will, I'm so scared. I think I'm going to lose my mind.
Look, this job isn't doing anything to me that I don't want it to do. As far as I'm concerned, Milne and Gregory are in the candy business. That's all I know. That's all I want to know. I don't want to hear your ideas on it or anybody else's. Is that clear?
You have such a nice way of expressing yourself. Yes, it's very clear. I won't bother you with it anymore.
Good.
I won't bother you with anything anymore. I'm quitting tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. You were going to quit last week and the week before and the week before that. Why don't you relax? So I had dinner with another girl. So what?
And you were with her.
Yes, I was with her. You want to know something else? You were right. I knew her a long time, before Hobson ever set eyes on her. And would you mind getting out of here? I'd like to get some sleep.
I seem to remember you telling me Hobby was your friend.
He is.
And the fact that he's married to Aggie doesn't mean anything to you?
It means that he can take care of himself. And while you're asking questions, I'll tell you something else. Aggie's the only girl that ever meant 2 cents to me. She always has, and she always will. And if Hobson is married to her, that's just too bad.
I used to think you were a man, Will. I don't care now what you do to yourself, and I don't care what you've done to me. I asked for it. But what you're doing to Aggie and Hobby is rotten, and I hate you for it.
You through?
Yes, I'm through.
Then hate me outside, will you? I'm tired. Oh, brother, what a tough guy you were. You're getting just what you asked for, and you kept right on asking for it, didn't you? Didn't you?
Slattery. Come in, Mr. Slattery. Come in. You and Dolores are rather good friends, aren't you?
Well, yes, Mr. Milne, I guess we are.
Well, then I know you must be worried about her, too.
Worried, sir?
Because she isn't here. She's gone. Oh, come in, Gregory. No word?
Nothing.
Maybe she's gone into town.
Has anything happened between you two?
Oh, no, nothing important.
It's very important to us that we both find Miss Cleves.
As you know, Mr. Slattery, she handles all my personal matters and the private files. It's not like her to go off without any word. If you should hear from her...
Of course, Mr. Milne. I'll let you know at once.
Thank you. You see, having no relatives, no place to go, I just can't imagine.
Well, let me see what I can do, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, my boy.
You gave it a big try, didn't you? One phone call to the manager of our apartment house. She's gone? Any forwarding address? None? Thanks. One fast phone call. But you really didn't think she'd walk out on you, did you? Not on Will Slattery. Anyway, maybe it was a good idea if Dolores did get herself lost for a while. There'd be nobody now to check up on you, nobody to tell you the kind of a heel you were. Nobody to say, after all, she is Hobby's wife. You ran true to form, didn't you, Willie boy? Why didn't you just stick a knife into Hobby's back? It would have been quick.
Good morning, Mr. Slattery. I'm sorry to disturb you this early.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Milne. Any word from Dolores?
No, nothing. I need the plane this morning in about an hour.
I'll be ready, sir.
You may have to consult your maps. It's a very small island, Corrito Santos. No, not far from Cuba. I have a dear friend who is a planter there.
If it's on the map, we'll find it, Mr. Milne. Excuse me, sir, but do you think you should go? You don't look so well.
I'm not well, Mr. Slattery. Perhaps this little trip will make me feel better. We'll be going alone, just you and I. Mr. Gregory is in town today.
Yes, Miami Radio. This is NC-2975 calling Miami Radio. NC-2975 calling Miami Radio. Over.
NC-2975. This is Miami Radio. Go ahead.
Miami Radio. This is NC-2975. I'm 90 miles southeast Miami. Coming in 1,000 feet. Will Slattery, pilot. R.J. Milne, M-I-L-N-E, owner of plane, died a few minutes ago during flight. Heart attack. Please make arrangements for ambulance at R.J. Milne Estate. Notify coroner's office. Confirm, please.
This is Miami Radio. Roger, will call. Out.
Hello?
Will, this is Dolores.
Dolores, where are you?
Never mind that. I just read in the newspaper about Mr. Milne. Will, did you find anything?
Like what, for instance?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, did you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. An envelope full of something. He had it under his shirt. Just before he died, he begged me to throw it out.
But you didn't.
Didn't I? Now, where are you? Are you all right?
Please, Will, you've got to get out of there. You don't know what they'll do to you, Gregory.
I know all about it. I know what I'm doing. I just want to know where you are.
Sorry. I should have known better to try to talk to you.
Now, baby, don't say that. Just listen to me for a minute, will you? Hello? Hello? Operator. Operator, the possible tracer called for me. I was just speaking
to... Milne always carried it taped to his chest. Business papers. I want it.
I haven't seen any papers.
You're a very smart boy, Slattery. Don't start being a fool now. You've been working for us. We've been paying you. No questions asked, no trouble. Very comfortable. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah. This used to be an easy job before I knew anything about it. But now I know. That makes it tough.
So?
So I want more dough. $500 a week, and I want you to talk real nice and friendly to me. like Mr. Milne did. And I want you to call me Mr. Slattery. I like that.
Well, you'll give me the envelope. You have no use for it now.
Sure, I'll give it to you. But then what happens? You knock me off, huh? Don't try it, Mr. Gregory. You knock me off and you're dead, too. I've got a letter in a safety deposit box in the bank. It's addressed to the cops. It tells them all about you. So if you want to keep healthy, I've got to keep healthy, too.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about, is there? We have a deal, Mr. Slattery. You'll make a lot of money. You'll be very happy. Oh, I almost forgot. This letter came for you today. Forgive me for opening it. And my congratulations.
Navy Department?
Yeah, it looks very official. You're a hero. They're going to give you a medal.
Navy Cross.
Yes, try to keep sober for the ceremonies, Mr. Slattery. We'll talk some more business after you get your medal.
That was the end of the free ride. Gregory punched your ticket, and he punched it good. You were in it up to your ears now. And on top of that, you had the guts to accept the Navy Cross. The Navy thought a lot of you that day, didn't they, Slattery? Full dress parade, people in the grandstand, even an admiral making a speech.
Willard F. Slattery, Lieutenant, United States Naval Reserve, for extraordinary heroism in an air-sea engagement off the Marianas Islands on August 6, 1944, for single-handedly sinking the Japanese light cruiser, Zagaho, thereby contributing materially to the success of his squadron. His skilled airmanship, courage, and devotion to duty upheld the highest traditions of the United States Naval Service. For the President of the United States, John L. Sullivan, Secretary of the Navy. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Company, hands, look!
What's your hurry?
Aggie.
You don't think I'd miss this, do you? Do you mind if I kiss you in public?
What was that for?
For a lot of things. I'm proud of you, Will.
Harvey's still at Pensacola?
Yes, he'll be back tonight.
Come on, let's get out of here. I told Aggie there was nothing to worry about. No, of course not. Just walk in, tell a guy you're going to take his wife away from him. Sorry, Harvey, but Aggie and I decided we don't need you anymore. Aggie and I. You decided it, Slattery. The big hero with the Navy Cross. Somebody else reviewed your case that day, too, didn't he? And he did a good job. A doctor at the General Hospital. Hello?
Mr. Slattery?
Yes?
This is Dr. Ross at the General Hospital.
General Hospital?
That's right, Mr. Slattery. You're acquainted with a girl named Dolores Greaves.
What about her?
She's a patient here. Mr. Slattery, I'd like to see you as soon as possible. Can you come here?
Yes, sure. I'll leave right away.
Attended the ceremonies this morning at Master Field, Mr. Slattery. You were given a medal, I believe.
How is Dolores, Dr. Ross?
Miss Greaves was found at the field, unconscious. I made the diagnosis. It was reasonably easy. She's in one of our psychiatric wards.
I just can't believe it.
No, nobody ever does. I had quite a talk with Miss Greaves. You're aware she was very much in love with you? And as a matter of fact, it was more than love. She depended on you.
I don't know whether she did or not. Anyway, what's that got to do with it?
The fact that she might not be here if you did.
Now, look, Doctor, I had nothing to do with it.
I didn't say you did. I only said that it appears that Miss Greaves was very much in love with you. But apparently she felt you were someone she could depend on.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor.
Suppose you wait a minute. I know I'm exceeding my authority in talking to you like this, but if you treated her like a human being, using a little sympathy, a little understanding, things might have been quite different for her. Now, if you care to tell me your side of the story.
There is no other side. May I see her, please?
Please go, Will. Please. I don't want you to see me like this.
Don't turn away, honey. It's all right. Why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, but you wouldn't listen.
I didn't know.
You didn't want to know. You didn't want to know about anything, not about me or Milne or Gregory, not even about yourself. I'm not blaming you. It's my own fault. You didn't ask me to follow you around like a baby. You even warned me it was just all for laughs. I made a mistake and fell in love.
I want to help, honey. I'd do anything.
You can't help me, Will. Nobody can.
Don't talk like that. You've got to get well. Dr. Ross told me you were at the field. That must have handed you a laugh, watching me get a medal. But don't kid yourself that I think medals mean anything. It's what people do that counts, and I didn't do so good, did I? Look, baby, this medal. I don't deserve it. Keep it for me, will you? We'll make a deal. You get well, and I'll try to make up for the things I did. Then I'll come back for it, okay?
Just leave me alone.
I'll leave it here anyway. I'll be back tomorrow, honey, in case you want to see me.
Oh, Will. Will.
Hello, Aggie.
Will. Oh, Will, I'm so glad you're here. Hobby's back.
Back?
Yes, and he saw us in the car this morning. He started asking questions.
What did you tell him?
I told him we'd known each other before. I had to.
Well, what did he say?
That's just it. He won't say anything. He's been drinking, and now he won't even listen to me.
He'll listen to me.
Will, we've made a terrible mistake. You know that now as well as I do. Will, before it's too late,
Behold the bridegroom cometh. Hiya, lover boy.
Hobby, I want to talk to you.
You don't want to talk to me. You want to talk to Aggie. Go on, talk to her. Don't mind me, you never did.
All right, but you're going to listen to me. You've got the wrong angle on this, Hobby. This has all been my doing, not Aggie's. Sure, we knew each other before, but that was a long time ago. I'm the one that started it up again. I'm the one who tried to take her away from you.
Nice going.
Yeah, but it didn't work out. You want to know why? I'll give you a very good reason. Aggie's not in love with me. She's in love with you.
Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe that from a guy like you?
You don't have to believe anything. Just look at her.
I don't want to look at her. You're the one I want to look at. Come on, fight. Fight. What's the matter with you? Fight!
Hello?
This is Commander Kramer, Mrs. Hobson. Has Lieutenant Hobson returned yet?
Commander Kramer? Oh, no, sir. He's not here.
Give me the phone.
Hobby, no.
Hello, Commander. This is Hobson, sir. I just got in.
That storm has intensified itself into a major hurricane, Hobby. It's an emergency, or I wouldn't call you.
I'll be there, sir.
The relief crews have evacuated all the other planes to Cherry Point. Yours is the only one left. How soon can you get here?
I'll say 30 minutes, sir. Better make it 40 in this rain.
Good. I'll have your crew standing by.
Yes, sir.
Hobby, you can't go.
No?
They'll court-martial you if you show up like this. And if you try to fly, you'll kill yourself. Darling, please, you've got to believe me.
Get away from me.
Will, you've got to stop him.
Yeah. That'll hold him for a while. The rest is up to you, Aggie. I've got to get out of here.
Hobby.
Still trying to contact Slattery, Commander. We can't get a signal.
Yeah, there's no use trying. He refuses to answer. Besides, if he's still alive, he's beyond transmission range by now. Why would he do a thing like this, Hobson? Why?
Help me out, sir.
Help you out?
I was in no shape for duty, sir, when you called me tonight. I've been drinking. Slattery, well,
But you got here as you said you would.
Yes, sir, I got here. Too late. You got any chance, Commander?
A light plane in a hurricane? You know the answer as well as I do. All right, Hardy, keep trying to contact him. Yes, sir. Alert your crew, Hobson. We'll give Slattery 10 minutes. After that, be ready to take off.
Yes, sir.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
a few moments, we'll return with the third act of Slattery's Hurricane. Our guest this evening is blonde, blue-eyed Marion Marshall, who used to be a cover girl before she came to the attention of 20th Century Fox. It's more exciting to be a starlet, isn't it, Marion?
Definitely, Mr. Keeley. I've enjoyed every part I've played. And for inspiration, there's always a set of a new picture to visit. Take Comedy Technique, for instance. I had a wonderful time seeing them do Mother Didn't Tell Me.
What a gifted comedian Dorothy McGuire turns out to be.
She's perfect as the young wife who discovers that being married to a doctor makes home life a little uncertain.
William Lundigan is the absent-minded physician who unintentionally neglects his wife.
Yes, and I love June Havoc as the other doctor's wife. She has a dry wit that delights you.
I understand June's been so busy with stage engagements she hasn't had much time for pictures. It's a pleasure to see her in Mother Didn't Tell Me.
A really accomplished actress, and also very easy on the eyes.
She certainly is, Mr. Kennedy. A real blonde beauty with fair, delicate skin. And I happen to know she's a Lux girl, has used Lux for years.
June is like so many famous stars who wouldn't trust their complexions to any other soap. That's because Lux toilet soap gives delicate skin the gentle, protecting care it needs.
Indeed it does. I find those Lux soap facials really work, Mr. Kennedy. They leave skin so fresh, really make it softer and smoother.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove how effective those facials are. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time. Thank you, Miss Marion Marshall, for being here tonight. Now, here's a shopping hint for women everywhere. Your store is featuring Lux toilet soap now. Be sure to put both the complexion and the big bath size on your shopping list. See what quick new loveliness this fragrant white soap will give your skin. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Slattery's Hurricane, starring Richard Conte as Slattery, Maureen O'Hara as Aggie, and Veronica Lake as Dolores. It's a long gamble Will Slattery is taking, flying out alone to meet the hurricane, to report its position and progress. To Slattery, the hurricane holds the answer to all his problems, the chance to square himself, for 1,000,000 to 1 chance of coming back alive. And now the black violence of the hurricane gathers itself with a thrust shoreward, and the light plane is little more than a leaf in the wind. But suddenly, Slattery sees a break in the storm, a patch of light and a quiet sea beneath, a great pocket surrounded on every side by the roaring elements.
This is it, the center, the heart, the eye of the hurricane. Well, what do you know, Slattery? You made it. Now you've got something to tell them back there. Master Tower from Slattery. Master Tower from Slattery, do you read me? Over. Master Tower from Slattery, do you read me? Tower from Slattery, have position. Do you read me? Come in, please. Come in.
Operations from Commander Kramer. Operations.
This is
from
operations. Go ahead, sir.
There has been no further contact with Grumman Mallard 2975. Pilot Slattery. Order direction finder networks to trace transmission, please. Grumman Mallard 2975. Advise Coast Guard on all ships in area. That is all.
Yes, sir. I will repeat the order. No further contact with Grumman Mallard 2975. Pilot Slattery.
Hold
Order
message
direction
operations.
finder.
Stand by.
Master Tower from Slattery. Tower from Slattery, do you read me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have position. Over.
Slattery, this is Kramer. I read you. Over.
I'm in the eye of the storm. I think I can give you everything you want. Have position by dual ADF. Are you ready? The storm center at 25.8 north, 76.9 west. Over.
Slattery, repeat position. Repeat position. Over.
Latitude 25.8 north, longitude 76.9 west. Over.
Roger, hold on. I'll check the charts.
He's right. That puts the center of the hurricane 240 miles north-northeast of where it was last night.
Slattery, can you see the ocean? Can you see the surface?
Sure, I can see it.
Can you see anything else?
Just a lot of sky and a lot of water. I'm in the middle of a merry-go-round. What else can I give you?
Stand by, Slattery. Stand by. Well, he's got the wrong dope. Razorback Island's only a mile away from his position. If he's where he says he is, he couldn't miss it. Slattery, your position does not check. Your instruments must be wrong. Your position does not check.
I've double-checked my instruments. That must be the correct reading. Over.
He must be lost. Slattery, I cannot confirm your position. Return to base. Do you read me? Return to base.
Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Slattery, what is it?
I almost hit something. Looks like an island. It's shaped like a big sleeping hog.
Razorback, he's got it. Slattery, your position verified. Do you hear me? Position verified.
Yeah, thanks.
Return to base.
For what? Court-martial? 20 years? Isn't that what you said?
We'll talk about that later. Are you all right, Slattery?
If the plane holds together, I'll be in.
Slattery, give Tower 10-minute reports on wind velocity and direction.
Roger.
Hello. Hello, give me operations.
Operations.
This is Commander Kramer, teletype, urgent. To Combined Forecast Center from Navy Hurricane Weather Central. Hurricane definitely will strike the coastal area. Order evacuations and boarding up procedures. Start immediately. Present position, Hurricane Eye follows. Latitude 25.8.
Yes, ma'am?
I'm Lieutenant Hobson's wife. Has he taken off yet?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Then he must be up in the tower. Is it all right
I'm
if I...
sorry, Mrs. Hobson. You can't go up. Emergency condition. If you care to wait here, I'll see if I can contact Lieutenant Hobson for you.
Thank you.
Navy Tower from Grumman Mallet. Navy Tower from Grumman Mallet. Mayday. Mayday. Do you read? Over.
Mayday. How do you think they're going to help you? Run up a ladder? The starboard engine's dying, wise guy. You're cooked. That engine isn't going to catch. Just fly her down. You're the guy that wanted it this way. Just fly her down.
Hello, Aggie. You shouldn't have come here.
Hobby, I was so frightened.
About Slattery, don't worry. He made the eye of the storm. He's on his way back.
No, Hobby, it wasn't Will. I was afraid you might be flying. I know how you feel. You have every right in the world. I don't know what to say except that I love you, Hobby. I always have, and I always will.
I have to stay here for a while yet.
Can I wait for you?
Wait for me. I just can't think, Aggie. Guy, you're going.
Come in, Slattery. Come in. Could not read last message. Are you all right? Repeat, please. Could not read you. Over.
Tower from Slattery. Tower from Slattery. Do you read me? Mayday. Lost one engine. Is Lieutenant Hobson available? Lieutenant Hobson, please. Over.
Stand by, Slattery. Lieutenant Hobson, please. Slattery's got guts, all right.
Notify Sea Rescue. No private plane is built for weather duty. All they can do now is... Oh, Slattery wants to talk to you, Harvey.
Yes, sir. Come in, Slattery. This is Hobson. Come in.
Tower from Slattery. Mayday. Won't be able to make it. Take this message, Hobby. Have information on narcotics smuggling ring. Information on narcotics smuggling ring. Information on their activities is in my safety deposit box. In bank. Corner of Collins and 15th. In bank. Corner of Collins and 15th. Do you read me? Do you read me?
I'll read you, Slattery. Over.
You heard him, sir.
Well, I don't know whether he's crazy or not, but pass it on to the Miami police right away.
Yes, sir.
This is Kramer, Slattery. Do you read? Give me your position. Come in, Slattery. Come in.
That was half an hour ago, Aggie, and we haven't had any word from him since.
Then you don't know if...
We don't know anything. Aggie, you You better go downstairs again. I'll ask Commander Kramer.
Lieutenant Anderson calling Commander Kramer. Commander Kramer, please. Over.
Go ahead, Anderson.
Ground control approach unit reports aircraft, sir. Has no radio. Approximately 3 miles from Masters Field.
Holy Pete, he made it. He's coming in, Hobby.
I don't know how he'll ever bring it down in this.
If anybody can, he can.
Plane approaching, sir. Plane circling the field.
All right, emergency crew on station. Emergency crew on station. Stay here, Hobson. The rest of you men outside. We're taking you to the hospital, Slattery. The ambulance is outside.
I'm all right, Commander. I walked off the field, didn't I?
Well, I'd feel a lot better when a doctor tells me you're all right.
Did you get my message?
Yes, your position was right. We lost contact with you right afterwards.
No, not that message. I sent a message about a statement.
That's been taken care of, too. Incidentally, Slattery, there'll be no charges filed against you.
Thank you. Hobby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything.
Take it easy, Will. By the way, if you haven't any objections, we'll go to the hospital with you, Aggie and I. Okay, Commander?
Okay, Lieutenant. Now help him out of here.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Turn up the radio, Mr. Hardy. I'd like to hear what the weatherman has to say.
Yes, sir.
Coastal area within the next 2 hours. The storm has risen to hurricane intensity. Thanks, however, to the advance warning provided by the efforts of the Air Force, the Navy, and the Weather Bureau, residents of the coastal areas have ample time in which to evacuate to higher ground. The authorities urgently warn against
That's enough, Hardy.
any
Turn it
delay,
up. Yes,
according to recent...
Well, we've forgotten something.
Sir?
This hurricane boiled up so fast we never gave it a code name. What was it on the last one?
Messy Tessie, sir.
Yeah. The one before that?
Whirling Joe.
Well, there's nothing funny about this one. Let's just name this one Slattery's Hurricane.
Military Air Transport Service Flight 27 for San Francisco, Pearl Harbor, and Guam. Will the following please report to dispatcher, Lieutenants Davis, Bennett, Slattery, and Flynn. Lieutenants Davis, Bennett, Slattery, and Flynn.
Oh, Slattery.
Well, hello, Commander.
It's all right. I've cleared you with the dispatcher. I just came down to wish you luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
I also want to tell you that I'm glad that you're back in the regular service again.
It's good to be back, sir.
You're a lucky guy, Slattery. That crack-up of yours would have killed anybody else. What's that head of yours made out of, anyway?
Bones, solid bones, sir. You can't hurt that.
Well, there's somebody else who'd like to wish you luck. He's all yours, Miss Green.
Dolores, you look wonderful.
I'm all well now, and I'm going to stay that way. You don't have to worry about me anymore. You look pretty wonderful yourself, Will.
It's the uniform.
I brought this, Will, your Navy Cross. I don't need it anymore. I thought you were coming back for it.
Keep it for me, will you? Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
MATS Flight 27 now ready for departure. Will Lieutenant...
You always said I kissed like a little girl.
I did? I said that? Solid bone, all right. Not a brain in my head.
The curtain falls on Slattery's Hurricane, and here are our stars who certainly deserve your applause. Maureen O'Hara, Richard Conte, and Veronica Lake. Maureen, have you ever been in a hurricane?
No, thank you. Ordinary March weather is enough for me.
What's the old saying, if March comes in like a lion? does something like going
Well,
out like
it came in like a lion in the Lux Radio Theater.
In Oklahoma, it came in like a leopard, a very spotty month.
Maureen, every time you visit us, I'm reminded how gorgeous your Lux complexion looks in Technicolor.
Thank you, Bill. I've always been a Lux girl.
Veronica, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. What became of that hairdo you used to have? You know, where you wore it over one eye.
Well, I tell you, I just combed it back. I wanted to see how the other half lives.
Well, it's very becoming, Veronica, and we enjoy looking at the other half of a lovely Lux complexion.
You know, Lux has always been my favorite complexion care.
Can you tell us what play you have for next week, Bill?
One of the best love stories ever written, Maureen, because next week's drama is Little Women. Our play is adapted from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's superb motion picture, and we'll have 3 of the original stars of the picture: June Allison, Peter Lawford, and Janet Leigh. 3 great stars in a story enjoyed by generations of Americans. Perfect entertainment for the whole family. So don't miss June Allison as Jo, Peter Lawford as Laurie, and Janet Leigh as Meg in Little Women.
We'll be looking forward to it, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and many thanks to you all.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood.
An all-occasion glove with a novel drawstring adjusts to 3 different lengths. Short for suits, bracelet length for afternoon, and full length for evening. Maureen O'Hara has ordered several pairs in pastel fabrics to complement her spring and summer wardrobe. Of course, her gloves, like her washable dresses and blouses, get gentle Lux Flakes care. She knows how easily wrong washing methods fade delicate colors. Actual washing tests prove mild, safe Lux Flakes care keeps colors excitingly lovely up to 3 times as long. Be sure to get Lux Flakes tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents June Allison, Peter Lawford, and Janet Leigh in Little Women. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Maureen O'Hara appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Under My Skin, starring John Garfield. Richard Conte also appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose next release will be the Technicolor production Wabash Avenue, starring Betty Grable and Victor Mature. Heard in our cast tonight were Stephen Dunn as Hobson, Bill Conrad as Kramer, Alan Reed as Milne, and Frederick Tozer, Larry Dobkin, Bill Johnstone, George Neese, William Green, Eddie Marr, and Bob Griffin. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, and Janet Leigh. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Radio Theater brings you Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens in Fallen Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we introduce you to 3 fascinating characters, thrown together by mere chance and bound together by misfortune. They motivate 20th Century Fox's thrilling mystery, Fallen Angel, a story of the almost perfect crime and a marriage that follows strange paths to an unexpected ending. Appearing in the role she played so ably on the screen, we're fortunate in having Linda Donnell, an artist as beautiful as she is gifted. Co-starred with Linda is Ireland's lovely gift to Hollywood, Maureen O'Hara, plus a gentleman whose rise to stardom has been, to say the very least, sensational, Mark Stevens. 3 great stars in Fallen Angel. On to our play and the opening act of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Donnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's shortly after 10 o'clock at night. At a little town along the California coast, an interstate bus has just come to a stop. The driver walks back to one of his passengers and shakes his arm impatiently.
Come on, Pally, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
I seen that sleeping act before. You know your ticket ran out the last stop?
How much is San Francisco?
$2.25.
I guess I better leave you here.
Yeah, I guess you better.
Where are we?
The town's called Walton. Grab your grip. You're holding us up.
Fine.
Sorry, mister, just closing up.
Cup of coffee, please.
Didn't you hear me? I said...
And a hamburger? Well done, with onions.
Okay, sit down. I'll get you something. What are you saying just now, Mr. Judd? What happened when you were on the police force?
Well, I was saying that I handle plenty of suicide cases, and my experience tells me that Stella's not the type. She'll be back, Pop.
She's been gone 3 days, Mr. Judd. 3 days and not a word.
Why haven't you told the police?
Stella's a good girl. Just a girl who works here. Just a waitress, but she's a good girl. If I called in the police, whole town would start talking. Here you are, mister. Coffee and a ham sandwich. Best I can do this time of night.
Thanks. Cigarette, Mr. Judd?
No, thanks. Never touched them.
Stella.
I knew you'd be back, Stella. I was just telling Pop.
Stella, are you okay? Are you all right?
I'm hungry.
Sit down. I'll fix you something to eat right away.
Well, good night, Stella. See you tomorrow, Pop.
Good night, Mr. Judd. Stella, you'll come back to your job here, everything like it was, as if you never went away? Stella, you sure look tired.
So what? I went away and now I'm back.
Where'd you go, Stella?
Where do you think I went? Home. I don't want to talk about it.
What are you, Pop?
It's okay. Forget it. It's okay.
It's not okay. Let him pay for what he got.
30 cents.
Hotel in town?
A block over in 2 North. Can't miss it.
Good night, Stella.
And who was that?
Got me, Stella. Just a fella who dropped in.
Hmm.
Mr. Ellis, I presume.
Yes?
My name's Stanton.
What are you doing in my hotel room? The clerk downstairs
I was
said
about to register for a room, Mr. Ellis, when I saw the poster in the lobby. Professor Madley's in town.
He'll be here tomorrow. What about it?
Professor Madley, psychic extraordinary, will bring you a personal message from your dearly deceased. That's what the poster said, Mr. Ellis. Who are you? The advance man?
That's right. Some nerve. Telling the clerk you're a friend of mine.
I'm really a friend of the professor's from the good old days.
Well, that's different. A friend of the professor's. Then you'll be glad to do him a favor, won't you? Lend-lease him $30.
$30? Oh.
What's so funny? I'd like to laugh, too.
I came here to put the bite on you.
Beat it. Put on your shoes and get out of here.
Hey, what would my friend the professor say?
I got enough to aggravate me.
Relax. I'll get you out of it.
With what? You're broke, aren't you? I've got to have $15 by tomorrow noon or lose the hall downstairs and my deposit.
What about the professor? Don't spooks usually come through with an advance sale?
Sure, when there's nobody to stop them. I've sold exactly 7 tickets. Why? Because there's a certain dame in town who doesn't believe in spooks. She's not only the daughter of an ex-mayor, but the president of the Women's Club. What she says goes.
You're in Charmer.
Miss Clara Mills will have no truck with me, my friend, not even on the phone.
Well, let's sleep on it.
No, I said.
Naturally, I'll sleep here. You're in trouble, man. I got to pull you out of it. I'll call on Miss Mills myself. Oh, any toothpaste?
In the bathroom.
Thanks. I hope I like your brand, Mr. Ellis. If you'd only listen to me, Miss
You're
Mills.
wasting your time, Mr. Ellis.
And mine.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Ellis, Miss Mills. I'm not part of the Professor's spook act either. My name's Stanton, Eric Stanton.
Sorry, Mr. Stanton, I'm busy.
So is Professor Madley. Appointments with the dead from coast to coast. And yet this soul of generosity finds time to drop in Walton and deliver a message of hope.
Yes, for money. He's a charlatan, a fraud.
Now, look, Miss Mills, he and Mr. Ellis are just a couple of struggling artists trying to make a living, like fortune tellers or vaudeville team.
I won't let the poor, gullible people of Walton be fooled. If my father were alive, these fakers would never have gotten a license.
Your father? The mayor?
Yes.
And what if your father had some message to give you from the beyond? Suppose he's depending on Professor Madley to...
Suppose you leave this house right now.
Suppose I do. But don't forget, Miss Mills, the seance is at 8 o'clock tonight. Walton Hotel.
June?
I heard, Clara.
Trading on people's sacred feelings. Everything that's dear held up to ridicule. Cheap, vulgar tricksters. Why, June, what's the matter?
I think he's right, Clara.
June.
I mean what he said about people trying to make a living.
Why can't they make an honest living?
Are we to judge?
Well, it's too late now. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is.
What?
We can buy 2 tickets. If we go, everybody else will. Shall I call the hotel?
No. Oh, I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Here he is now, Eric. Hey, Professor, over here.
Hello, Ellis. They told me at the hotel I'd find you over here. Hot lunchroom, eh?
And here he is, Professor, your old friend, Eric Stanton.
My old friend? I don't recall.
3 cups of coffee, huh, Stella?
I can't seem to place you, my friend.
Stop trying. We've never met before.
You never met, but last night you...
Glad to meet you now, though, Professor.
Delighted, Mr. Stanton. My assistant here tells me you work wonders.
Ever since the Mills sisters bought tickets, everybody in town's been trying to get in.
Oh, about the Mills sisters. They're coming over to get a message from their old man. Right, Professor?
I think it can be arranged. Dig up the vital facts, Ellis. Who was Mr. Mills, and what does he want to come back for?
Okay, see you later.
I'd better help you. Eric, my boy, you've got a great calling. Spook promotion.
You'd like to back that up with about $5?
Gladly. Here you are. I hope to see you in my rooms later. I have a fine collection of friendly spirits there. Scotch ancestry.
Mr. Stanton.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
You know, they thought a great deal of Mayor Mills in this town. You better be careful.
Much obliged, Mr. Judd.
So long, Stella. Oh, this is for you.
Thanks, Mrs. Judd.
What do you mean? This is for you.
Well, I happen to like that number on the jukebox. Any objections?
What does he do? Judd.
Came out here for his health. Used to be a big man in New York. Police force.
I'd come to the show tonight? Here, Professor Madley?
Are you asking me?
I'll be busy. Here's a ticket.
Never mind.
What's the matter?
I don't go places alone.
Okay. Skip it. Here. Owe you some money.
Yeah.
You change your mind about tonight?
I won't change my mind. Maybe you'll change yours.
Yeah. Maybe I will, Stella.
Good people of Walden, you have just heard from the spirits of your departed loved ones, who, through me, returned here tonight to tell you how happy they are in their eternal reward. And now we have come to our last and most difficult experiment.
Clara, do you think we should stay? We came, didn't we? Of course we'll stay. Look, there he is. Who? That Mr. Stanton.
No peace or contentment.
Who's that with him, Clara? That
Abraham
girl?
Mills.
I don't know. Quiet, dear.
I can feel his troubled spirit trying to get through from the beyond. Yes, Abraham Mills, I can hear you. You are troubled because your daughter Clara has lost the fortune you left her, the bonds, the orange groves. Yes, you cannot understand how she could have trusted that man. Martin. John Martin.
Clara!
He came here after you passed on. He talked her into selling everything.
We'd better leave.
Why didn't she ask the police
Do
for
this,
help when he ran
please.
away with the money?
Oh, I never should have made you come. I'm
You
so
will
sorry.
find peace, Abraham Mills, only when you know that Clara will guard the last of the inheritance for herself and her sister, $25,000. You may rest now, Abraham Mills. Your message has been delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, the seance is over.
Gee, Eric, you knew everything. I'd sure love to have my fortune told.
I could tell her better myself.
I'm serious.
So am I. Come on. Let's go somewhere. I'll tell your fortune.
Well, are we going to sit here on the beach, or are we going in there and dance?
I thought you wanted your fortune told.
I do.
Okay. Well, for one thing, you don't belong in a one-armed joint, like Pop's lunchroom.
No?
You got style, Stella. Ah, beautiful style. You inherited that. Your father was a leading citizen, rich. And he trusted people too much.
And?
Your mother? Let me see your hand again. Sorry. Her line seems to have run out.
So is yours. My mother runs a boarding house in San Diego, and my old man came from a long line of drunks.
Oh. Well, anyway, there's a man in your life. Tomorrow he's going to San Francisco. You're going to lie awake, unable to forget him.
And what can I do about it?
Kiss me, for one thing.
Satisfied?
Not nearly.
Too bad, because that's all the kisses you're going to get. It's okay for kids, Mr. Stanton, but not for me. Where are you from, anyway? What do you do when you don't tell fortunes?
I'll beg them for others. I passed actresses, directors, producers through a publicity mill, and they come out famous. The names in all the papers.
You know people like that?
I know all the people in all the places, like 21, Store Club. Ah, that's where you belong, Stella. Smothered in mink. I can see you there.
And do you see me with a wedding ring on my finger and somebody to give me a home?
Sure, Stella, sure.
Oh, no, you don't. I said no more kisses, and I meant it. You talk different, sure, but you drive just like the rest. Well, you got the wrong girl.
Come here.
Take your hands off me.
Come here.
Tomorrow you're going, and where does that leave me?
You go with me.
What on? You got into town with $1 in your pocket. You're a fake.
Why, you little gyp. Don't you think I got eyes, too? I saw you in Pop's place, stealing door of the cash register, and you call me a fake. Okay, Stella. I guess that's that, huh?
I'll say it is.
Go on, then. Go back to your one-armed joint and wait for somebody to come and marry you. I'll be seeing you sometime. Maybe.
But, Eric, my boy, the car's outside. We're on our way to Frisco.
I changed my mind, Professor. I'm not going.
But we need you.
I can't be tied down. Cramps my style.
What a pity. Oh, well, here. Little advance in case you choose to join us later.
Thanks. Oh, you might drop me off at Pop's lunchroom.
The charming little waitress? I think I understand.
Then let's go, Professor. Hello, Stella.
What do you want?
I can't make up my mind.
If it's coffee, you'll have to wait. I just opened up.
I know. Saw the sign. Closed till 6 o'clock on Sundays. I've been waiting.
Why?
Stella, my bus leaves in 15 minutes.
Got a nickel?
Here.
Thanks.
I just came by to say, well, I'm sorry about last night.
Save it.
Do we have to listen to that music?
I like it.
Nothing you want to tell me?
No.
Don't give me that act.
What act?
You know what I mean.
Hello, Stella.
Hello, Pop.
Okay, Stella. So long, for good.
Well, what bit him?
Nothing. Just trying to make his bus, I guess. Gosh, I sure like that tune.
Slowly, you stirred in my arms.
Okay, Stella. This finishes it, baby. You'll never see me again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eddie.
Always leave him laughing, don't you?
Oh.
Your landlady wasn't very hospitable. Said if I wanted to see you, I had to wait in the street.
I thought you left town.
I got on the bus, and I got off. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Talk.
Don't give me that smile.
Okay, I don't smile. Well, I thought you had something to... Stop trying to kiss me. Look, you better beat it.
Stella, I never said this before to anybody, ever. I'll marry you, Stella, if that's what you want.
You? Don't kid me.
I'm not kidding.
Last night
I didn't know you, but I know you now. I know I couldn't pull out of here with the professor. I get on that bus. I can't get away without you, Stella.
What's in it for me?
A ring on your finger, What you said you wanted.
What goes with it? I want a home.
I'll get it for you.
With what?
For $12,500.
Now, where would you get $12,500?
What's the difference? As long as I get it.
By murdering somebody?
Talk
You gonna
sense.
steal it?
Listen,
I
Stella.
don't even know you.
You know one thing. We're going to get married once I get that cash.
Maybe it'll get me in trouble. I don't want to get in any trouble.
You won't. Not the way I'll get it. I'm not even telling you how. You just sit tight and wait for me. That's all. Just wait for me.
All right, Eric. I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait.
Hello?
Is this Miss Mills?
Yes.
Or Miss June Mills?
This is June Mills. Who's calling, please?
That's Mr. Stanton, Miss Mills. Eric Stanton.
Oh,
Miss Mills, do you suppose I could see you? Oh, really, I'd like to talk to you very much.
that's impossible, Mr. Stanton. Besides, I'm just leaving for church.
Church? On Monday morning?
I happen to be the organist, and Monday mornings I practice.
Well, couldn't I see you there?
The doors of the church are open day and night. Anybody is welcome.
Even me?
Even you, Mr. Stanton.
I'll see you in church, Miss Mills. Goodbye. 25 grand. One half of 25 grand is $12,500.
Our stars, Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens, will return in a moment with Act Two of Fallen Angel. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell as Stella, Maureen O'Hara as June, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's half an hour later. In the church, June sits at the organ, unaware that Eric has walked silently toward her down the empty aisle.
You play beautifully, Miss Mills.
Oh,
Oh, now look, Miss Mills, you can't stay angry at me forever.
can't I?
Well, when a fellow says he's sorry, the least you can do is forgive him.
All right, I forgive you.
You're not through practicing.
Yes, I'm going home now.
Then I'll walk with you. You know, I'm glad I stayed over in Walton. Now I have a chance to square things with you and your sister.
That might not be so easy.
You still think I tried to hurt her?
Whether you tried or not, you did.
It's so easy digging up that information. Everybody in town seemed to know about it. Only did it to help the professor. I try to help one person. Someone else always gets hurt.
Of course. You live by impulse. You never bother to think if you're following the wrong impulse.
I see you don't stop at music. You read books, too. But books are phony.
So are some people.
At least they're alive. But you're scared to live, Miss Mills. That's why you bury yourself in books and music.
Maybe you're the one who's scared, not I.
How come?
Because you don't know what you want. Do you?
You know, you didn't know me so well. I might ask you something.
Well?
Have dinner with me tonight.
No, I can't do.
You see, you're afraid to step out of your tower.
No, it isn't that.
Your sister?
Of course not.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid. Why should I be?
Yeah. Why should you be? Should we say 7 o'clock?
All right. 7 o'clock will be fine.
Thank you, Miss Mills. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton. Oh, it's after 1, Eric. I think we'd better say goodnight.
Couldn't we just sit on the porch, talk for a minute?
For a minute, then.
Enjoy yourself tonight?
Well, we saw a movie. We danced. I had my first taste of scotch.
Oh, you like it?
It tasted like soap. Eric, why did you ask me out tonight?
Oh, no special reason. You're very pretty. You interest me.
In what way?
I can't define it. Maybe it's your charm, your talent. Ever think of a career?
Sometimes. But I know my limitations.
One shouldn't set a limit on what one can do.
That sounds as if it came out of a book, and not a very good one.
There goes that mind again. Well, there's still one thing we haven't done tonight. Not yet, anyway. But don't worry.
We've skipped something?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to kiss you, make you unhappy.
Unhappy?
One kiss goes a long way with you, June. You need a guy who'll take it the same way. Save all of your good nights for him.
What makes you think I wanted you to kiss me?
Didn't you? Hey, where you going?
To read a phony book and go to sleep. Good night.
Morning, Stella.
Hello.
I waited outside your rooming house till after 3 this morning.
That's nice.
Where were you?
Around.
Oh, that guy? Same guy you told off the other night? Name's Atkins, isn't it? Owns jukeboxes all over the country. He's got dough, huh?
Oh, will you leave me alone? It's too early.
Wait a minute. That wristwatch. It's new, isn't it?
Like it?
Where'd you get it, Stella? He gave it to you, didn't he? Atkins?
Will you let go of my arm? Wait till we're married to ask me questions. Till then, I don't have to tell you a thing.
We're as good as married right now.
Oh, sure.
You're dropping out of circulation, Stella. When you go out, it'll be with me.
You've got a steady date with Miss Mills. I happened to see you last night at the Roadhouse.
I'm only doing that for you.
A lot of good it's doing me.
It will. A couple of days.
Okay. A couple of days. But that don't mean forever.
Morning, Stella.
Good morning, Mr. Judd. Coffee as usual?
Coffee as usual. Something still bothering this young man, Stella?
Sure looks like it, huh? I wonder what it could be.
Oh, I'm glad you stopped by, Eric. Except Clara and I are about to drive downtown.
Yes, are you ready, June?
I'll get the car out.
I'm leaving tomorrow. Want to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Can we drop you off someplace now?
Well, matter of fact, I'd like to go with you. You mind?
Of course not. Come along.
You know, this is a nice town. You're gonna hate to leave it.
Will you be coming back?
Well, it depends.
On what?
On what there is to come back for.
Here's the market, June.
Talk to Eric, Clara. I'll only be a minute.
What would you come back here for, Mr. Stanton?
For June?
I gathered as much. June talked about nothing else but you since she met you.
My cards are on the table, Miss Mills.
Good. I want you to leave June alone. We don't know who you are or where you're from. What do you do?
Nothing. You'll also be interested to know that I haven't got a bank account. Because I haven't any bank...
Our money's in San Francisco, Mr. Stanton. Half of it belongs to June. But it's in a bank where nobody can touch it until she meets the right man.
Well, maybe I'm not the right man, after all.
Then you won't see her again.
Suppose we leave that up to June, huh?
I'm afraid I'll have to.
Matter of fact, I planned a little beach party for tonight. Do you think she'll accept my invitation?
I'm sure she will, no matter what I say.
Well, one thing's nice, Miss Mills. It's nice to know where we stand, you and I.
Oh, the fire feels good, Eric. It's been such a wonderful night. I could shut my eyes and listen to the surf and fall fast asleep.
I'd hardly call that a compliment.
Oh, but it is a great compliment.
Sleepy?
Uh-huh.
Close your eyes, then. You know, if I've accomplished nothing else, at least I've made you like one of the things I like. The beach at night, hot dogs, a fire.
Oh, you think all I do is read big, heavy books, don't you? Well, I don't. For years, I've been saving ads out of magazines. And sometimes I feel like I'm the girl in the ads. Soft, alluring, gowned by Schiaparelli.
If I had money, I'd dress you like the ads, June. You'd have that Schiaparelli gown.
Oh, it isn't that important.
Would be. When I took you to the theater, the concerts. Did you ever hear the San Francisco Symphony?
On the radio.
Oh, it's nothing like being there, June. Nothing. That's really a thrill, especially when Ferranti conducts. He's going to tomorrow afternoon.
Ferranti?
Maybe we could meet him. I have connections in Frisco. Big people, June. We could leave Frisco in the morning, make it in plenty of time, all right?
No.
Your sister?
Yes.
You gotta do everything she says?
No, but I...
Well, I guess after tonight it's goodbye.
I guess it is.
I were just another person, the right person. Could have gone on like this forever. Just the two of us, like a dream.
A beautiful dream.
New York, Frisco, getting all those things in the ads. Going everywhere together, to the concerts, hearing famous people play. Why, you might even become famous yourself. A great career. Why, we might even... June? June, are you awake? Oh, how do you like that? $12,500 and fast asleep.
Who is it?
Eric, I got to talk to you, Stella.
I'm listening.
Open the door.
What do you want to do anyway? Wake up the whole neighborhood?
Let me in. What are you afraid of?
We'll talk in the doorway. Well?
I can't tell you. I can't go through with it like I planned. The money. It's going to take too long to get it.
I thought so. You didn't stand a chance.
No, it isn't that, Stella. Look, you know how I feel about you. You got to believe in me. I want you, Stella. I'm nuts about you.
That wasn't the deal.
What of it? I'll still get you everything you wanted. I got ideas that work. Pay off big. Come on. Let's get out of here tonight.
I'm taking no chances.
Stella, listen.
Sorry, but I stick to a deal. Good night, honey.
Hello?
Eric. Oh, I'm so glad.
Hello, Joan.
I was afraid you might have left, Eric. I want to go with you today.
To San Francisco?
Yes, to the concert. There's a train at 9 o'clock. We'll pick you up on our way to the station.
We?
Clara's going, too. She has got to go to San Francisco anyway to take care of some business at the bank.
That's swell, Joan.
Thank you, Eric. We'll pick you up in 20 minutes.
May I help you, sir?
Huh? Oh, no, thanks. I'm just waiting for Miss Mills.
I believe she and her sister just went to the safe deposit vault.
Yeah, I know. Oh, is there a public phone here in the bank?
Other side of the lobby, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you are.
Sorry. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. I was making a phone call. Oh, June. Great luck. I found him in.
Who?
Somebody very important.
Who, Eric?
Wait till you meet him. I said we'd be right over.
Clara?
Go along if you like. I'll meet you after the concert.
After the concert? Or you going to the concert with us? Just meet us in front of the auditorium at 2:30 sharp, okay?
Very well. I'll be there 2:30.
Come on, June. We got to hurry.
There she is, Eric, in the lobby. Clara!
Hello, Clara. Sorry we're so late.
You'll be interested to know, Mr. Stanton, that the symphony opens its season next week. But I suppose you were quite aware there'd be no concert today.
He knew it all along, dear.
June, what are you trying to tell me?
That we're married.
Married?
That's right, Clara. Here's the evidence. Certificate of marriage. That's where we've been. City Hall.
June, you don't know what you've done.
But, darling, I do.
I'll have it annulled.
Clara, please. This isn't quite as sudden as you think.
Well, what's the verdict?
I hope you'll be very happy.
Thank you, Clara.
What are your plans?
Well, I'd like to go home first and get a few things together. Then we could go away someplace for a little while. All right, Eric?
Fine. We'll go back to Walton right away. Oh, I'd like to find a bank first. This envelope here.
What's in it, dear?
Oh, just a few papers. Rather not keep carrying them around, though. They ought to be in the safe deposit box.
You can leave them in our bank, in our box.
But the box is in your name and Clara's, isn't it?
Will you be needing the papers soon?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Then let me take it. I'll put it away for you.
Oh, that's swell of you, Clara. Thanks a lot.
What do you mean, June? Eric's left the house.
He's gone, Clara.
But where? Surely he must have said something.
No, nothing. I came upstairs. He was in the living room. He said something about coming right up. That was over an hour ago.
Eric!
It's no use, Clara. The chain's off the front door.
He's left you. On your wedding night, he's left you.
No, Clara, no. Something's wrong. I know it. Something must be wrong.
The sign on the door says closed.
I had to see you alone. I've been waiting out there till Pop left.
Well, what's so important? Or can it wait till I lock up?
You're going to Frisco tomorrow, Stella?
Am I?
Yep. And tomorrow I'll have that money. All of it. You meet me up there and we'll go on
How
to...
do I know you'll have it?
Because I'm going to Frisco with her to get it.
Her?
June.
Well, I'm not going. And she won't either.
I think she will. It's her honeymoon.
Her what?
I married her this afternoon. It's the only way.
Congratulations.
Now, listen, we're not really married. I mean, we'll be divorced in no time. I haven't even kissed her. As a matter of fact, I can have it annulled.
Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Stella.
What do you want? She's your wife, not me. I don't run around with married men.
I did it for you, to get you what you wanted. Now, you keep your part of the deal.
Oh, sure, but she's got the ring on her finger. She's not so dumb. Well, neither am I.
Don't say anything you'll be sorry for, Stella. Don't do anything you might regret.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you and I made a deal. Do you think I'd do a thing like this? I was so crazy about you that
You and your deals. Go on home to your bride, mister. I never want to see you again.
Stella, Good night, Stella.
Sugar in your coffee, Eric? Cream? Isn't it silly? I don't even know how you like your coffee.
Why don't you say it? Where'd I disappear the last night?
I have nothing to say, Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry. But all of a sudden, there I was a married man. I had to go out for a drink. By the time I came back, you were asleep.
Eric, why did you see that girl in the lunchroom?
What girl?
Clara saw you.
You mean she went looking for me?
Something like that.
Well, that's fine. That sister of yours has been running your life up to now, but you better stay out of mine. Tell her that.
I was angry with her, too, at first, but she means well.
Yeah, what'd she tell you for? So you could have a good time worrying?
I didn't worry, Eric. Until that man came here to see you.
Man? What man?
His name is Judd. He's with the police. He's waiting now inside.
What? Tell him to come in.
Are you sure, Eric?
What do you mean, am I? What are you looking at me like that for?
Because that girl from the lunchroom, Stella Adams, was found murdered early this morning.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell, Maureen O'Hara, and Mark Stevens.
Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
Here's Act 3 of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Darnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. A car has just pulled away from the Mills residence. In it are Eric Stanton and a man named Judd. Eric's face is gray, expressionless. His lips scarcely move as he breaks a long silence.
When did it happen, Mr. Judd?
Oh, between 3 and 4 this morning. She was killed by a blow on the left temple. Weapon hasn't been found. You like Stella, huh?
Yeah, I liked her.
Here, you just got married. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You understand my position in this case. Chief appointed me special investigator.
Where are we going?
Stella's rooming house first. Pop's there and a fellow named Atkins. Strange, isn't it?
What is?
That a man doesn't spend his wedding night at home.
Who told you, Clara?
Clara said you never left the house.
Oh.
I happened to see you around myself.
You think I could have done it? Killed Stella?
I know you could have done it. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a no-good, cheap, chiseling rat.
Subtle, aren't you?
But don't get nervous, Mr. Stanton. You're not under arrest. Not yet.
Nothing new, Mr. Judd. Oh, who'd you pick up?
Name's Stanton, Chief. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
Oh, this might interest you, Mr. Judd.
Stella's wristwatch.
Yeah, the landlady found it under the porch step this morning. Whoever killed Stella must have dropped the watch.
I'd better take it. Atkins still waiting in the kitchen?
Yeah. Oh, here's his statement.
Oh, thanks. Better check up on his alibi. There's a phone in the store in the corner.
Right away.
Oh, you can go now, Pop.
Let me stay, Mr. Judd. She was a good girl. She never meant bad. Everybody liked her.
Yeah, everybody. Well, why don't you tell Mr. Stanton about it while I talk to Mr. Atkins?
I gave my statement to the chief, Mr. Judd.
Let's get down to facts, Mr. Atkins.
You know me. I operate jukeboxes around here.
And slot machines.
You don't believe my statement? And why not wait till the chief gets back? You told him to check my alibi.
That's how I check alibis, Mr. Atkins. You see this wristwatch? When did you give it to Stella?
I didn't give it to her.
I say you did.
I didn't.
You gave it to her. You gave her the watch, didn't you?
No,
I will try again, Mr. Atkins. You picked Stella up last night at 10:15. You were with her until 2.
We had dinner, drove down to the beach. She said she'd marry me.
Then you brought her home. And you came up here to kiss the bride, huh?
No, I didn't come up. I left right away. When it happened, I was 50 miles from here in a motor court in Glenold.
You did give her the watch, though, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Mr. Atkins, just for the record, so we can clean that up.
No, I never gave her any jewelry.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. Don't hit me again. Don't hit...
Yeah. Well, Mr. Stanton?
Look, don't try any of that rough stuff on me, see?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I just happen not to like his face.
I checked Atkins' alibi, Mr. Judd. The motor court says he was there all right.
Oh, sure. Now, you can leave any time you want to, Mr. Atkins. Where'd Pop go?
He's got a weak stomach. Said to tell you he went home.
But I didn't say you could leave. Now, perhaps you can tell us who might have murdered the girl, huh?
Could have been anybody. Pop, maybe. Maybe me. Maybe you.
Yeah, possibilities are many, Mr. Stanton. You came to this town for no obvious reason. You meet Stella. Spend some time with her. Then you meet another young lady. This one you marry. And on your wedding night, you walk the streets looking for young lady number 1.
You're accusing me, is that it?
Not yet. However, I wouldn't plan on any out-of-town honeymoon. We might need you any moment. Anything you want to say, Chief?
Not a thing, Mr. Judd.
Good day, Mr. Stanton.
Why, June, you're all packed. You're not going away now.
As soon as Eric comes home, we're leaving.
I won't let you go with him, June. Not after that girl was murdered.
He had nothing to do with it, Clara.
June, listen to me. Once I believed in someone, too. No matter what people said, I believed in him. I can't let you ruin your life, too. June, a man who went out after another woman the night of your marriage.
Maybe you're right, Clara, but I must give him every chance. I hardly know him yet. We're practically strangers. Together, maybe he'll change.
He won't change.
Maybe not, but at least I'll have tried. He's here, Clara. Goodbye, darling.
Hello, June.
Eric, there's a train in half an hour, and I thought...
Forget about the honeymoon. I'm going alone.
Running away?
What do you want me to do? Get framed, get my face beaten in? You bet I'm running away.
I'm going with you, Eric. You need me to get the money in San Francisco.
Who asked for money?
You need it.
You giving me your money?
No, I'm not giving it to you. It belongs to both of us now.
Okay. When this thing blows over, I'll pay it back to you. Every cent.
I'll get the car, Eric.
No. We gotta get on the highway without being seen. We'll hitchhike. It's gotta look as if we're just taking a walk. Now, that's different, isn't it?
I'm ready, Eric.
Okay. Come on. Shut off that water, will you?
I thought you might like a drink.
I sure would, but not water.
There's a bar downstairs.
What do you want me to do? Walk right into Judd's arms?
He probably isn't after you at all. There's no reason to be afraid.
Oh, no, murder rap's nothing. Sure, let's get out of this rat hole so he can pin it on me.
I didn't say we should leave.
No, but you meant it. The room's not good enough. Why don't you tell me off? You're sorry you ever came.
I'm not sorry. I wanted to.
What for? So you could drive me nuts with that quiet way of yours?
Eric!
What'd I bring you for anyway? I don't need your dough. If I'd gone on alone, I could have kept right on going. Yeah, and maybe I will. Keep right on going. It's me, June. Eric.
Come in.
Were you sleeping?
No, Eric. Did you get a drink?
I took a walk. June, I'm sorry. What I said before, just nerves, I guess.
It's all right, Eric.
Gotta go home.
No, in the morning we'll get the money at the bank.
Why do you waste your money on a guy like me?
I'm not wasting my money. I don't care what you do with it. Burn it up. Do anything you want with it.
Hey, take it easy.
If you had any consideration, you wouldn't even mention the money.
Okay. Anytime you want, they'll fix you up with a divorce, just like that. Just tell them how I lied to you, how I married you for your money. I'm wanted for murder, that I...
You didn't murder that girl.
Maybe I did. You never even asked me.
All I know is that I love you, Eric. Eric, won't you even kiss me?
Sit down, June. Let me tell you something about the guy you married. Before I came west, I had a publicity business in New York. Guy came along, wanted to buy me out. $15,000. I took it. We had a big celebration that night. A couple hours, I'd lost half of it back to him. The dice were loaded, but I couldn't prove it. Anyway, I came west. Chicago, Omaha, and Las Vegas. That's where I dropped the rest of the dough. When I was kicked off the bus at Walton, I had exactly $1 left. Why, go on.
I want to know everything about you.
All adds up to just one thing. A washout. I'm finished.
You're not finished, Eric.
Like I was 1,000,000 years old, with 1,000,000 jobs behind me.
Did you ever care very much for Stella?
I don't know. Guess I did. Even promised I'd marry her. Can't figure it out now. Would have lasted a couple of weeks. Maybe less. Anyway, that's all gone up in smoke. Like everything else in my fascinating life.
Maybe we can find what you want, Eric. When this is all cleared up, wouldn't it be better to go back to Walton?
Sure. Go back to the chair. Or is it the gas chamber in California?
You're innocent. There's nothing to worry about.
Listen, maybe that's the way it works in your books. But even as a kid, I was always getting beaten up for something I didn't do. That's when I learned to run away before it was too late.
You're tired, Eric. Lie down. Please. That's better. Now, tomorrow we'll go wherever you want.
June, why don't you just go home?
I want to be with you.
Why?
I need you, Eric.
You need me?
You're my husband.
Right out of that book again.
Yes, out of a book. We were born to tread the earth as angels, to seek out heaven this side of the sky. But they who race alone shall stumble in the dark and fall from grace.
Go on. Sounds good.
Then love alone can make the fallen angel rise, for only two can enter paradise.
I'm so tired, June. So tired.
4.5-minute eggs. I certainly married a man with a peculiar taste.
You can still get out of it.
Promise me you'll never say that again, Eric.
Okay.
Look out the restaurant window. It's 10 o'clock. The bank's open.
Hey, finish your breakfast. It can wait.
No, you need the money. Wait here for me, Eric. I'll be right back.
Beg your pardon, miss. Talk to you for a minute.
I'm so sorry, but I have some business in the bank.
Your name is Mills, isn't it? I mean, Stanton?
Yes?
I'm from the police. Where's your husband, Mrs. Stanton?
I don't know.
Where are you meeting him?
I'm not going to meet him.
Okay, lady. But you're wanted for questioning in Walton. Come along, please. Now, let's be sensible, Mrs. Stanton. Tell us where your husband is.
If he doesn't want to come back here, Mr. Judd, he must have a reason.
What reason could an innocent man have, assuming he is innocent?
He is. He never could have killed her.
No? Well, let's see what your sister has to say. Come in, Miss Mills.
June, dear. Are you all right?
Quite all right, Clara.
Now, Miss Mills, you identified this envelope, which was found in your safe deposit box, as the one Mr. Stanton gave you. Now, why did he want you to put it away?
He said it contained something valuable.
Would you like to see your husband's valuable document, Mrs. Stanton? Look, a blank piece of paper. Why would he do a thing like that?
I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. He knows that as his wife, you'd probably arrange for him to have access to the box. That's all he'd need to steal your money and use it to run away with Stella Adams.
You're only assuming that.
All right. But why shield a man who lied to you? who married you only for the money in that safe deposit box.
He didn't lie to me, and he isn't guilty. He ran away because he had to. He's always had to run away, even as a child when he was beaten for things he didn't do. I tell you, he didn't do it. He didn't. He didn't.
June, dear, don't.
Take her home, Miss Mills. You're responsible. See that she doesn't leave the house.
Cup of coffee, Mr. Judd?
Yeah, I guess it's force of habit, Pop. But it's not the same, is it?
No, Mr. Judd, it's not the same. With Stella gone, I think I'll sell the place.
Hello, Pop. Some coffee, please.
Mr. Stanton. Well, I knew you'd be back.
Yeah?
Give him his coffee, Pop, and then I'll take him to headquarters.
Thanks.
Enjoy San Francisco, Mr. Stanton?
No. No, I didn't. You see, I started to worry, Mr. Judd. I started to worry about you.
About me?
Yeah. A man whose health isn't good. Why are you working so hard on this case? Maybe you better slow down.
I don't like riddles, Mr. Stanton.
Neither do I. So I made a long-distance call. The DA's office in New York. A friend of mine works there. He assured me you were in perfect health when you came west. They retired you because you'd almost killed a man. Almost killed him in a routine investigation. Reminded me of Atkins. They'd have sent you up if it hadn't been for your good record. At least, that's what my friend told me.
Save it for the chief. Here you are, Pop.
Oh, you remember that wristwatch? The one that belonged to Stella? Ever find out who bought it for her?
Perhaps.
You know, you made your fatal mistake, Judd, when you had June arrested in Frisco. Oh, you scared me at first, all right. But then I began to think. And I kept right on thinking about that watch. I started a little routine investigation of my own. The result is that the Walton police will get a telegram from San Francisco. They'll know who bought that watch by tomorrow morning. That is, unless you admit it tonight. Shall we go?
Sit down.
Excuse me, Mr. Judd, but your gun's showing.
You don't mind if I finish my coffee? I said sit down.
You're insane, Judd. The police are waiting outside.
Perhaps I am insane. Perhaps this might have been the perfect crime if I hadn't dropped the watch. Although I doubt it. There's always some slip.
Always.
But you understand, don't you? You know what Stella was like. You couldn't get away from her either. Those evenings she went out with other guys while I was waiting for her in the shadow of the porch. Remember 3 nights ago when you brought her home and kissed her? I was standing there. Insane, huh? Perhaps. Night before last when she was out with Atkins. After he left, I went up. And when she told me she wouldn't wait any longer for my wife to give me a divorce, that she was going to marry that slot machine operator, I hit her. Unfortunately, I didn't remember my ring.
What ring?
Here, on my finger. It's a large, heavy ring.
Get out of my way, Mr. Stanton. I got his gun. I got it. I'm going to kill him. He murdered Stella. I'm going to kill him.
Pop, nobody's killing anybody. Not anymore.
Came in, isn't it, Stanton?
Yeah, I guess it is, Chief.
Heard everything you had to say, Judd. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, got a nickel, Pop? Thanks. For the jukebox. So long.
You gotta forget her, Pop.
I'll never forget Stella.
You will. Felt the same way myself until... Well, you'll find yourself, Pop.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Eric.
Hello, June.
Get in the car, Eric.
Sure. Where to, June?
To a place I don't think you've ever really known, darling. A nice place, Eric. It's called home.
This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, Dick Haynes, and Barry Sullivan in Do You Love Me? Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's music in the air. And our gift to you is a special musical package filled with laughter and romance, and decorated by 3 sparkling stars: Dick Haymes of The Matchless Voice, lovely Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan. They appear in 20th Century Fox's screen hit, Do You Love Me? The story of a lovely woman who not only finds herself, so far as poise and beauty go, but finds 2 ardent and persistent suitors in the bargain. Here's Act 1 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine Hilliard, Dick Haymes as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton, with John McIntyre as Herbert Benham. In the suburbs of Philadelphia stands a dignified, vine-covered cluster of buildings known as the Hilliard School of Music. For 100 years, each generation of Hilliards has devoted itself to the art of classical music and the advancement of the school. Today, the dean of the school is the last of the Hilliards, a serious young woman named Catherine, who, at this moment, has just concluded a report to the Board of Trustees.
My dear, that's the finest report we've heard in years. Thank you, Mrs. Crackle.
You've worked wonders with the school, Catherine. Wonders.
Now, what can you tell us about the Christmas Music Festival?
Well, as a matter of fact, Ralph and... Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Mr. Wainwright and I have a surprise for you.
Now, we all know that you two are engaged to be married. There's no need to be so formal.
Thank you, Mrs. Crackleton. It has been rather awkward, particularly since we're planning on being married right after the Christmas festival. Thank you. Now, getting back to the Christmas festival. As treasurer of the school, I'm delighted to say we have ample funds for the most ambitious concert we have ever undertaken.
And since you've all approved my request for a trip to New York, I'm leaving this afternoon to confer with the distinguished composer and conductor, Mr. Herbert Benham. And I think I can safely say that Mr. Benham and his orchestra will accept our invitation.
I will rise and go to thanks to Miss Hilliard.
Yes, and a pleasant journey.
And a quick return. I shall miss you, Catherine.
I shall miss you too, Ralph. I'll be back just as soon as I've arranged the program details with Mr. Benham.
But there just don't seem to be any seats.
I'll try the car ahead, conductor.
Oh, sorry, but that's a special car. Barry Clayton's band.
Oh, well, then I just stand in the vestibule. Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were leaning against the door. No seats inside?
No.
Well, you can't just stand. Come on in here. We've plenty of room.
Why, thank you.
Here, I'll take your bags. It's my Boy Scout training. Wolf Patrol. Well, how's this?
This will do splendidly, thank you. I think I'll just read for a while.
A good book?
Very. The influence of Bach on Wagner.
Oh, you like music?
Yes, intensely.
Well, good. Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah?
Tell the gang to pick up their instruments. We've got an audience.
Huh? Oh, put down your cards, boys.
And get ready to pay off that bet, Mr. Dillon. Oh, miss, you wouldn't mind if we tried out a number, would you?
Oh, no, not at all. I've pride myself on being able to concentrate no matter what goes on around me.
Oh, now, honey. Okay, boys, here we go. Let's see you concentrate now, miss, I tell you.
Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean all world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Tonight we dreams of me pursue you. Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I come closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? Tell me, do I send that certain feeling surging through you? If you love me, tell me that you do.
Well, how did
you like it?
Yes, sister, how'd we do?
I'm sorry, but I didn't like it.
$50, Barry, come on.
Relax, the bet's off.
Oh, no, you don't. You said the first time we played that tune for a female customer, she'd melt like butter in the oven.
I said the average woman would. This one here isn't a fair test.
Well, look at her. She's one of the most average-looking dames I ever saw.
Oh, no, she isn't, and I'll prove it to you. Madam, when you walk down the street, do men ever go... at you?
They most certainly don't.
There you are, Dilly.
Don't prove a thing.
It certainly does. The hottest number in the world wouldn't warm up a dame like that. She's ice water. If a mosquito ever bit that gal, Dilly, he'd get double pneumonia.
Hey, she's leaving.
Well, let her leave. And the bet's off.
I don't think that tomato likes you.
I'm worried to death. Come on, let's run through that number once again.
How pleased they were when I told them you'd conduct the Christmas festival for us. After all, Herbert Benham, well, you're quite a prize for us.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Now, tell me, what's the matter with you?
Matter with me?
Yes, what's wrong?
I don't quite know. Herbert, I met a man on the train.
What?
Oh, it's not what you're thinking. Oh, Herbert, what's wrong with me?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, last night, after I checked in at the hotel, I walked around the block for over an hour. Many men went by, all shapes, all ages, but not one of them went at me.
Well, should they?
Could that vulgar, raucous leader of a jazz band be right? Am I ice water? Would I give a mosquito double pneumonia?
Now, just a minute. Evidently, you met a low character on the train who reflected upon your ability to bring out the call of the wild. Is that your tragic tale?
You think I'm being ridiculous?
Oh, no. Your vanity was bruised, and naturally you rebelled.
It's an awful admission, but you're right.
Here, let me look at you. Well, it's sinful.
What's sinful?
Why, the way you hide those pretty eyes of yours behind those ugly spectacles, and your hair pulled up in a tight knot on top of your head, your figure all bundled up in this tailor-made atrocity. Catherine, have you ever thought of what you might look like?
Why,
Take off those glasses.
Take off my glasses?
Yes, and let down your hair. Come on. There's nothing like letting your hair down. That's better. Now, fluff it all out. Fluff it. Fluff. Makes all the difference in the world. Yeah, well, look in the mirror.
Oh.
Now you behold merely the faintest possibilities. Not to exploit them is positively criminal.
But how? When? I mean...
Well, how should I know? But my secretary would.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Miss Peters, I'm turning Miss Hilliard over to you. Take her to your beauty salon, to your hairdresser, and take her shopping. I want Miss Hilliard to rise and shine, if you know what I mean.
But the Christmas festival, Herbert, we've hardly begun to...
Forget about it for a day, can't you? And just promise me one thing. When Miss Peters gets through with you, take another walk around the block.
That I should slug that wolf?
Oh, no. It's wonderful.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I want to go to a nightclub.
What one, lady?
The El Sudan.
Where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing?
Yes, where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing.
Do we pick up somebody else?
No.
I'm meeting him there, huh?
Maybe.
That's no go at the El Sudan, lady. If you ain't got no guy inside waiting, no one going in with you, you're out.
Oh. You mean I have to have an escort?
Yeah, a boyfriend or your husband or somebody else's husband. They ain't particular, but a guy is a must.
Oh, well, in that case, you'd better stop. Oh, I have an idea. That man there standing in front of that restaurant.
But, lady?
Oh, don't go away. I'll be right back. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. You like to look in restaurant windows, too, huh?
I've always been a bakery window fan myself.
Oh, look at that roast duck in there. Me without a solid meal for almost 2 weeks.
You've been hungry for 2 weeks?
Hungry? I'm starved. All I do is stand in front of windows like this and drool.
Well, how would you like to eat anything your heart desires?
Oh, lady, would I?
Good, then come with me.
With you?
Well, you can do me a favor, too. I want to go to a nightclub, and they frown on unescorted ladies.
And,
I'm to be your escort, is that it?
That's right. Nothing more, nothing less.
You're on. This I have got to see. The El Sedan, huh? One of Barry Clayton's fans.
Why do you assume that?
Well, anybody who goes to the El Sedan go to listen to that so-called sweet swing of his.
As far as I'm concerned, swing musicians are crude exhibitionists.
Oh, is that so? Well, what about the groaners? You know, the fellows who croon the words to the music. Maybe you like them, huh?
Oh, I imagine they're about in the same class.
Oh, fine. Fine. You're really going to enjoy yourself tonight. Well, you are now in the El Sedan. Is this table okay, lady?
Right. Oh, you obviously can't go on calling me lady. My name is Catherine Hilliard.
No, nice name, Catherine. But I think I'll make it kitten. You know, you're quite a dish.
Thank you.
Now tell me, just why did you come here?
Well, I'm from out of town, and I understand the El Sedan is quite the place to go. Now, what would you like to eat?
I can't get my mind over that roast duck.
Well, then, if you call the waiter,
Well, what's happened to the music? Did Mr. Clayton get tired waving that baton of his?
Sorry to interrupt the dancing, good people. Don't be alarmed and don't scream, but there's a burglar in the house. Yes, sir, the Jimmy Valentine of Song, the crown prince of crooners, my pal, Jimmy Hale. Okay, Jimmy, take a bow.
What are you standing up for?
Because I'm Jimmy Hale.
You are a crooner?
Oh, a buck here, a buck there. Fellas got to make a living, you know.
But you told me you hadn't eaten for 2 weeks.
I haven't. I'm on a diet. Means they like us lean and hungry.
Well, just don't stand there, Jimmy. Come on up here and bat one out for the folks.
I'm sorry, kitten, but I'd better oblige.
Here's a song I know Jimmy knows on account of we made the recording together. Folks, Jimmy Hale.
The more I see you, the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows with every sigh. I become more mad about you. More lost without you, and so it goes. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Clayton.
The least I can do is to keep Jimmy's gal company while he takes care of those autograph letters.
Oh?
A wonderful fella, Jimmy, wonderful. But let's talk about us.
Very well, let's.
Well, to begin with, I think you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That's a very nice beginning, Mr. Clayton.
Mary's the name from now on. Oh, I've got plans for us, honey. Big plans.
How exciting.
What are you looking for? A cigarette?
Oh, no. Just these, my eyeglasses. There we are.
Your eyes bother you?
No, not especially. I just wear glasses when I'm in nightclubs and when I travel on crowded trains. They prevent me from stumbling over loud-mouthed band leaders.
Oh, no, you couldn't be. Not her, the girl on the train.
Yes, Mr. Clayton, the ice water girl in person.
Oh, please, look, I'll get on my knees. I'll fast 10 days. I'll cut my throat.
And deprive womanhood of your flattering speeches.
Now, look, I don't blame you for hating me.
But you've done a great deal for me.
I'll make it all up. Every day, every hour, on the hour. I'll tell you how lovely you are, how charming, how... the groaner's back. Well, how are you, chum? Fine. Would you mind, beautiful, if we drop this brash character in the side pocket and talk about us?
Excuse me, boss, but the customers are clamoring for your talent.
Right away, Dilly. You're going to stay and dance?
Perhaps.
Well, just save a couple for me. Oh, James, I know you hate to see me tear away, but don't break up. I'll be back.
No, I'll try to pull myself together.
Always kidding.
Well, I've got to hand it to him, kitten. A little while ago, he was a crude exhibitionist. Just a little bit of howling, and you've joined the pack.
How unkind, Mr. Hale.
No, I'll leave the corny lyrics to Barry. He's got the market cornered in that department.
Well, it was a brief evening, but a highly successful one. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You're not leaving.
Certainly. I wanted to prove something, and I have. Now, if you can get the check...
No, it's on the house. Professional courtesy, you know.
Then I guess everything's been taken care of. Good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Clients have to be escorted to their homes. That's rule number 1 of the union. Come on, we'll get a cab.
Tell me something, Jimmy. What sort of a man are you? Could just any woman have come along and met you the way I did tonight?
No, not just any woman, kitten. What I mean is she'd have to be somebody pretty special. Like you.
Oh, am I special?
You're wonderful. If you don't believe me, just look in your mirror. And somebody else agreed with me, too. That look in Barry Clayton's eye, oh, brother.
You know, I do think he rather likes me.
Certainly he likes you. But then he likes all girls, especially the ones that go with me.
Are you trying to tell me that Barry Clayton paid attention to me just because I was with you?
No, but it's a feud of long standing. If Barry knew where to find you, he'd be howling on your doorstep right now. But that isn't going to happen because I have no intention of moving over.
This is all very interesting. Now tell me, whatever made you choose the profession of groaning?
Like some music? I'll turn the radio on.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's right. Why do I groan? Well, I told you before, it's a living just like anything else. The pay's pretty good, and the work's not too hard. You see, all you do is... Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do. Anything wrong with that?
No, nothing.
Here's your hotel,
This is where I say goodbye.
Oh, now the very least I can do is take you inside. Here you are, Skipper.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hale. Good luck.
Now, I know a nice, quiet little corner in the lobby, kitten.
Sorry, but I'm going straight to bed. I've got a very busy day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. We have, don't we? Including breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I think I'd better tell you something right now, Jimmy. I'm engaged.
Yes?
Engaged to be married.
I'd be surprised if you weren't. But that's no reason to starve. Only groaners have to starve. Don't engaged women eat?
Very well, then, lunch. But just this once. You've heard of Herbert Benham.
Oh, definitely. Hey, wait a minute. You're not engaged.
No, Jimmy, not to Mr. Benham. But I'll be in his office all morning. Suppose you try me there at noon.
If I can hold out that long. Good night, kitten.
Good night, groaner.
Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan, will continue in a moment. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act 2 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara in her original screen role as Catherine, Dick Haymes as Jimmy, and Barry Sullivan as his namesake, Barry. Well, sir, it just goes to show what a little determination will do, and the right clothes, and the right hairdresser. In a matter of a few hours, the highly conservative Catherine Hilliard has become a creature of dazzling glamour, to whose charms Barry Clayton, the band leader, and Jimmy Hale, the crooner, have completely succumbed. It's the following morning now, and Catherine has just entered the office of Herbert Benham, the conductor.
By Rimsky-Korsakoff's beard, Catherine, it's you.
Good morning.
Let me look at you. Well, it's miraculous. Tell me all about it. You walked around the block?
Oh, yes, and then I went to the El Sudan, and I made him squirm, and then I made him crawl, and then... Oh, Herbert, it was delicious.
No doubt. But who squirmed and who crawled?
That band leader. Oh, Herbert, I'm indebted to you for life. Well, what ideas do you have for our Christmas festival?
Well, how about talking it all over at lunch?
Splendid. Oh, I forgot. I have a luncheon date. He said he'd phone me here.
After he got through crawling, he invited you to lunch?
Oh, no, not the band leader. Another man. I met him in front of a restaurant.
My. You did have a triumphant evening.
Yes. He's a singer, Jimmy Hale. Of course you wouldn't know him. He isn't from our world, so to speak.
Oh, yes, I know him quite well, and you'd be surprised how easy it is to step out of our planet onto his. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, put him on, Miss Peters. Hello. Who? Kitten. Just a moment. It's for you, Kitten.
Oh. Hello. Yes, Mr. Hale. Meet you in front of Mindy's restaurant? All right, I'll leave right now. Goodbye. He insists upon calling me Kitten.
I wonder what Mrs. Crackleton of the Board of Trustees would
Oh,
think.
they must never know, especially Ralph. It would be disastrous.
Then I have you in my clutches, haven't I?
Oh, Herbert.
And the first tribute I'll exact is that you go out and start having some fun for yourself.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back here promptly at 2. After all, we simply must start planning the program. I've enjoyed lunch tremendously, Jimmy, but I really...
Oh, now you've got plenty of time, Kitten. Now, as I started to tell you... Oh.
Well, how do you do?
Oh, hello. Jimmy, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Clayton was going to join us?
Because I'm an optimist. I like to look at the brighter side.
Look at me, beautiful. I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't eat a bite of breakfast. I couldn't
Well,
eat...
then why don't you find a nice little table in the corner and get some sleep?
And I thought you two were good friends.
Oh, but we are. Why, I can hardly bear to have Jimmy out of my sight. Especially when he's with you, Miss... Now, isn't that ridiculous? I can't seem to...
Hilliard, Catherine Hilliard.
Sorry to barge in, Barry, but... Hiya, Jimmy. But Earl Williams is here. Wants some news for his column.
Well, give him some news, Dilly. I'm busy.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell Earl how you and the band took over Pittsburgh last night.
Catherine Hilliard. What a beautiful name.
Oh, now, just a minute, Barry.
Jimmy, why don't you blow? Can't you see Miss Hilliard and I? Why, we're inevitable. You tell him, honey. I just want to sit here and stare at you.
Every record in Pittsburgh, Earl. Every record. Yeah. Well, what I want to know is, who's the babe with Barry? Oh, some out-of-town tomato's got a crush on him. Yeah? And what's Jimmy Hale in with her for? Well, you know, Earl. She's using Jimmy for kind of a bait. She came into the El Sudan last night with Hale and went hook, line, and sinker for the maestro. Oh, thanks, Billy. That's a nice little item. Oh, you might tell your boss that Jackson's here. Al Jackson, the music publisher? Yeah, he's in Mindy's office. Wants to talk to Barry and Jimmy about the new song. Oh, yeah, well, thanks, Earl. I'll tell him right away.
But she was sitting right here, waiter. Miss Hilliard, what happened to her?
She left.
But didn't she leave a message for me?
No message. Oh, this is awful. Jimmy, look. Here's your chance to square yourself with me for life. You give me her address and phone number, see, and I'll appear on your radio program.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, you don't understand. I'm on the level. Now, what does a guy have to do to prove it to you?
All right. Just let me handle it. I'll talk to her.
You will?
Yeah, on our honeymoon. Be seeing you, chum.
Oh, great. Billy, come here.
Yeah,
Come over
Barry,
here.
what did Jackson have to say about the
Forget
song?
Jackson. Follow Jimmy Hale, see?
Yeah?
Don't let him out of your sight. I've got to find out where Miss Hilliard lives.
Jimmy, what are you doing here in front of the hotel?
Waiting to see you. I've been trying ever since you ducked out of Mindy's.
Oh, but
Oh, it's all right, really. True, I phoned you 20 times, only to be told each time that Miss Hilliard was not in. But now that you've made an appearance...
You've been standing out here waiting for me?
Well, eventually you'd have to come out.
But it's cold. It's snowing.
I hadn't noticed. Thinking about you gives me that nice, warm feeling.
Jimmy,
Look. I know you're engaged to another man, but that's no reason to run out on a luncheon date.
I had an appointment with Herbert Benham, but whether I did or not, I should never have consented to go with you.
Let's talk about it over a nice dinner, huh?
I've already had a nice dinner.
Let's take a walk. Oh, you should see Central Park with the snow coming down like this. Oh, kitten, it's near Christmas. You're supposed to love your fellow man.
I do, collectively.
Well, it couldn't be that you're afraid.
Afraid? Jimmy, I'm engaged. The man I'm going to marry is also associated with me at the music school. Our lives are inseparably bound together.
How does Barry Clayton fit into the picture?
He doesn't. Oh, you're exasperating.
And you're very pretty. Now, look, I promise to behave, and not for a moment will I forget that you're madly in love and engaged to somebody else.
Oh, all right. But just a short walk.
Now you're purring, kitten.
It's almost like another world, Jimmy, here in the park. Beautiful.
I never used to think those pictures on the Christmas cards were real. Snow falling slowly, kids singing Christmas carols. You cold?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Oh, look, there's even a moon.
Pretty wonderful, isn't it? Watch out for that moon, kid, and it's dangerous. And don't pay any attention to those stars either. They're dynamite.
Jimmy.
Huh?
I feel so strange. What is it? You never should have brought me here, you know. It's much too...
Romantic?
Bewitching.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Kitten,
You shouldn't have kissed me.
I know. I promised I'd behave, didn't I?
It wasn't fair.
That guy you're going to marry, I wonder if he knows what a swell girl he's getting.
Oh, good morning, Miss Hilliard. Some flowers for you.
Well, I was just going out.
Hey, this way, fellas.
How many of you bellboys are there?
Well, just 4 of us, Miss Hilliard. You see, we were told to give you a message. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess we got to tell you.
What is it, please?
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you, I love you, I love you. Guess who?
Sorry, Miss Hilliard, but we had to do it.
Oh, that's all right. But now you can take the flowers and give them to your girlfriend.
We tried to tell Mr. Clayton it was awful corny.
Oh, when you go down to the desk, would you mind leaving word for me with the clerk? Just tell him if any messages come. I'll be at Mr. Benham's office.
Good thing you weren't here 5 minutes ago, Catherine. Ralph telephoned.
Ralph?
He tried to get you at the hotel. You weren't in.
Well, naturally, I was on my way here.
Where were you last night? It seems he phoned last night, too.
Oh, I was out walking with Jimmy.
Well, as far as Ralph's concerned, you were with me. Do you understand? We were listening to composers at Malinsky's farm in Connecticut. Well, Catherine, I had to tell him something. He trusts me.
But not me.
Of course he does. Oh, I'm afraid we really started something when I told you to rise and shine.
Oh, Herbert, I'm in love. Terribly in love.
Not Jimmy Hale.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew something would happen the minute you fluffed your hair. What about Ralph? Ralph thinks I'm his friend.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Hilliard. There are 4 messenger boys here. They insist on seeing you.
Oh, well, have them come in.
What in the world?
We can't help it, Miss Hilliard. We'd lose our jobs.
Yes, I know, gentlemen. Just go ahead and get it over with.
You're lovely. You're charming. You're gorgeous. That's true. I love you. I love you. I love you. Guess who?
Thank you.
I sure am sorry, ma'am. You know, during the war, this sort of thing wasn't allowed, and I never thought I'd see the day that I'd be wishing for another war. Well, come on, fellas.
Jimmy Hale, huh? Well, I suppose a whirlwind courtship has its point.
Oh, Jimmy didn't send those messengers. It was that other man.
Other man? The band leader?
Yes, Barry Clayton. Earlier today, it was 4 singing bellboys.
Catherine, my dear, you are in a mess. A newfound love, an ex-sweetheart who doesn't know he's an ex, and a persistent suitor.
Oh, Herbert, what shall I do?
Well, obviously, the green light must be given to Jimmy, the red light to Ralph, and for our dear ambitious Barry Clayton.
Oh, he's not so easily put off, believe me.
Well, why don't you just phone him and tell him the truth?
Of course.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Get Barry Clayton on the phone, will you? From Miss Hilliard.
All right, Barry. I'll see you at my hotel at 5 o'clock. Yes, goodbye. Well, I'm meeting him at 5, Herbert.
Well, you can dispose of him by 5:30, but that still leaves us with Ralph.
I just have to go home tomorrow and tell him.
Good. Well, they're all straightened out now, right?
Right.
Then if it's not asking too much, suppose we sit down and think about me. After all, kitten, I have a concert coming up at the Hilliard School of Music. Hello? This is Mr. Benham. Who? Western Union. Yes. Would you mind repeating that, please? Yes, thank you very much. Miss Peters, where are you?
Yes, Mr. Benham.
Get a hold of Miss Hilliard right away. Tell her Ralph Wainwright's arriving from Pennsylvania any minute. He wants to surprise her.
The hors d'oeuvres look delicious, Catherine. Oh, here, have some orchids.
Thank you.
And what is this champagne? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I didn't. Room service sent it up in your name.
Oh, well, just a slight sample of what's to come. Wait till the man from Cartier's gets here.
From Cartier's, the jewelry store, but you must stop him.
Too late, baby. I've already bought it.
Bought what?
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's in a gold setting with rubies. It's as big as a hunk of ice and has a deep blue color. Guess what?
Oh, this is awful. Oh, no.
That must be the man from Cartier's.
Barry, please, don't go to the door. He mustn't find you here.
Who mustn't find you here?
A man, a friend of mine from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
No. He doesn't know what's happened to me. I mean about us. I've got to tell him myself. You must go, please.
Anything you want, baby, is okay with me.
Oh, no, not out that door.
Oh, that's right.
The other room. Use the fire escape and hurry.
What about us?
Later.
I'll tell you what. Meet me at Carter Holden's penthouse. It's right here in this hotel. He's throwing a cocktail party.
All right. In an hour, maybe.
And don't be scared, honey. You tell that lug, whoever he is, that no one's going to push my future wife around. Fire escape.
Oh, it's just you, Herbert.
A trifle wilted from waiting, but still recognizable.
I nearly had a fit. I thought you were Ralph, and here I was, trapped with Barry Clayton.
I don't see Clayton.
He just left. The fire escape.
Oh. Well, I thought I'd better be here when Ralph arrives. It might soften the shock.
Thank you, Herbert.
You're still certain you want to go through with this?
I've never been more certain of anything.
Well, you'd better be in the bedroom then when he arrives. I'll welcome Ralph myself and break it to him as gently as possible. Oh, dear. What's this?
Caviar and champagne from Barry Clayton.
Oh, I'm afraid Ralph won't like this at all. I'll just have to sit...
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Jimmy. Oh, I've been hoping you'd call. Oh, I'd love to. But someone named Carter Holden is having a party, and I've promised Barry Clayton I'd be there. No, Jimmy, I don't want to go, but I must, and I want you to take me. Oh, please. You will? I'll meet you in the lobby in an hour. Thank you, Jimmy. Goodbye, darling. Oh, Herbert, I'm so happy I could...
Ralph!
What'll I do?
Oh, go on, disappear. Just leave everything to me. Courage, Benham, old fellow. Courage. Why, Ralph. Hello. Herbert. Well, come in, old man. I just thought I'd drop over to welcome you.
Well, thank you. Where's Catherine?
Catherine? Oh, she's in the bedroom, cleaning up a bit. Have a herring.
No, thank you.
How about a glass of champagne?
I guess you've forgotten, Herbert. I don't drink.
Oh, yes, that's right. Ralph, you and I are old friends. We have mutual interests, mutual ambitions. Yes? Well, what I'm trying to say is that since Catherine came to New York, we've worked closely together, and...
I'm sorry, Herbert, but I don't follow you.
Well, to come straight to the point, Catherine's in love with another man. What? Yes. From a chance acquaintance, they drifted unwittingly in love. I lied to you last night about being up at Malinsky's farm. She was with this other man.
Herbert, if this is your idea of a practical joke,
No, believe me. I'm dead serious. You see, in a sense, I've taken your fiancée away. That is, I've had something to do with it. But,
what's this?
What's what, old man?
This card with the orchids. You're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're lovely. Signed B. B for Benham.
Oh, no, Ralph. You've got this all wrong.
Or is it for Benedict, like in Benedict? And you can tell Catherine if she has any explaining to do, she can reach me at the YMCA.
After a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan.
Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine, Dick Haymes in his original screen role as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton. It's a few seconds later. Herbert Benham, the eminent conductor, has just conducted himself off the floor, while Catherine stands by, helpless but sympathetic.
Oh, my goodness, Herbert, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just fine. It seems I omitted one small point in my little talk with Ralph, the name of your newfound love. He thought I was the lucky dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're sure your jaw's all right? Oh, Herbert, but for you, I might have married that...
That blue-nosed, pompous sack of cornstarch. Well, my dear, that's one down and two to go. Barry Clayton and Jimmy. You're meeting Jimmy downstairs, is that it? And he's taking you to the party so you can meet Barry?
You see, it's all working out very well.
I'd say there were two schools of thought on that subject, Catherine. But have a lovely evening. You must see me sometime and tell me all about it.
Hiya, Jimmy. Glad to see you.
No, hello, Earl. This is Miss Hilliard, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is New York's most famous columnist, kitten.
How do you do?
Seen Barry around, Earl?
Barry? Oh, he's in there playing the piano. Our host put him to work.
Want to talk to him now, kitten?
I think I'd better, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Run along, I'll wait right here.
You know, I didn't expect to see you here tonight.
No, it was Miss Hilliard's idea. She wants to talk to Barry.
Well, I always knew you were a good sport, and as long as I spelled your name right...
I don't get it.
Well, I want you to know there was nothing personal in it. Well, see you later. How goes it, Broner?
Oh, hello, Dilly.
Hey, I didn't think you'd be talking to Earl Williams.
Why not? What goes on, Dilly?
You, didn't see his column?
His column? What about it?
Nothing, Jimmy. No, nothing at all.
Jimmy, what's the matter?
I just wanted to see you, kitten. Alone.
Oh, about Barry? I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but I'm...
I was just reading the evening paper, kitten. Earl Williams' column.
Oh?
Here. Thought you might like to read it, too. Well?
If you notice Jimmy Hale's face turning red, it's because a beautiful lady from out of town was crazy to meet Barry Clayton. So she used Jimmy as a stooge at the El Sudan to get an introduction. But what Jimmy hasn't caught on to yet is that the lady has fallen but hard for the maestro. And all that's left for the groaner are groans. Those in on the know are very, very amused. Jimmy.
Yeah?
You can't believe that I'd do anything as contemptible as that. It isn't true. I did have reasons for wanting to meet Barry at the El Sudan, but...
And you used me as a stooge, huh?
I didn't even know who you were then. You were just a man I picked out.
Yeah.
Seems quite obvious.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way. I met Barry once before, and he ridiculed me, and, well, I suppose I have been vain and silly, but what you don't know...
No, what I know is enough. It all adds up, every little trick.
Well, how are you, Chum? Glad to see you. Did you tell him, Catherine?
Did she tell me what?
And I took an option on the lady, and she said yes.
Barry.
Well, that's great, pal. Exactly what we were just talking about. I'm tickled to death. She knew what she wanted. She knew how to get it.
Your understanding is overwhelming, Mr. Hale.
Yeah. Why don't you go to the piano with Barry and jam out a couple of choruses of the wedding march? You might as well double-cross Mendelssohn, too.
A wonderful suggestion. Perhaps you'd like to join the joyful chorus. Come on, Barry.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Hey, Jimmy, that girl, what'd you say her name was?
Catherine Hilliard, for the time being. You can put that in your column, pal, and this on your chin.
Oh. Hey, Jimmy, what columnist was stocked last night at Hilliard? Catherine Hilliard, School of Music.
Girl, what's the matter with you?
Oh, darling, did he hit you so hard you're talking to yourself?
Out of my way, baby. I've got to get to a home. Have I got a story? Pennsylvania papers, please copy.
Sit down, Jimmy. You too, Mr. Clayton. I invited you to drop in because I thought you might both be interested to learn of Catherine's whereabouts.
Now, where is she?
Trying to find her
Catherine's
everywhere.
gone back home. Just why she's gone home, I don't know. You see, the Board of Trustees of the Hilliard School of Music has decided to get a new dean. I'm afraid the board's a little narrow-minded when it comes to crooners, band leaders, and publicity in Earl Williams' column.
If it wasn't for this hot-headed character...
Oh, I suppose I invited her to the party.
Gentlemen, please, we're all to blame. If you're guilty, so am I. It was I who persuaded Catherine to burst her Hilliard School cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. You two gave her wings. Now it matters little to me in whose garden she'll finally light. But we must, if possible, prevent her from being permanently dismissed from the school.
Yeah, but what can we do? A bunch of long hairs like that, they wouldn't even let Jimmy and me in the front door.
Why don't we go through the back door, then?
Very funny.
Oh, that's too simple for you to understand. Look here, Mr. Benham, just how far are you prepared to go to help Kitten?
Just this side of murder.
Uh-huh.
I have a concert to conduct at the Hilliard School tomorrow. I'm leaving in an hour, so if there's any little thing...
All right. Now, look, listen. You too, Barry. Now, here's my idea. If we can...
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all radical changes in art are born of inspiration and very often of strife. So in music there sometimes arises a difference of opinion. You've just heard the orchestra in a composition in the tradition of the classics, conducted by your humble servant. I would now like to depart from the printed program and offer for your approval and judgment a composition in the tradition of modern popular music, conducted by Barry Clayton and sung by the eminent vocalist, Mr. Jimmy Hale.
Popular music at all Christmas Day.
Oh, Mrs. Clayton, this is unprecedented. The Benham must be out of his mind.
He's an insult to the Board of Trustees.
Ever since that certain night when we first danced and dined out, I've been wondering how I stand, and now I've simply got to find out. I'm prepared to hear the worst, so speak your mind out. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean
to you. Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? Tell me, do I send that certain feeling surging through you? If you love me, tell me that you do.
You got him so raucous at that, wasn't it?
The young people are cheering.
I wonder if that young fellow can sit in encore.
Ladies and gentlemen, since both Mr. Clayton and Mr. Hale seem to suddenly left our stage, may I thank you in their behalf. I'm sure that your response to their offering will help convince anyone present that the Dean of the Hilliard School of Music, Miss Catherine Hilliard, committed no unforgivable sin in her recent association with these two artists.
Hey, Tilly, where is she, Miss Hilliard? Did you find her?
Don't stand there, Tilly. Where's Miss Hilliard?
She's here, boss.
What are you talking about?
Miss Hilliard, she wasn't allowed to come to the concert. She's in her office packing, getting ready to leave town.
Oh, that's all I want to know. Hey, Usher, where's Miss Hilliard's office?
Administration building, it says. This is it, Jimmy.
Yeah. What am I worked up for? Go on in, pal. You're the one she wants to see.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you around sometime, Catherine and I.
Oh, well, I'm not leaving just yet. I'll just wait out here. I'd like to wish Kitten good luck.
Oh, that's very swell of you, chum. I'll bring her right out.
Well, where's Kitten? I said, where's Kitten?
You want a Christmas present?
Huh?
Here.
Barry! You mean she...
Yes, go on in there. She's waiting for you, you groaner.
Merry Christmas, Kitten.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, darling. Oh, your eye, Jimmy. Who hit you?
Oh, Barry just hung up his sock on me.
Oh, I've got something for you, too. From me, darling. With love.
Oh, who says there ain't a Santa Claus?
This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For 20 years, our town has admired something called the Lubitsch touch, that special brand of gaiety and romance that distinguishes pictures directed by Ernst Lubitsch. And tonight we offer a prize example of this cinema magic, the current screen hit from 20th Century Fox, Heaven Can Wait. Hard-boiled Hollywood thinks Don Amici gave his best performance in this picture, and tonight he plays the same part opposite Maureen O'Hara, one of Hollywood's most brilliant young actresses. Heaven Can Wait has no social problems to solve, no message, but the all-compelling one of good entertainment. And we never can get too much of that, particularly these days. The play is the story of a man named Henry Van Cleve, who's been in hot water most of his life because of his rather enthusiastic interest in the opposite sex. But he's at last called to account in a very strange play. I think Heaven Can Wait should go very well with this national audience and with our global audience, too. That's a fairly new edition consisting of those Americans in uniform all over the world who enjoy these plays along with us at home. It's really one gigantic family fireside that Lux Flakes brings together on these Monday evenings. Somewhere on a little South Pacific island, a lad may be listening, while somewhere on the plains of Iowa, his family is listening too. Perhaps, in its way, the Lux Radio Theater has become a kind of American institution, just like the product that makes this theater possible. You may have to wait a few days now and then to get Lux Flakes, but it's worth waiting for. Now a hit play, as the curtain goes up on Heaven Can Wait, starring Don Amici as Henry Van Cleve and Maureen O'Hara as Martha.
Henry Van Cleve passes on.
Millionaire, 70 years old, succumbs quietly.
When Henry Van Cleve died, he realized it was very unlikely that his next stop could be heaven. So with dignity and gentle humility, he presented himself at the place where people had so often told him to go, Hades. Now he stands in the outer office of the head man of the region, known to his devilish associates as His Excellency. At last, an attendant whispers in Henry's ear, and he's ushered into an elegantly furnished office where, behind a huge desk, sits an elegantly dressed gentleman, His Excellency, the Devil.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Van Cleve? Come in, please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. It's very kind of you to receive me.
Not at all. Sit down.
Thank you.
I hope you'll forgive my keeping you waiting, but we're very busy, really. Sometimes it looks as if the whole world is coming down here. Frankly, I haven't had an opportunity to familiarize myself with your case. When did it happen, Mr. Van Cleve?
Tuesday. To be exact, I died at 9:36 in the evening.
I trust you didn't suffer much?
Oh, no, not in the least. I had finished my dinner.
A good one, I hope.
Oh, excellent. I ate everything the doctor forbade. And then, well, to make a long story short, I fell asleep without realizing it. And when I woke up, all my relatives were there speaking in low tones, saying nothing but the kindest things about me. Then I knew I was dead.
I hope your funeral was satisfactory.
Well, there was a lot of crying, so I believe everybody had a good time. It would have been an ideal funeral if Mrs. Cooper, a coloratura, hadn't volunteered to sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Mr. Van Cleve, I can see you have a sensitive, cultivated ear.
Oh, thank you.
And let me warn you, the music down here is anything but pleasant. Beethoven, Brahms, Mozart, you hear them only above.
I know. It won't be easy never to hear the old masters again. And there are several people up there I would love to see, particularly one. A very dear one. But I haven't a chance.
Have you tried?
No, Your Excellency. I know the life I lived. I know where I belong. I'd like to get it over as quickly as possible.
Very well. If you meet our requirements, we'll be only too glad to accommodate you. Would you be kind enough to mention, for instance, some outstanding crime you've committed?
Crime? Crime? Well, I'm afraid I can't think of any, but I can safely say my whole life has been one continuous misdemeanor.
Well, get on with it, but make it as brief as possible, please.
Well, perhaps the best way to tell you the story of my life is to tell you about the women in my life.
Ah, you begin to interest me.
Well, let's start with the first woman, my mother. A lovely lady, but prejudiced. I was bald, and I looked like a boiled lobster, but she thought I was wonderful. She was the first woman I ever fooled. And then there was my grandmother. She was just as prejudiced as my mother.
Mother's precious little baby. Oh, the little darling. Here, let me hold him a minute.
Oh, please, Mother Van Cleve. Let the baby rest.
Oh, you're just jealous, Bertha. Give him to me.
I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to talk to Randolph about this.
Yes, Randolph. First you take my son away, and now you want to alienate my grandchild.
You see, I was only 10 days old, and already women were fighting for me. What a way to start a man on the road of life.
Go on.
My next lesson came from Miss Chivers. Miss Chivers was my teacher. I was always late or absent, so one day I brought a note.
My dear Miss Chivers, my dear little Henry was very sick, so please excuse and don't wallop him. Signed, Henry's father. Henry, did your father write this?
Well?
Well?
Oh, I knew I wouldn't get away with it. Shall I get the ruler, Miss Chivers?
Oh, no, never mind. But don't let it happen again, dear.
Oh, thank you, Miss Chivers.
That made me realize women love men who smile sweetly and say, I did it.
Very true, very true.
And then there was little Mary. She was 9, just my age. She was pushing a doll carriage along our street one day when...
Hello, Mary.
Don't you talk to me, Henry Van Cleef. You're a bad boy, and my mother says I shouldn't talk to bad boys.
I bet you don't know what I have in this box.
And I'm not interested, Henry Van Cleef.
Then I won't tell you that it's a beetle.
A beetle?
See? You like it?
Oh, who doesn't like beetles?
It's yours.
Oh, thank you, but I wonder if I should take it.
Oh, don't worry. I have another one.
Another beetle?
Uh-huh. See?
Oh, it's beautiful. But it looks rather lonely. I think it wants to be together with mine.
You mean you want this one, too?
Henry Van Cleef, you think I'm the kind of a girl who would take away a boy's last beetle?
Oh, that's all right. You can have it.
Oh, thank you, Henry. Now, if you want to, you can walk with me to the corner.
From that moment on, one thing was clear to me. If you want to win a girl, you have to have lots of beetles.
Oh, yes.
Well, then there was the matter of the French governess we had. I was 14 years old then. I borrowed my father's dress suit and $20, and we went to Delmonico's for dinner.
You and the governess?
Yes.
You were 14 at the time?
Yes.
Think of that. Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh, very much.
Good.
Up to a certain point, anyway. I drank too much champagne, and then my family found out about it.
Oh, how?
My cousin, Albert Van Cleef, told them.
Go on.
Well, I suppose the first really important incident was the morning of my 26th birthday. That was back in 1899. There was a big family conference that morning. My mother, my father, and my grandfather. It was about me, of course.
Oh, that boy, where is he? Why didn't he come home last night?
Now, Bertha, I'd like to give you some consolation, but all I can say is, chin up.
Randolph, where does the boy get it from? Our own son.
I give up, Bertha. I never gambled in my life, and I never knew what a musical comedy girl looked like. Why, to this day, I wouldn't know how to find the stage entrance to a theater.
It's always around the back, Randolph. It has a sign over the door. You can't miss it.
Father, please. I'm not interested.
Too bad.
Oh, where does the boy get it from?
Father built up the Van Cleef Importing Company from nothing. When Father stopped, I carried on. Dad, you must admit that from the day I left Harvard, I earned every dollar I ever spent.
Then why do you give Henry money without making him work for it?
Why, I had to save the family name. But what about you, handing him hundreds of dollars? If I had ever come to you for money, would you have given it to me?
No.
But you give it to him. Why?
Because I like him.
Father, does that mean by chance that you didn't like me?
Son, I love you. Now shut up and leave me alone.
Good morning, Grandfather.
Good morning, Albert.
Good morning, Uncle Randolph and Bertha.
Good morning, Albert.
Albert?
Well, I just came in to bring a little birthday remembrance for Henry. Anything wrong? Isn't he home? Well, it's 11 o'clock Sunday morning, and if I know my cousin Henry, he's probably still in church. I mean that humorously.
Albert, I'm struggling successfully against the gout, and I'm waging a terrific battle with my liver. But I doubt if I have the strength to survive your jokes. You're a successful lawyer. Let it go at that. I love you, Albert.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Albert, it was sweet of you to drop in so early. I hope Henry will be here tonight to thank you.
I hope so, too. Otherwise, I'd be in the most embarrassing position so far as my future in-laws are concerned.
Oh, we're so eager to meet your fiancée. How does she like New York?
Well, she's only been here for 2 days, and naturally the impression is overwhelming.
And her parents, Albert, how are they?
Oh, yes, and how does the big butcher from the wide-open spaces like New York?
Father, please.
Grandfather, you don't seem to have any idea of the importance of Mr. Strable. Why, he's one of the great meat packers of our time. He created the most famous character in American advertising, Mabel the cow.
You've seen her on billboards, Father.
The big happy cow smiling at you over the fence and saying in big letters, how does it go?
To the world, my name is Mabel, which you'll find on every label. I am packed by E.F. Strable for the pleasure of your table.
No cow in its right mind could have said anything like that. Sounds more like Mr. Strable.
Grandfather, please.
Oh, Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes, Flugdo?
Mr. Henry has just come home. He went directly upstairs.
Thank you, Flugdo.
Well, I'd been out all night. I was in my room just getting out of my evening cape when Mother came up to speak to me.
Henry,
Good morning, Mother.
are you all right, my boy?
Yes, Mother.
And many happy returns.
I'm sorry, Mother, if I made you unhappy.
Father and Grandfather and I, we are worrying ourselves to death, but you don't give your family a single thought. All that matters to you is having what you call a good time.
Mother, I went out last night to raise Cain.
Oh, son, you mustn't talk like that.
Don't worry, Mother, I didn't. I couldn't get her out of my mind.
Henry, you bewilder me. Are you well?
Mother, when you saw Father for the first time, did you feel that unmistakable something? Did you feel an electric spark from your head right down to your toes that swept over you like a hurricane and threw you down to the ground, but you bounced right up again and floated right over the treetops?
Oh, heaven forbid. I never had such a feeling. Oh, Henry, where do you get it from? Not from me. And your father certainly never had any spark.
Mother, all I'm trying to say is I met a girl yesterday.
Oh, well, I hope she's from a good family.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. Mother, if one sees a lovely rose...
One can be certain that she comes from a fine rose bush. What's her name? Where does she live?
I wish I knew.
Is she one of those musical comedy...
Oh, no. This time it's entirely different music. It's not the hoochie-coochie. It's not the can-can. It's like a waltz by Strauss. Like a minuet by Mozart.
Oh, son, where do you get it from?
From you, Mother. Now, you must be just. When I was a little boy, you wanted me to believe in fairy tales. And now when one really happens... Mother, you remember that story about the young man, I think he was a shepherd, who was walking in the woods...
Oh, you've been in the country.
No, it happened right on Broadway. Suddenly the young man saw a big castle, and out of the window leaned the most beautiful princess. Nothing could stop him. He climbed up the parapet of the castle...
Henry, have you broken into the Waldorf again?
Mother, darling, let's forget the fairy tale. I don't think I'll ever find that girl. But if I did, all your troubles would be over. If she didn't want me to gamble, I wouldn't look at another card. I'd stay home every night. Mother, I might even go to work.
Henry, that's wonderful. For the first time, you're beginning to sound like your father.
Well, anyway, Mother, I don't know where she is, so don't expect too much. And look, Mother, I've been riding around for hours and hours trying to forget this girl.
Oh, now, dear, don't you worry.
But it was pretty expensive. The cab is still waiting out in front, and the cab driver was so nice to me, I promised him...
Oh, I know. Your heart is always bigger than your father's pocketbook. Well, look under your pillow. I put something there last night.
Mother, sometimes I wonder if you're not spoiling me. There was a big crowd at the house that night. All the Van Cleves in New York turned out to meet Albert's fiancée, Martha Strable. When Albert brought them in, 100 pair of eyes turned to the door, and 100 tongues stopped wagging.
Dear family, it is my privilege and honor to present Mr. and Mrs. E.F. Strable. And last but not least, well, here she is, my fiancée, Martha.
How do you do, madam?
How do you do?
Grandfather, Mother Strable.
Welcome, Mrs. Strable. Did you bring Mabel?
Grandfather.
We're pretty proud of Mabel, Mr. Van Cleve.
Naturally. And you, Mr. Strable, welcome to our family.
Mr. Van Cleve, we people from the West don't talk much, but when we say something, we mean it. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the chance to meet the man who feeds the nation. May you lie as solidly anchored in our hearts as you do in our stomachs.
Grandfather, this is Martha.
So, this is Martha. Well, Martha.
How do you do, Mr. Van Cleve?
Grandpa.
Yes, Grandpa.
If I were about 50 years younger, I'd take you right away from this splendid young man you're going to marry. Kiss your grandpa.
Dinner is served.
Oh, where's Henry? Oh, here he comes. Henry, come here. Yes? Martha, dear, I want you to meet Henry Van Cleve, my cousin.
How do you...
Oh. Miss Strable.
We're celebrating Henry's birthday, Martha, dear.
Oh, many happy returns, Mr. Van Cleve.
Cousin Henry.
Cousin Henry.
Thank you, Cousin Martha.
Well, Henry, here she is. Now I've done my duty. It'll be your turn next, Henry.
That's most unlikely.
Oh, nonsense. All you need to do is to find the right girl.
It's difficult, Albert. I'm afraid I'll never have your luck.
Yes, no question about it. I'm lucky. Oh, where's Father Strable? Father Strable? Father Strable?
Don't be afraid, Cousin Martha.
I should have told Albert. It would have been the thing to do.
It shall remain our secret. I promise.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we had a secret. The most innocent secret I ever had. You see, I had met Miss Strable just the day before. It was in a department store near the telephones. I heard a girl making a call.
Hello, Mother. I'm at the hairdresser's. Oh, they say it will take at least half an hour. Oh, don't worry, Mother. Goodbye.
Now, here was a girl lying to her mother. Naturally, that girl interested me at once. Why was this angel lying? I had to find out, so I followed her. But even if she hadn't lied to her mother, I would have followed her anyway. She left the store and went to a bookshop on Fifth Avenue. She seemed very worried about something and kept glancing around nervously, looking for a clerk. Well, briefly, I volunteered. May I help you, miss?
Thank you. I'd like to... aren't there any women clerks?
No, unfortunately not.
Well, it's, maybe I'd better come some other time.
Oh, please, miss, my employer's watching, and if he sees me losing a customer, it might cost me my job.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, perhaps I can buy some other book.
Well, why another book? Please speak freely. Which book do you want?
Well, the title of the book is...
Yes?
Well, it's, Oh, there it is, right there. That one.
This one. Oh, yeah. Oh, How to Make Your Husband Happy by Dr. Blossom Franklin. This one?
Yes, that one.
Well, I probably should apologize. I imagine I should have called you Madam.
No, it's still Miss.
But not for long, I presume.
That's quite right. How much is the book?
Well, it's very expensive.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, this is against the interest of the firm, but I must be honest with you. Don't buy this book. You don't need it. I'll tell you something much more appropriate. Leave your nest and fly away with me.
Well, I might buy that book, too.
Well, it's not in stock right now, but I'd love to discuss the idea with you.
Please, will you tell me how much is How to Make Your Husband Happy?
By Dr. Blossom Franklin. Oh, look, there's her picture. Now, where could a woman like that have found out how to make a husband happy? You certainly don't want to learn anything from her. You're so charming, so young, and so beautiful.
You shouldn't say things like that. And if you don't mind, I'd like to buy this book.
I do mind. Now, imagine that I'm the man you're going to marry.
I couldn't imagine any such thing.
Well, what's the matter with me? You think I'm that terrible?
Please, I just came in here to buy a book.
Now, for the sake of discussion, let's say we are getting married. Now, believe me, I don't want anybody to tell you how to make me happy. The greatest gift you could bring me is to be just as you are. Adorable.
All I want is a book. Just one book.
Stubborn, huh? Now, look.
If you don't change your attitude, I shall have to complain to your employer.
I'm not employed here. I'm not a book salesman.
Oh.
I took one look at you and I followed you into the store. If you'd walked into a restaurant, I would have become a waiter. If you'd walked into a burning building, I would have become a fireman. If you'd walked into an elevator, I would have stopped between two floors and we would have stayed there for the rest of our lives.
I think you must be mad. Goodbye.
Oh, no. Wait. Please. Please. Well, that was our secret. Martha Strable was the princess I had met. And now she was going to marry Albert. That night, Mrs. Cooper entertained at the party. I call it entertainment. She was singing.
Martha, dearest, come outside.
Yes, Albert.
Martha, dearest.
I'm terribly sorry, Albert.
Dearest, you don't seem to realize who is singing.
I know. Mrs. Cooper, one of your most important clients. But, Albert, what could I do? I had to sneeze.
But you did it right in the middle of her aria, and 5 times.
But I had to sneeze 5 times.
Dearest, do you think you may have to sneeze again?
Well, I don't know. I can't guarantee it.
Well, then, let's not take any chances. Why don't you go into the library and rest a while and see how things develop?
Yes, dear.
Now, run along now. I'll go back to the drawing room.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't know anybody was here.
You didn't know I was here. Is that what you mean? Cousin Martha, look at me.
What?
You're beautiful. You're so beautiful.
Oh, let me go. Let me. Oh, you kissed me.
You're irresistible.
Cousin Henry.
Yes?
You must never do anything like that again. I hardly know you. Why, even Albert, my own fiancé, never dared
to kiss you?
Well, of course he kissed me. Why not? But he never kissed me like that.
Like what?
Oh, I hate you. I don't know why I even stay in the same room with you.
Please forgive me. But can't we be friends?
Never.
Now, look. We're going to be related, aren't we? We're going to see each other. How can we help it?
Well, I suppose we can't.
And if we meet in the future, we don't have to talk about personal things, about you and me. Let's talk about something neutral. For instance, Albert.
Why not?
By the way, do you love Albert?
I'm marrying him, am I not?
Are you?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You can't. You haven't got that book.
What book?
How to Make Your Husband Happy.
It might interest you to know I went back and bought it.
Does it tell you how to make a man happy whom you don't love?
Why, he's a fine man. He's good. He has integrity. He's full of high ideals.
Do you love him?
Well, I'm going to make him a fine wife. At least I'll try my best. And if you ask me any more questions, I'm going to leave this room and I'll never come back here again. Never.
I still can't understand. An angel like you and Albert. It doesn't make sense. Why do you want to marry him?
Well, I've always wanted to live in New York, and I don't want to say anything against our home. Don't misunderstand me. We have all the modern conveniences and luxuries, but you don't know Father and Mother.
Well, I've only just met them.
Well, don't you think they're sweet?
Oh, yes, very sweet.
Oh, yes, they are, but you see, it's not very easy living with them. You see, most of the time they don't talk to each other, and whenever a young man, and they wear some very nice ones.
Well, I'm sure of it.
Well, if one asked for my hand and my mother said yes, my father said no, and if my father said yes, my mother said no. But Albert came when they happened to be on speaking terms, and if I hadn't said yes, who knows when they might have been on talking terms to each other again, and I might have been an old maid.
No. You're not going to be an old maid. You're going to be married, but not to Albert. And yet you won't even have to change the initials on your linens.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're going to marry me.
We can't. How can I marry you? I'm not even engaged to you.
Martha, do you love me?
Well, I hardly know you.
Love doesn't need any introductions. You love or you don't love. Do you love me or don't you?
Trying to take away the fiancé of your own cousin.
Do you love me?
Yes. Oh, why did you ever come into my life?
To make you happy, to hold you in my arms forever.
Oh, I wish I were dead.
Look, let's get away. Let's get married immediately. Tonight, right away.
You mean elope?
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
Oh, where would we go? I never did such a thing before. I feel so helpless. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Oh, when Romeo and Juliet ran away from home, they didn't stop to say goodbye. When Tristan falls in love with a soldier, they have to sing for 3.5 hours. And all I'm asking you to do is to jump into a cab with me and drive to the first justice of the peace. What are we waiting for? Come on.
No, wait, listen.
Well, now, don't stop now.
But, Albert...
Come on, or do I have to carry you?
Listen, we can't.
All right, then, I'll carry you.
Henry, put me down.
Mr. Henry, sir.
Open that door, Flogdell, quick.
Henry!
Mr. Henry, sir, what are you doing?
Get out of the way. We're going to be married.
Mr. Henry! What's the matter? What's all the excitement right in the middle of Mrs. Cooper's aria?
Mr. Albert, that happened, Flogdell.
Mr. Henry and Miss Strable, they're going to be married.
Oh! Are you sure?
Yes, sir. She was packed by E.F. Strable to be served at Albert's table, but that Henry changed the label.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Heaven Can Wait, starring Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara, in just a moment. Meantime, here's a question for Sally. Sally, what do you do when you're writing something with a pencil and make a mistake?
Why, you rub it out. You take an eraser and rub it out.
Mm-hmm. And what does that do to the paper you're writing on?
Well, I don't suppose it helps it any. Matter of fact, sometimes you make a thin place in the paper or even rub a hole right through.
Uh-huh. So when you rub a pretty rayon slip with cake soap or rub the fabric together between your fingers...
You're certainly not helping the slip any.
And you may be doing plenty of damage. That's why it's so much wiser to let gentle Lux suds float away dirt. That's what they do, you know, when you squeeze them through the fabric. Float away the dirt with no rubbing and none of the harmful alkali either that strong soaps have. Lux helps your things last longer, wear better.
There's another reason, too, for luxing under things after every wearing. Listen a minute.
You're so lovely, darling. You know, I've been looking for you for years.
Sentimental? Well, maybe. But what girl doesn't hope for words like that? And Lux girls hear them often. You see, they're always sure of daintiness. And it's so easy to be sure. It only takes a minute to give undies their nightly luxing. So don't take chances. Lux undies after every wearing to guard daintiness and help those pretty things of yours last longer, too.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Heaven Can Wait, starring Don Amici as Henry and Maureen O'Hara as Martha. Far below in the infernal regions, Henry Van Cleve continues his life history. There's a suspicion of brimstone in the air as the old man talks to His Excellency, the devil.
And so, we got married.
You stole Martha away from Albert, huh?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Well, so far, I'd say that... Well, let's hear the rest of it.
Well, in the next 10 years, old houses were torn down and new houses rose taller and taller. But our marriage lasted just like our 4-story brownstone house. One morning, a few days before our 10th anniversary, I was coming down the stairs for breakfast. My son, Jackie, was bouncing a ball. Jackie, now stop that.
Good morning, Daddy.
Good morning, Jackie. Now, you know very well you're not supposed to bounce that ball until your mother is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
I've told you this many times, son.
And I'm always sorry. Daddy, I'd bet you'd like to know what I'm going to give you for your birthday.
Yes, I'm dying to know.
It's something to wear.
Well, now, let me see. Is it a tie?
Oh, I'm not telling. But I'll give you a hint. It has 22 colors in it.
Well, no tie has that many colors, so it can't be a tie.
It can't be, huh? Daddy, how old are you going to be?
36.
That's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, I never thought about it, but yes, I guess it is.
Daddy, when you were as old as me, what kind of a kid were you?
Well, I was pretty obedient. When my parents said go to bed, I never argued about it. I did all my schoolwork. I brushed my teeth every morning, and I never sneaked into the kitchen and stuffed the turkey with my father's old Panama hat.
Gee, Daddy, I guess you were a wonderful boy.
Well, I suppose I was.
And Grandpa must be a terrible liar. Well, goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Jackie. Where does he get it from?
Good morning, Henry.
Morning, Mother.
Sit down while your breakfast is still hot.
Morning, Grandfather. How are you feeling? That's fine. Look, Mother, this is a bracelet I bought yesterday. You think Martha will like it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Well, after 10 years with me, I think she's entitled to it.
Yes. Oh, if your father could only be here, Henry, to see you settle down. A fine husband, a good father, and a wonderful son.
Well, it's Martha and only Martha. You know, I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Oh, by the way, isn't she coming down for breakfast?
I didn't go into her room. She's probably tired.
Mr. Van Cleve, sir, this telegram came for you.
Thank you, Plugdale.
What is it, Henry? Anything serious?
No. Nothing. I think I'll go upstairs and see if Martha's still asleep.
Well, Henry, was Martha still asleep? Show me that telegram, Henry.
Here.
Please don't try to follow me. As soon as I have settled down, I will make plans about Jackie. Don't let him know anything. With your ingenuity, it will be easy to make up a story. Henry, you mean we've lost Martha?
It's incredible. It just doesn't make sense, Martha leaving me.
What did you do? What happened?
I don't know how I can go on living without her. I love Martha. I love her more than anything on earth.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you what happened.
I don't know. I always thought she was very happy with me. I don't know what she's heard. You know how people would talk about anybody, but running away like this, I can't see any reason for it.
If a woman like Martha runs away from her husband, there must be a reason.
Grandfather, what am I going to do?
That's up to you. But let me tell you one thing. I am an old man, and I may have to go any day. If you can't make her forgive you, I'll be standing up there right in the entrance. And if you ever try to climb up that ladder, I'll hit you on the head with a baseball bat.
I figured Martha had gone back to her folks, and I was right. But the thing I didn't know was that she had met Albert on the train. He stopped off with her. Albert, the great corporation lawyer. Albert, the peacemaker.
Come in, Martha, dear. Your father and mother will see you now.
Hello, Father.
Hello?
Hello, Mother.
Hello, Martha.
Well, I assume there are things between daughter and parents which are better left to, daughter and parent, if you'll excuse me.
Well, I guess it was a pretty muddy ride from the station in all that rain.
Yes, I suppose it was.
You want some breakfast?
Sunday morning we have wheat cakes.
Thank you, Father, but I'm not hungry.
Well, place hasn't changed much, has it?
No, it looks exactly the same.
Maybe now you'll appreciate your home.
It took you 10 years to find out that we were right. If you'd listened to your mother...
And your father, things would have been different.
Please, Father, I don't want to hear a single unpleasant word about the last 10 years, or I'll have to go.
Oh, Martha, you look so tired. Come upstairs, child. You're going to have a nice hot bath, and then you're going to lie down and rest.
Thank you, Mother.
Sure. You'll be all right here, child.
Father.
Jasper, what's all that noise about? Jasper!
Will you stop yelling? I'm trying to read.
Jasper!
Yes, sir. I just talked to Mr. Chuck, sir. He says somebody saw a couple of prowlers somewhere on the grounds. They may be some of them horse thieves.
Well, tell Chuck to keep after him.
Yes, sir.
And if necessary, shoot him.
Yes.
Excuse me, Father, but if you don't mind, I think I'll go upstairs. I'm pretty tired. Good night.
Sure.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, dear. Breakfast at 7:30.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, Martha.
Yes, Albert?
Martha, I want you to have a restful night. And why not? Your troubles are actually over. You paid for your mistakes and paid dearly.
Albert, I don't want anybody to get the impression that I'm a victim of 10 years of misery. Nothing of the kind. There were moments in my marriage which very few women have been lucky enough to experience.
There were times when you were lifted way up to the sky?
Yes, way up.
Only to be dropped way down afterwards. That's not the purpose of marriage. Marriage is a peaceful, well-balanced adjustment of two right-thinking people.
I'm afraid that's only too true. Good night, Albert.
And Martha, there's one other thought I want you to sleep with. My feelings for you have remained unchanged.
That's very kind of you.
Naturally, I'm not the flashy type like some people, and I would say I'm rather on the conservative side. And if I were, for instance, a suit of clothes, you'd not call me a stylish cut, and I prefer it that way. But I can safely say that I'm made of solid material. I'm sewed together carefully, and my lining is good. Frankly, I believe I wear well. I'm not too hot in the summer, and I give protection in the winter. Need I say more?
No, Albert. You gave a complete and accurate description of yourself. Good night.
Thank you, Martha.
Miss Martha, excuse me, please, ma'am, but that horse thief we was looking for...
Oh, yes. Did you catch him, Jasper?
Yes, ma'am. He's right in your room, waiting for you.
In my room, you mean? Oh.
Yes, ma'am. That's him.
Martha.
Henry, you...
Oh, Martha, darling, sweetheart. How could you do this to me? Don't you realize what I went through running away like that without a word? Can't you imagine what I suffered? Oh, Martha, Martha.
Henry, it won't work anymore.
What's Albert doing here?
Albert?
Yes, Jasper told me. What's he doing here?
Well, I just met him by accident on the train.
Accident? You expect me to believe that? Here I am looking all over the world for my wife, going insane with despair. And where do I find her? 2,000 miles away with another man. I just don't see how I can stand anymore.
Henry, it won't work. I know your every move. I know your outraged indignation. I know the poor, weeping little boy. I know the strong, silent man. The wounded lion who is too proud to explain what happened in the jungle last night.
Oh, so I'm a fake. I'm false. I'm cheap.
Henry, please.
I know I brought you nothing but unhappiness.
You know that's not true.
Oh, so we did have some good times together.
Some wonderful times.
Well, then what do you want? What did I do? Even a murderer has the right to defend himself. You can't hang
a man
without evidence.
I know.
If I only knew what particular thing is in your mind. Have you seen Aunt Minetta recently?
Of course I have.
Oh, well, now everything is clear. Now, let me tell you, when she saw me, yes, I was having tea at the plaza, and at the table with me was a very handsome young woman. But believe me, there was nothing to it. I would have come to you and told you myself, but I
just didn't want to make me uncomfortable even for 1 second.
That's exactly right, darling.
It won't work, Henry. And besides, Aunt Minetta hasn't said one word about you.
Oh. All right. All right, I'm fighting a losing battle. I don't love you. I never loved you. I love everybody in New York more than you.
There you go again. Listen. It's the 25th of October, Henry. Many happy returns.
Thank you, Martha. But it's something much more important than my birthday. It's our anniversary. 10 years ago today, I was almost as much in love with you as I am right now.
It's very difficult for a woman to send her husband away on their 10th anniversary. Especially when he speaks as beautifully as you do. But I must do it.
All right, darling. I know it's all over. But can't we pretend for just 1 minute? Here. This is your present. Do you like it?
I'd say it cost $10,000. For that money, it's a very good purchase.
Well, Martha, what makes you talk like that?
If you'd only forgotten to give me this bracelet, I probably would have been foolish enough to be in your arms right now. You've no idea what a mistake you made. The magician played one trick too many. You see, the other day I was having a new photograph made of Jackie and me, and I wanted to have it the right size to fit into your wallet. So I slipped into your room. This is what fell out of your wallet. It's a bill from the jewelers. September the 30th, one bracelet delivered, $500. October the 21st, one bracelet delivered, $10,000.
Well, Martha...
I don't remember having received any bracelet from you on or about September the 30th.
Oh, so that's what it's all about, huh? To think that you had to go through all this only because the jeweler made a mistake. And that's what the whole thing is all about. It's a mistake. I never bought this $500 bracelet.
Has the jeweler ever made a mistake on any of our bills before?
Oh, so you don't believe me. It's easier for you to believe that I lied than that the jeweler made a mistake. Oh, darling.
Henry,
darling.
This may surprise you, but I just don't believe a word you're saying.
I don't believe it either.
Grandpa.
Martha, darling. Now, come on, let's get started. Let's pack.
What do you mean?
Well, naturally, you're going back with us to New York. Henry, what are you standing there for? Come on, sweep her off her feet, otherwise we'll miss the next train. Where's your bag, Martha?
If I can't make her happy, then I don't want her to come back.
That's better.
No, I mean it serious.
That's why it's good. I'll pack for you, Martha.
Martha, let's face it. You want a divorce?
I see no other way.
What about Jackie?
Well, naturally, I want him.
Yes, I think you're right. The boy should get away from me.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
But I did. You want him to turn into another Henry Van Cleve?
Where are the rest of your things, Martha?
In the closet, but...
Fine.
For instance, do you know what our little Jackie did the other day?
What?
Bought ice cream for a little girl.
What's wrong about that? I think it's charming.
But the girl he bought the ice cream for was not the girl he should have bought it for.
The little devil.
And when the one little girl found out that the other little girl... Well, that boy got himself into such a mess.
Did he get out of it?
Oh, sure. The little girl likes him better than before.
Oh, what a child.
But let me tell you, he is a problem.
I suppose so. But when he comes and makes up his little stories, and you know that they are just little stories, but he wants you to believe them so badly that you wish you could, and finally, well, what else can you do?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm not talking about... I don't know.
Happy anniversary.
I'm still too confused. I have to collect myself.
You can do it on the train.
Well, what am I going to say to my parents?
Send them a telegram.
You mean sneak out of the house in the middle of the night?
Exactly.
Like thieves?
Yes, like thieves. We did it once before. Why shouldn't we do it again? How many people are lucky enough to have the thrill of eloping twice in one marriage?
That's it. Well, we better get started.
Will you come back, Martha?
Well...
Of course you will.
Martha, will you?
Yes, Henry, of course I will.
We sneaked down the stairs and out into the carriage. Old Strabo saw us, though. He came flying out of the house like a tornado.
Come back! Come back here!
Bye, Father.
Come back! And so farewell, dearie of Strabo. We take Martha, you keep Mabel. Yippee!
Then one birthday followed another, faster and faster. I became 45, then came 46, 47, and I stopped counting. On one of these birthdays, Martha and I went to the Follies. And at the end of the first act, we saw a very attractive girl coming down a staircase. A few weeks later, I happened to find out that her name was Peggy Nash. And I happened to hear things about her which made me very eager to meet Miss Nash.
Well, sit down. How do you do, Mr. Jones? Jones was the name, wasn't it?
Yes, Jones. How do you do, Miss Nash? Thank you for letting me call.
Thank you for those beautiful, beautiful roses.
When I saw you the other night at the Follies coming down that stairway, I said to myself...
That's the girl of my dreams.
Yes, that's right. You see, Miss Nash...
Oh, Jonesy, the note that came with your flowers.
You liked it?
Who wouldn't? That note was so full of charm. It was so sweet. It had all the quaintness of bygone days.
Really?
Yes. You know, men don't write that way anymore. Oh, why are there so few of you left?
Well, to tell you the truth, Miss Nash, I didn't exactly come up here to be admired as a museum piece.
Oh, now, Jonesy, don't be touchy.
Anyway, Miss Nash...
Peggy.
Anyway, Peggy, I'm sure it's a waste of time to talk about the past when the present can be so lovely that one anticipates a most delightful future.
Oh, Jonesy, it all sounds so wonderful. But, oh, dear.
But what?
Well, you see this photograph? He's very handsome, isn't he?
Oh, friend of yours?
Very much so.
Serious?
I'm afraid it is.
Is there anything I could do to make you forget this young man?
Jonesy, you're asking a lot.
Would it be indiscreet to ask who he is?
Oh, now, come on, Mr. Van Cleve. Don't you know your own son?
Miss Nash.
Oh, no, I didn't fall into your trap. But it must be rather sad for the great cavalier of the gay 90s to find that his technique's getting rusty. Yes, I've heard all about the daring Henry. I understand in my mother's day you were. And I'm sure you had a very dashing figure. Now you're a kind of retired Casanova. Well, it's always the same with men when they retire. Some grow flowers and some grow a tummy.
Miss Nash, my son means very much to me.
He means very much to me, too.
How much? Shall we say 5,000?
5,000? Oh, Jonesy, you're underestimating me. I'm much worse than that. But I'll make you a bargain. $25,000.
I'll send you the money.
Before lunch?
Before lunch. Goodbye, Miss Nash.
You've been perfectly charming.
And so have you.
And you hope never to see me again?
No. Goodbye. Miss Nash, now that our little problem has been solved, I would like to ask just one question, and I'd appreciate an honest answer.
I'll give you my word.
Suppose you didn't know I was Jack's father, and you happened to see me on the street or in a restaurant. This is just an academic question. How old would you say I am?
Well, I'd say about 50.
That old?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Oh, no. That's perfectly all right. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, but how old are you?
50.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara for the third act of Heaven Can Wait. But before we do, Sally has a new version of the old nursery rhyme about the little Indians.
It's a very sad story, Mr. Kennedy, so I hope you're in the proper frame of mind. It's about a girl who just bought some new rayon stockings. It goes like this. 4 little stockings, pretty as can be, one popped a run. Well, then there were 3. 3 little stockings, pretty nearly new, got rubbed with cake soap. Oops, only 2. 2 little stockings, my story's nearly done. Strong soap weakened them, so now there's 1. And you know a girl can't go around wearing just 1 stocking.
A very sad story, Sally. But I'm afraid your heroine wasn't awfully bright.
She was just plain dumb, Mr. Kennedy. Why, if she'd luxed those stockings, she might still be wearing them.
She might indeed. We have proof, you know, that luxing stockings cuts down runs over 50%. In a whole series of tests on rayon stockings, the ones washed with Lux Flakes lasted far longer than those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Luxing cut runs in half.
And that goes for silk and nylon and cotton, too, as well as rayon. Whatever kind of stockings you're wearing, a luxing a day helps to keep runs away. Just be sure you let your rayons dry thoroughly. They need from 24 to 48 hours to get dry all the way through.
And be sure you get Lux Flakes. If your dealer is out of Lux when you ask for it, he'll have more soon. So ask him again in a day or two. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the play, we have an appointment with two very charming people, our stars. But now the curtain rises on the third act of Heaven Can Wait, starring Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara. The recital of the life and sins of Henry Van Cleve is drawing to a close. As Henry talks, His Excellency the Devil listens attentively, jotting down notes on a pad of red paper.
At the age of 50, then, you found you were growing a bit corpulent, unattractive to the ladies.
Yes.
You were displeased?
Well, in a way, a man likes to feel that, well...
Vanity.
I suppose that's it.
Continue, please.
Well, another year rolled by, and Martha and I celebrated our 25th anniversary. Early in the evening, she disappeared. I found her later sitting alone in the library. Well, darling, what are you doing here all alone?
Nothing. I just wanted to take a little rest. After all, it's been such an exciting evening.
Nothing wrong, is it?
Oh, no, nothing, dear. I'm just...
Just what?
Well, to tell the truth, I'm being a little sentimental. So I came in here for a few minutes.
Ah, yes. This is where it all started.
25 years ago.
Yes. I was standing there by the window.
No, you were sitting in the chair.
Oh, that's right. And then you came in, you went over to the window.
Then suddenly you started walking towards me. Very slowly. I could count every step.
Oh, you were such a frightened little girl.
Darling, I want to make a confession. After all, we have been married 25 years.
Well, what is it, Martha?
I wasn't frightened at all.
You weren't?
When you were walking towards me so slowly, do you know what was in my mind? I thought, what's the matter with him? Can't he walk any faster?
You darling Martha.
Yes, Robert?
Mrs. Van Cleve, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Yes, I called you. Well, it's really not important. Yes, everything's all right now. I'll call you tomorrow.
Who was that?
Oh, nothing special. Let's go back to our guest, shall we?
Darling, who was that on the phone?
Oh, I'll tell you all about it some other time.
Why not now?
All right, I'll tell you. This is another confession. My lover.
I don't think that's funny at all.
Are you jealous?
Oh, don't be silly, Martha. But why can't you tell your husband whom you talked to over the telephone? And besides, I wouldn't have brought it up right now, but for the last several weeks you've been going out in the afternoons, and you've always managed to avoid telling me where you were.
You are jealous. Oh, Henry. At last, after 25 years. Thank you, darling.
Martha, whom did you talk to?
Well, do you promise to be sensible enough to make a mountain out of a molehill?
Yes, I promise.
Well, you know how women are. We have too much time on our hands, and we begin to imagine things are wrong with us. Well, I'm no exception. So I've been going to a doctor, that's all.
Darling, I certainly feel like a fool. Now, I'll make a confession. I really was jealous. Imagine a man of my age get... Martha, what did you see the doctor for? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing, really.
So that's why you came in here. You weren't feeling what... Darling, is it serious?
I tell you, it's nothing at all. Just a little dizzy spell. Now, you promise to be sensible.
What did the doctor say?
Listen, dear. If I take 5 drops 3 times a day, and if you don't worry too much about me, we'll both live to celebrate our golden anniversary. Now, let's dance.
I didn't know it then, but this was our last anniversary. It was the last time we danced together. There were only a few more months left for Martha, and she made them the happiest of all our lives. I was a lonely man after Martha died. I kept searching for something in life and never finding it. Perhaps it was my youth I was looking for. Perhaps it was Martha. One morning, I came home at breakfast time. I had been out all night. My son, Jack, caught me sneaking into the house.
Father, is that you?
Oh, good morning, Jack.
I'd like to talk to you, Father.
Now, Jack...
I said I'd like to talk to you. Come into the library.
Jack, I heard a very funny joke. It'll start your day off with a
You
laugh.
should be ashamed coming home at all hours, making a wreck of yourself. How long do you think you can keep this up?
Please now, Jack, don't scold me.
Someday you're going to collapse.
I know you're right, Jack. I shouldn't be living this kind of life. But, my boy, put yourself in my place. I'm lonesome. You're always away somewhere on business, and being alone in this big house night after night, you don't know what it's like.
Neither do you, because you're never at home.
Yeah, but I can imagine what it's like, and, Jack, it's horrible. I want to have a talk with you. I'm not fooling myself. I'm not getting any younger. And I think the time has come to change my way of living.
Oh, yes? All right. Who is she?
Who?
The girl you want to marry.
Who said anything about getting married? No. What I had in mind was something entirely different. You know, Jack, the other day when I was all alone in the house, you know what I felt like doing?
What?
Jack, I felt I'd like to sit down in a comfortable chair and read and read and read.
Why didn't you?
Jack, my eyes can't take it anymore.
Why don't you go to an oculist?
That might do, yes. On the other hand, what do you think of the idea of some kind of a reader, you know, someone with a pleasant voice and nice diction?
Come on, out with it. Who is she?
Well, you have the most suspicious mind.
How old is she?
Well, she is an unusually adult young woman. I met her at old Wilson Weatherby's house. She was his reader.
Father, this is the silliest idea I ever heard.
Now, Jack, why do you want to deprive your old father of a little cultural pleasure? Look at all these beautiful books. I can think of nothing more dignified and homelike than sitting in front of a fireplace and having someone read one of them to me. Something worthwhile. Something like this, perhaps. Now, let's see. This book...
Well, something like what? What book is it? How to Make Your Husband Happy. Where did that thing come from?
That's been here a long time. I'd forgotten.
Forgotten what? Father, about this reader you want. This girl.
I've forgotten that, too. I don't want her, Jack. I guess I don't want much of anything. As a man grows older, his medicine cabinet grows bigger. At the age of 70, my medicine bottles filled 6 shelves. The night I died, I'd eaten everything the doctor said I shouldn't. When I woke up, there was a nurse sitting beside me. A nurse. She was a vision. I opened my eyes, and there she was. Nellie Brown, registered nurse. Your Excellency, one look at her, and it didn't matter whether she was registered or not. And then Nellie took out a thermometer, and she said, "Open your mouth." Well, who wouldn't for Nellie? Then she put the thermometer in my mouth, and my temperature went up to 110. Who could ask for a more beautiful death? Well, Your Excellency, that's the story of my life. And now I'd be grateful if you'd ring for the elevator and send me down where I belong.
No, definitely no. Sorry, Mr. Van Cleve, but we don't cater to your class of people. Please make your reservation somewhere else.
Somewhere else? But, Your Excellency, if I walk into the lobby of the other place...
You mean above?
Yes, I know what will happen. The man behind the desk will say, "Can't you read the sign? Clientele restricted."
Well, you never can tell. Sometimes they have a small room vacant in the annex. Not exactly on the sunny side, not so very comfortable. The bed may be hard, and you might have to wait a few hundred years till they move you into the main building.
Oh, I don't think they'll even let me register.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try. After all, they may inquire about you among the residents in the main building, and I think you'll find a lot of people who'll give you a good reference. That always helps. For instance, grandfather.
Oh, yes, grandfather.
Don't you think he'll be waiting for you?
He might.
He will, and not with a baseball bat. And there must be many old waiters from Sherry's and Delmonico's whom you tipped generously. Those old cab drivers who still remember that you never waited for the change. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of friends up there. And if they all should fail, there's someone else.
Yes, she is up there.
She will plead for you.
Do you think so?
You know she will. Mr. Van Cleve, I would say you have a chance. Anyway, it's worth trying. Here's the elevator.
Goodbye, Your Excellency, and thank you.
Good luck.
Oh, I'll need it.
Going down, sir?
No, up.
Stars will be back in a moment. You know, people have different ideas about almost everything, even washing dishes.
I do my dishes once a day. Just rinse and stack them, tuck them away in the laundry tub, and then wash up the whole lot at a time. I think it's more efficient.
I wouldn't think of letting dirty dishes stand around. I get them out of the way just as fast as I can after every meal.
Different methods, but listen to this.
I use Lux Flakes, of course.
I wouldn't think of using anything else but Lux.
Yes, it's Lux for dishes, whichever plan you follow. First, Lux saves your hands. If you've let strong soaps give your hands that dishpan look, change to Lux. Soon your hands will be soft and smooth again. That's been proved in many, many tests. Second, Lux does more work, does up to twice as many dishes as the same weight of well-known dishwashing soaps tested. You get so many suds with Lux Flakes, they're very thrifty. Use Lux thriftily, too. Don't waste it. Use all you need to get good suds, but no more than you need. Try Lux tomorrow for dishes and see for yourself how much work it does, how kind it is to hands. Be sure you get Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
In the book that lists fine performances given at this microphone, you'll find written in large letters the names of Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara. And here they are for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. I have a rather important piece of news for the audience.
Well, let's have it, Don.
Well, in all fairness to you, Maureen, I think they should know that you're not 60 years old, as you were at one time during the play, but just 23.
No.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Walter Slazak in The Fallen Sparrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Deep in the heart of most of us, there must be a suppressed longing to emulate Sherlock Holmes and the other masters of his profession. How else can you explain the appeal of the mystery story to farmer and financier, haberdasher and housewife, chorus girl or clergyman? A shiver running down the spine is no respecter of persons, and I, for one, look forward with gusto to these man-hunting excursions. Tonight we have one of the best. RKO's object lesson in suspense, The Fallen Sparrow. And our guides on this trail of intrigue, romance, and murder are Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Walter Slazak. Bob Young has just returned to Hollywood after a tour of Army hospitals. RKO provided Maureen O'Hara and Walter Slazak, both of whom starred in the film production of The Fallen Sparrow. It takes all kinds of people to make a world and all kinds of plays to make a theater. But I think this play will please young and old alike. Those who've just tried Lux Flakes and those who've been using it for years. We had a letter last week from a woman who, at 62, is doing her bit in a war plant in Chicago. She says she first started buying Lux in a little textile town in Lancashire, England, about 1901.
Since then, she's used our product in Switzerland and Canada, and for the last 25 years in the United States. She wonders if anyone else beats her record of 43 years in 4 countries. I can't answer for that, but she must be mighty sure about Lux Flakes by this time. And this time is curtain time for Dorothy Hughes' mystery thriller, The Fallen Sparrow, starring Robert Young as Kit, Maureen O'Hara as Elma Doane, and Walter Slazak as Dr. Scarce. In a world at war, many sparrows must fall. In 1940, long after the fascist victory, which ended the war in Spain, an American volunteer returned to New York. His name is John McKittrick. He had fought in the Loyalist Army, and after its defeat, spent 2 years in the horrors of a Spanish prison. Then he escaped. Broken in body and spirit, John McKittrick goes to Arizona, and there, on a ranch, slowly is forgetting the nightmare of the war and his imprisonment. One day he runs across an old newspaper, and what he reads in that paper sends him rushing back to New York, to police headquarters and the office of Inspector Tobin.
Inspector Tobin?
Yeah?
Head of homicide?
That's right.
Why did you give out that Lieutenant Lepetino was accidentally killed?
Because his death was accidental. Who are you, Mr.?
My name is John McKittrick.
Oh, yeah. Old Chris's boy. Yeah, he used to work with your father in the old East Side days. Here you came into a lot of money after Chris died.
My mother married again. The man she married happened to be pretty wealthy. After she died, it came to me. Any objections?
Don't misunderstand, son.
All right, I came here to find out about Louis.
Friend of yours?
Since we were kids.
Louis's been dead for weeks. Aren't you a little late?
Well, I've been on a ranch in Arizona taking a rest.
You were in Spain, weren't you? Heard you enlisted in that Loyalist army or something.
I didn't know about Louis until I read about it in a month-old newspaper. I caught the first train east.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Louis didn't kill himself.
I didn't say that. Said it was an accident.
Louis was a policeman, a detective lieutenant, one of the toughest cops on your force, and he falls out of a window. I knew Louis.
And maybe you know more than the whole homicide squad. Now, listen. You can play cowboy in Arizona as long as you want to, but you're not going to play detective around here, even if your name is McKittrick. So run along and forget it.
Louis was murdered. I'm going to find out who did it and why you're covering up.
Run along, son.
By the way, when I was getting off the train, a girl bumped into me. She apologized and went away.
That was nice of her.
Yeah. But riding here in the cab, I found this in my pocket. That girl had planted it on me.
What is it?
Louis Lepetino's wallet. There were 2 things in it. Louis's badge and a letter I'd sent him from Spain.
Hand it over.
I think maybe Louis's mother might like to have the badge. I'm going over to see her now.
I'll see that she gets it. Where's the letter?
I tore it up. Goodbye, Inspector.
Goodbye.
Oh, one thing more. I saw Louis when I got back from Spain. He got me a permit to carry this. A gun.
Permit's good for a year. Why do you want to carry a gun?
To shoot people with, sweetheart.
We knew you would come, Kit. We've been waiting.
Always before, when our Louis was a boy, when he was in trouble, you would come. Now we won't ever see him again. Louis.
Mama, please, Mama. Kit, you found out, Kit?
Not yet. But I will find out. I know it was not an accident.
No accident.
You got any ideas, Papa?
No. We don't see Louis very much. For a long time, he's going around with these people.
What people?
Very swell people. I heard him talk about Ab Parker and a girl called Darby Taverton.
Oh, sure. Ab Parker's one of my best friends, a lawyer. Barbie Taverton's a girl I used to go with. I introduced Louis to them long ago.
Kit, we cannot bring Louis back. Maybe it is better if you do nothing.
Listen, Mama. When I was in prison, I managed to write Louis a letter. They'd been torturing me, beating me until I thought I was going crazy.
Torture, Kit? Why did they do that?
Because I have something the Nazis want. I begged Louis to let me escape. Help me escape. How he could help me, I didn't know, but he did. Louis got me out of that prison. Now he's dead. No, I can't just let it go at that. I'm going to find out.
Yes, Kit.
Mama, You remember when I was in Spain, I sent Louis a souvenir, some seashells?
Yes, seashells, so pretty.
You still have them?
Sure. Louis says to put the seashells away and keep them.
Good. I may want to look at them soon.
Kit, you stay on and have supper.
Well, thanks, but I can't. I told Ab Parker I'd drop in. I'll see you in a couple of days. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci, Kit.
Mr. McKittrick, how good to see you again.
Hello, Robert.
Go right in, sir.
Kit, is that you?
Hi, Ab.
Gee, this is really great.
Well, I figured I had enough of Arizona. Ab, you mind if I bunk with you a couple of days?
Why, you can have the whole place to yourself. I'm going to Washington late tonight. Well, how are you anyway?
Fine. Scars all healed. Eat well, sleep well. Hands steady as a rock.
No more hearing things?
No. Say, you going out?
Yeah, to Bobby Taverton. She's giving a dinner for some refugees. That's her latest craze. We're all meeting at her place and then going to dinner. Come along.
Sure, why not?
Kit, Bobby's the real reason why you came rushing back to New York, isn't she?
No, not exactly.
Was it because of Louis Lepetina?
What do you know about it, Ab?
Oh, nothing much. Bobby has a party and Louis falls from the top floor window. That's the way they tell it.
Who?
You'll meet most of them tonight. Kit, Louis got you out of Spain, didn't he?
How did you know that?
Well, just guess. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I can talk now. It's pretty tough, Ab. First, you don't think you can take it. And then you do. It's like somebody shoved you in a bottle and jammed in the cork. Get to know everything by the sounds they make. Sometimes screams, some of the other prisoners. Key turning in a lock. Squeaky hinge. Water dripping in the hall. That's bad business because we don't get much to drink. It's good to know what the sounds mean, except when you know it's too long between times. And you just wait for the drag of that foot. The man who limps. When you hear that, you know they're ready to beat you again and do their little tricks. You tell them it's too soon. One more beating and you'll die, and they don't want you to die. I couldn't take any more. They couldn't let me die, and I couldn't take any more. I had to tell, but I didn't. I didn't.
Now, Kit, take it easy.
Yeah. Well, how am I doing?
I'm sorry, Kit. I shouldn't have asked.
I tell you, I've licked it.
And Louis was the one that got you out?
Yeah. Louis Lepetino. Is that my room?
Yes. I'll tell Robert to bring in the bag.
Well, I'd better clean up now for the dinner. Thank you.
Kit, darling.
Hello, Bobby.
Darling, you look wonderful.
Thanks, you do too.
Oh, why all the reserve?
Too many people. I'll see you later.
Remember me?
Hello, Ab. Now, come on, you two. There are some people I want you to meet. We were just talking about you. Some really wonderful people.
Oh?
In here. Well, here they are, Doctor. Dr. Scott, may I present John McKittrick and Ab Parker.
How do you do? How do you do?
This is the doctor's nephew, Otto Scott.
Gentlemen.
Oh?
You will excuse me for not rising. I've been confined to this wheelchair for years. Mr. McKittrick, Miss Taverton was telling me you fought in Spain.
I was there for a while.
I'm very interested. You see, I'm engaged in a work having to do with the cruelties of men towards other men.
A large subject, Doctor.
Yeah. And your observations would be invaluable. Could an old invalid impose on you to visit him someday?
If you think I could be of any use, sure.
Before you came in, I was frightening Miss Taverton and Otto, comparing modern scientific torture with the methods of the ancients. Among the ancients, only the Asiatic displayed any real cunning. They combined mental agony with the purely physical and gave us the principle of all modern torture. The victim is saved at the borderline of insanity. Then comes an interval in which he tortures himself. He waits, knowing the physical torture will be repeated. And it is repeated, most assuredly, with perhaps a few new variations. You see the point?
Ghastly.
Oh, I could tell you many more equally ingenious techniques.
Sorry, Bobby, but it's after 9.
So it is.
Well, I suppose we really should be on our way, Doctor.
Just where are we going?
To the refugee dinner, of course. Ed can tell you all about it on the way over.
Say, Ab, just who are these Gossers?
Well, the doctor's a famous Norwegian historian. He got out just before the Nazis moved in.
And the blonde wolf with him?
Otto? His particular interest is Barbie. All I know is that he and the doctor are both friends of the prince, Francois de Nemours.
The prince?
Yeah, they live with him. The prince is great stuff for the refugees. Don't worry about old Scars. He's been pretty thoroughly checked.
And the nephew?
Well, Otto's accepted on his uncle's word.
You believe all this?
You mind if I don't?
I see. Ab, were the Scotsers at the party when Louis had his accident?
Yeah. Now, look, kid, if you want to know about the Scotsers, talk to Whitney.
Whitney?
Sure, you remember. My cousin.
Oh, yeah, sure.
She'll be there tonight. She sings.
Oh?
Quite a gal, Whitney. Quite a gal.
So many new faces, Barbie. Tell me, the girl who sang a minute ago, is that really Whitney?
Oh, she's a big girl now. Sings professionally at the Club 50.
Club 50, huh? And, who's that girl? The one talking to Otto over there?
Well, that's the prince's granddaughter, Elma Dawn.
Prince Francois de Nemours?
How did you know?
Oh, I get around fast.
You've a roving eye, kid. Kid, what's the matter?
What do you mean?
You seem so indifferent to me. I just can't make you out.
You're spoiled, Barbie. And me? Well, when I came back from Spain and you saw me in the hospital, I figured I got the brush off.
You look so awful, kid.
I know.
Kid, Otto and I and some others are going up to Franconia Lodge for some skiing. Please come along.
No, thanks.
Oh, kid, please.
I can't, Barbie. I'd like to say hello to Whitney. Be a good girl and don't be sore.
Go ahead. Hope you have a miserable time.
Well, kid, if you insist. It is a little more private here on the terrace,
But not enough. What would happen if we leave here?
let's go and find out.
Where? I'm a stranger in town.
Well, I have to be at the club by midnight. Let's go there.
Swell. Suppose Ab would join us?
Ab's a working man. He's going to Washington tonight.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Well, let's get going, huh? So this is where you work.
Like it?
I always did.
Oh, you know the place.
Yeah, your boss is the brother of a friend of mine.
Jake Lipatino?
Mm-hmm. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Whitney?
Nothing, thanks.
She'll have a nothing, thanks, and I'll have a brandy.
Yes, sir.
What's Ab doing in Washington, Whitney?
Well, didn't he tell you? He's working for the government, decoding. But as far as the Scotches are concerned, he's strictly on his own, I think.
Who's Otto Scots?
Could be a spy.
And Dr. Scots?
Could be another.
Makes you think so.
Oh, I'm smart. I can smell phony.
What do you know about Louis Lepatino?
I don't know what happened. Only one person saw him fall, Elma Dawn.
I seem to be full of questions. Who is Elma Dawn?
That girl you were staring at when she was talking to Otto. I saw you. She's the granddaughter of the Prince de Nemours. She's the manager of a hat shop. Very swank.
Well, now go ahead and put it all together for me.
Well, it was one of Barbie's big parties, and everyone was in the playroom upstairs. Anton and I were doing a number.
Another new name.
Anton? Oh, he's my accompanist. Saw him tonight when I sang.
Oh, yeah. Good-looking guy.
Quite.
Well, go on. Who else was in the playroom?
Brandy, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Barbie, of course, and the doctor, and Otto Scott, and Elma Dawn. I just finished a song when Elma said she felt faint. She went to the library. Just in time to see Louis fall or jump from the window.
Where were the Scosses at that moment?
Well, Dr. Scott was in his wheelchair right next to me. Otto'd gone to his room. Someone had spilt some wine on his shirt, and he'd gone to change.
Mm-hmm. Perfect alibi. What about the prince?
Oh, he wasn't there. He's quite old and not too well. He never goes out.
Whitney, how do you know so much about these people?
From Anton.
And where does he fit in?
Oh, he doesn't. He's just a good musician who happens to know the prince and Elma Dawn. Let him alone, kid.
Why?
Stick to Elma Dawn. Well, I've got to change now. Will I see you after the show?
Oh, but I'll call you. Thanks a lot.
Good night, kid.
Good night. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Tell Jake Lepatino I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir. Hello, McKittrick.
Hello, Jake. I didn't hear about Louis for a month. I was over to see your folks this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Your health is regained?
Yeah. Who got Louis?
I don't know, kid. But there was no grudge. There was no bum. That much I'd find out.
The brother liked women, Jake. Beautiful women.
Yeah, that's true.
He wouldn't jump out of a window. Somebody pushed Louis out, and it had to be a dame.
Yeah.
How did Louis get mixed up in society?
I don't know.
Does Elma Dawn come around here?
But I know so few by name. Bobby Tabington comes here.
That makes two beautiful dames. Elma Dawn and Barbie. Where'd that pianist come from?
Anton? Whitney brought him in.
Whitney? Maybe there are 3 dames, Jake.
Miss McKittrick, you going to see this thing through?
Yeah, Jake, I'm going to see it through.
Thanks.
Will, I'll see you in a day or two, Jake.
If there's anything you need, anything.
I know, thanks. So long.
So long, McKittrick. Danny.
Yeah?
That guy just gone out. He's John McKittrick.
Oh.
Don't let him get out of your sight. Understand?
Oh, sure, Jake. Sure.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Walter Slazak in Act 2 of The Fallen Sparrow. Now, here's a friend of ours. What's that box under your arm, Libby?
That's my question box. I've been eavesdropping in department stores to find out what women want to know about stockings. I was surprised how often the same questions were asked. Just pick one out and I'll answer it.
Okay. How long will rayon stockings last?
How long is a piece of string? Seriously, that depends on the wear they get and the care they get. They'll probably last as long as silk if you treat them properly. You can cut down runs, double stocking wear with Lux.
How often should stockings be washed?
There's only one answer to that. After every single wearing. Nightly luxing removes perspiration that injures fibers. Helps rayons fit better, too.
Is rayon ready to wear when it feels dry?
Not necessarily. Go by the clock, not the feel. Always allow 24 to 48 hours, the maximum time in damp or humid weather. Rayon dries from the outside in, so it may feel dry, but if the inner core is still damp, the threads may give way under strain. Pop a run.
I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for tonight, Libby. But the answers to most stocking problems add up to this. You can double the wear with nightly luxing. Actual strain tests proved it. Stockings washed with Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. So save your precious stockings with Lux Flakes. When you whisk up Lux Suds, use all you need for a rich lather, but don't pour out more than you need. Soap contains vital war materials. Don't waste it, please. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Fallen Sparrow, starring Robert Young as Kit, Maureen O'Hara as Elma, and Walter Slazak as Dr. Scoss. It's nearly an hour later. Kit has walked from the Club 50 to Ab Parker's apartment. 100 wild thoughts racing through his mind. The wounds on his body are mended, but the wounds on his mind are slow to heal. As he reaches the door, the 2 years of torture in prison start closing in on him like a huge black tidal wave.
Robert! Robert! Robert!
Good evening, sir.
Robert, didn't you hear? Who are you?
I'm Ruman, sir. I'm substituting for Robert, sir.
Oh.
Mr. Parker said he could have a few days off. I thought he told you, sir.
No, he didn't.
Excuse me, sir. Are you feeling ill? Your face, it's wet.
No, it's been running. It helps me sleep better.
I've unpacked one bag for you, sir. I couldn't open the other. It was locked.
Well, thanks. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Sure, it was locked, but that didn't stop him, did it? The lining's cut with a razor blade and then glued back, with the glue still wet. What do they think I am, a fool? They think I'm tricked. Oh, God, don't let it happen. Please. Please. I'm well. I'm away from there. They can't do anything. They can't. Who is it? Nothing.
Dream. Yeah, it's a dream. Ruben, where are you? Ruben!
Did you call, sir?
I thought I heard someone.
I was just coming to see if you were all right.
There's nothing wrong with me. It was someone else.
I'm sure you must be mistaken, sir. Perhaps you were dreaming.
Yeah, dream. Wait a minute. Water. There's water dripping. I can still hear it. I can hear it.
Why, yes, sir. It's the faucet in the kitchen. I must have neglected to turn it completely off. I'm sorry, sir.
Go to bed. I'll fix it. Sorry I woke you.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Dawn. I want to see some hats.
Ladies' hats?
Why not? It's a hat shop, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
I like to look at ladies' hats. Well, where are they? Or do they come out on the hour like a cuckoo clock?
Our trade is mostly custom, sir.
Oh, my name is McKittrick, John McKittrick. I saw you last night at the refugee affair, Miss Dawn. I thought you were the most beautiful woman in the room.
What type of hat are you interested in, sir?
Well, it doesn't matter. What time do you go to lunch?
I don't go to lunch.
I saw you another place yesterday.
You did?
Yes, on the train. You bumped into me. I figured if we keep running into each other like this, we may as well know each other. Now, about lunch...
I do not go out to lunch. Good morning.
But if you don't, how can I get to know you? You and Prince Francois.
You can read about the prince in any public library.
But I can't about you. Is he really your grandfather?
Of course.
I doubt it. What about lunch?
I told you.
Then what about hats? Come on, show me a hat. Not bad. Not bad at all. You better show me something else.
You've been here over an hour, Mr. McKittrick. I've shown you 14 hats.
Well, I'm just naturally a very patient guy. Take your time, trot out a few more.
You don't really want to see hats.
I really want to go to lunch.
I won't go with you.
Okay, let's see some more skimmers, babe.
And don't dare call me babe.
Look, if you don't eat lunch, you'll need a big dinner. You can't starve.
I intend to eat dinner.
With me?
If I say yes, will you go?
It's a deal.
All right. Call me here later today. We'll arrange things then.
Kid, come in.
I ought to push your teeth right down your throat. Even as a kid, you were a liar, wasn't he?
What are you talking about?
You got a drink?
In there.
Giving me that stuff about Elma Don. I just came from her shop. How could she heave a guy like Louis out of a window?
I didn't say she could or did.
What is it? Are you trying to get her in trouble? Is she giving you competition with Anton?
Get out of here.
Oh, so Anton is something more to you than just an accompanist.
Kid, what's the matter with you?
Yeah, it had to be a dame. But not Elma.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, now it's you. You look into a pair of baby eyes and start drooling.
Anton goes for it, too, huh?
I told you can get out of here if you're going to talk that way.
Where did you meet Anton?
Where does anyone meet anyone? I'm a singer, he's a musician.
How does he happen to know the Scotsers?
In Europe, I suppose. I don't know everything. There are a few things you'll have to find out yourself.
Long distance? This is Plaza 32099. I'd like to speak to Mr. Ab Parker in Washington, D.C., Jefferson Park Hotel. Yeah, that's right, thanks. Mind if I use your phone, Whitney?
Help yourself. Look, I have to go to rehearsal. Here's the key. When you're through here, drop it in the mailbox. Goodbye.
Hello? Oh, well, no, never mind. Cancel the call. No. No. Maybe it's in the hall. Take another drink. Something's got to work. Maybe whiskey's the answer. Told me if your hands were steady as a rock. Come on, buck up. What are you afraid of? You've got a gun. You're in New York, millions of people around you. You've got to find out who killed Louis. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Well, stop shaking because you hear a sound that isn't there. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, it's better. Much better. Much.
Kid, are you in there?
Yeah. Just a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, Whitney. I guess I fell asleep. Couldn't sleep last night. Oh.
Goodbye, Whitney. I did not know you had company. I'll see you at the club.
Bye, Anton. Well, that's just lovely. Anton must have a beautiful picture of me.
I said I was sorry.
Would you care to leave now?
Pretty soon. Anton lives here, too, huh?
This is an apartment house. He lives downstairs.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You didn't ask me.
I'm sorry, but I've got to know these things. When did he arrive in this country, Anton?
About a year ago?
1939?
Yes.
Whitney, you happen to know a man who limps, who drags one foot when he walks? I thought I heard him last night. I thought I heard him today, here. I'm looking for him. You know anyone like that, Whitney?
No. Kid, are you sure you heard him?
I don't know. Did you ever guess why I was held a prisoner in Spain for more than 2 years after the war was over? Did you ever wonder why I was so important?
Ab did. We all tried to guess, but no one knew.
Louis Lepetino knew. He helped me escape through some old country relatives he had. That's why he was killed. The greatest guy I ever knew. You understand that?
Yes, kid.
They want something I've got. That's why the man with the bad foot is here. Because I'm here.
Well, who is he?
I don't know, Whitney. He used to fly in from Berlin. I'd hear him in the corridor, and after every visit, they'd go to work on me all over again. Listen.
What?
Do you hear it? Do you hear anything?
No, nothing.
The drag of a foot.
Well, listen to me, kid. If you don't stop hearing things, you'll... Look, hadn't you better see your doctor?
I did. He said I needed rest and freedom from anxiety. You've been pretty patient, Whitney. Well, I've got a date. I'll be seeing you.
Good evening, Mr. McKittrick. Come in.
I can't believe it.
What?
Keeping your word.
I can't resist roses. You sent 3 dozen.
It's a peace offering. They're just a starter. We'll have dinner, see a show, go dancing, the works. You ready?
Yes. Oh, but when you phoned, you said you'd like to meet Prince Francois.
It still goes, may I?
For a moment. I'm afraid he's in rather a bad mood. He's quite old. Please be careful not to anger him.
Funny grabbers, tradesmen. Just consider the state of the world.
Your Highness, may I present Mr. McKittrick?
I'm on it, sir.
And you already know Dr. Scott.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Just who are you, young man?
No one in particular, sir.
A man of exceptional merit, I should say. A fighting man, Your Highness.
A fighting man? Then look. Look at that wall back there, Mr. McKittrick. What do you see?
I see flags, sir.
They are the standards of the House of St. Louis. My house, monsieur. Something you cannot buy or steal. Something to fight for. They represent the glory of 100 generations anointed to rule. Elma, we'll have the wine.
It's ready, Grandfather. Anton has it inside.
Come, then.
Elma, if you please. My dear, this cursed wheelchair.
Of course.
Did I hear you say Anton?
He's a musician. I think you saw him at the dinner.
I seem to see him everywhere.
This talk of flags and standards may be difficult for an American to understand, Mr. McKittrick.
Not for me, Doctor.
You see, Your Highness? As I said, a man of exceptional merit.
We are ready, Anton.
I hope you will find the wine at the right temperature, Your Highness.
Anton, you know Mr. McKittrick.
Yes, we have met.
Look at the tray, sir. Observe the goblets. Are they not beautiful? Notice they are frescoed with a small golden medallion.
Yes, the Lion of San Rafael, isn't it?
Elma, perhaps you will tell your guests something of these goblets?
They originated in Spain, Mr. McKittrick. They later came to Italy and into the possession of our house.
Yes. In His Highness' veins flows the same blood as the Borgias.
Well, and this goblet may have held poison in its time.
Undoubtedly.
We will drink, Mr. McKittrick.
Why do you switch glasses?
It's an old Borgia custom, Doctor.
To be sure. Now, may I suggest we drink to...
To, America, Doctor?
Yes, to America.
And so I work at the hat shop and make my home there with my grandfather. What do you think of him?
Interesting.
Not nearly as interesting as you.
Dance?
Later.
Kit, what is it you really want of me? At the refugee dinner, you stared at me, and it wasn't the way a man stares at a woman. You went out of your way to find out who I am and where I work. You didn't invite me out tonight because you had nothing else to do. What is it?
Yes, I invited you out. And did you accept because you wanted to, or because you were told to come?
Told to?
Yeah. What kind of a girl are you? Was Louis Lepetino in love with you?
I knew him only for a short while.
Well, that means nothing. Louis always fell in love easily.
He was kind to me.
So you pushed him out of a window.
No, that's not true. I think you'd better take me home.
It's too early.
No, please.
You can't make a scene here. Think of the prince. Think of those 100 generations.
I simply don't understand you. At times you seem to be a gentleman, and at other times you're a...
Mug. I was raised that way. I was a mug until I was 14, and they made me a gentleman. Then some of the boys made me a mug again.
Why are you doing this to me, Kit?
I don't know. Yes, it would be so easy to fall in love with you.
Kit, I'm with you tonight because I want to be. Because in the shop, even through your insolence, I felt...
I know.
You didn't let me finish.
You don't have to. Where did you get Louis's wallet?
He gave it to me. No, not that night. He had shown me a picture of the two of you. He forgot it when he left.
Lady, that's a honey.
You don't have to believe it.
You dropped it in my pocket on the train, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
To warn you. I liked you because of what Louis had told me.
How did you know I'd be on that train?
Don't you know that you've been watched ever since you set foot in New York? I have access to information that told what train you'd be on, and for telling you all this, I could be killed. I only ask that you believe me.
I'd like to.
Kit, we're not good for each other.
Aren't we?
No, for many reasons. But we may be able to help each other.
Well, let's drop it. Let's have some fun. I could use a big slice of it.
So could I.
What about that dance you mentioned before?
Wonderful.
And then we'll really see the town. It's all right, Ruman. It's just... All right, Anton. Now, come on, talk. I said talk. Where's Ruman?
He isn't here. I'm sorry. You surprised me.
I surprised you. That's swell.
I was searching your apartment.
Don't give me that. I want the truth.
It's no good you're hitting me. I will tell only what I please.
Come on, let's have it.
You are the one who should know that a man cannot be made to talk. You know that no matter what happened, if you talked, you would be killed. Is it not so? That is why they allowed you to escape.
Allowed me to?
Of course.
So they let me escape. I should have thought of that. They couldn't beat it out of me, and they couldn't kill me, so they'd wait. Is that it? All right. But they haven't got the standard. I've got it. And I'm going to keep it. You can tell them that. They watched, maybe, but they slipped up. Because they didn't see where I hid it.
Then it isn't in his country?
It never was. Now get out and tell Ruman wherever he is, he'd better stay away from here. I may lose my temper, and I've been taught a lot of mean tricks. Get out, do you hear? Get out! No, that's not the way. Drinking won't help me. I've got to fight it out myself. I've got to find the man and kill him. And I've got to do it quickly.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Walter Slazak for Act 3 of The Fallen Sparrow. Meantime, way up in Maine, where they have those nice cold winters, two young mothers are chatting over the family mending basket.
My Johnny's growing just like a weed.
They all do at his age.
Look at his snowsuit, absolutely bursting at the seams. And what a job getting a new one these days.
Listen, Margaret.
What, dear?
An idea. My Davy outgrew his snowsuit last year. It's a lovely warm one, made of that nice soft blanket cloth, and packed away doing nobody any good.
But aren't you saving it for little Sue?
Oh, goodness. Johnny could wear it this winter and still have it good enough for Sue next year.
You know I'll take good care of it.
Just do what I do. Lux it now and then.
Of course. Lux is wonderful. It makes such a difference in the way things wear.
I'll really enjoy knowing Davy's suit is helping Johnny.
It's an old American custom to share things, and we're doing more and more of it these days. Lux Flakes lends a helping hand in this, as millions of mothers know. These gentle flakes are so kind to fabrics, they keep baby things and the children's clothes like new longer. You can hand them down, share them when they're outgrown. So it pays to use Lux for sweaters, woolens, colored cottons. Yes, Lux Care means longer wear, more chance to share. Don't worry if you find your dealer is out of Lux now and then. He'll have more soon. And Lux is worth waiting for. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll get the latest news on our stars after the play. But now the curtain rises on the third act of The Fallen Sparrow, starring Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Walter Slezak.
I've got to find the man and kill him. And I've got to do it quickly.
But John McKittrick was not quick enough. Early the next morning, he hears a shot in the next room. Half asleep, he stumbles out into the hall and into the body of his friend, Ab Parker. It's an hour later now. Inspector Tobin has arrived and is winding up what looks to him like just another very simple case.
I understand Parker had been in Washington. When did he get back?
I don't know. It must have been some time after I fell asleep.
You got any ideas?
Sure, Anton. Must have come back after I threw him out.
We checked on Anton right away. He didn't come back. He called up Parker's cousin, Whitney. Met her and Childs, drank coffee.
What did they talk about?
Music.
I've got something that somebody wants, Tobin. They've sent a guy after me. All I know about him is that he limps.
What's that got to do with Parker's suicide?
Suicide?
Certainly. The gun was next to his body. You found it.
Ab never committed suicide.
Funny you're saying that. Might put your own pants right on the hot seat.
Everything's suicide to you, Tobin. First Louis, now Ab.
You figure this is tied up with Lepatino?
Of course it is. Ab must have been doing some investigating.
This lame guy, why is he after you?
He's after something I have. A battle standard.
A what?
A pennant, a flag. It belonged to my brigade in Spain.
You expect me to believe you let a guy gun for you, let your friends be bumped off for some dopey pennant?
Sure, it's a dopey pennant. You could buy one like it for $5.
Parker was killed because he knew about it, huh?
Parker never even heard of it.
Then why was he killed?
I told you, because he was after Autoscas. Louis was after him, too. They both got bumped off.
Nobody bumped off Louis. Don't you think the department takes care of its own men?
Not too well. You going to hold me, Tobin?
No. You go around yelling Parker was murdered, though, and you'll likely wind up on the chair. Remember that.
Thanks, I will. Where's Whitney Parker now?
Back home, I guess. Why?
I'd like her to round up all those nice people we've been talking about. I want to throw a party for them tonight at the Club 50. Oh, come along if you like.
Look, son, Louis told me you were in pretty bad shape when you came back from Spain. Maybe you're not yourself yet. Just forget about flags and people who aren't there and people getting murdered.
Who are you covering, Tobin? Hello, Bobby.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, you're not the only one. Dr. Scoss and Elma haven't shown up either.
Where are the others?
Whitney, Anton, and Otto in Jake's office. Come on, let's go in.
Wait a minute. This is ghastly about Ab. It couldn't have happened. Kid, I have to tell you. Ab and I were engaged.
Wonderful.
When you came back, he didn't want to hold me to it. But I had to pretend I couldn't hurt him.
So he leaves town and you and Otto go skiing. You should have been in Spain, sweetheart.
Why?
Anything for a thrill.
Is that why you went?
Why not? Sort of alike. Except I don't think I'm quite the hypocrite you are.
Just what do you mean by that?
Now, skip it. Here comes Miss Dunn. Come on, let's go in. Well, there's no point talking anymore. Seems I've made a fool of myself. I had a hunch. I thought I might be able to tell you something. The hunch didn't pan out. Sorry. I'm glad that Dr. Scoss couldn't come. It would have been a pity to have dragged him down here for nothing.
Why couldn't he come, Elmer?
The doctor and I were both at the hospital. He wanted to stay with my grandfather.
Well, we know one thing anyway. Regardless of what the police say, we're all certain Ab didn't shoot himself.
That's right, Whitney.
Can't we find out what Ab was working on? If we were to go through his papers...
I
perhaps
had
we'd-
some understanding of codes, Mr. McKittrick. If there should be any among Mr. Parker's effects, perhaps I could be of some service. I'd be very grateful for a chance to help.
Thank you, Otto. A great many Norwegians have found opportunities to help.
I know what you are hinting. I should be in uniform, but I cannot leave my uncle. He is a helpless cripple.
I'm sorry. Anton, how about you? Any ideas?
I'm afraid this is all far beyond me.
Well, then I guess that's that. Shall we go to the bar? But first, I have a present for Elma. I'd like you all to see it. It's a medallion. The Lion of San Rafael. The most beautiful thing I own. For the most beautiful girl I know.
Where did you get that?
I picked it up in Spain.
You brought that back with you from there?
I sent it back. Smuggled it in a seashell.
What kind of a joke is that?
No joke, the truth. Will you wear it for me, Elma?
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
It's lovely. More than you brought me, kid.
Oh, you must not refuse it, Delma. The prince would not object to your accepting it, I'm sure.
Very well. Thank you, Kit.
You'll wear it?
Yes, I'll wear it. Kit, would you mind taking me home? You can drop the act now, Kit. Why did you give me this?
So everybody'd see it?
Do you want to be killed?
Not especially. But I intend to find the man who limps.
Kit, please take it back.
I want you to wear it. When I said you're the most beautiful girl I know, I meant it. I could have said more, Alma.
Oh,
I wanted
Kit.
to say more. I've meant everything I've said to you.
Thank you. So have I. Please take me home.
I asked you to come to headquarters, McKittrick, because I wanted to tell you that Louis Lepatino didn't fall from a window in the Tabberton Library.
You mean that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you say so before?
Because I knew what you went through in Spain. But I didn't know how well you were snapping out of it. I couldn't take a chance on your breaking.
Tell me about Louis.
Well, his real job was for the government. He was after an espionage ring. He was pushed from a window, yes, but first he'd been shot. As a rule, we don't do an autopsy after that sort of a fall. This time we did. We found the bullet.
What about Ab Parker?
He was working on the same thing. You were right, of course. He was murdered. Say, about that flag of yours, have you talked to the Federals about it?
No. It's a personal matter between me and a little man in Berlin. The brigade I was with picked off one of his favorite generals, an old pal from the beer hall days. He swore he'd have every last man in our outfit and our flag to hang in Berchtesgaden. I swore he wouldn't.
Oh.
But Louis, Inspector, what brought him to the Scoss's room that night?
You got the tip from your girlfriend, Elma Dawn.
Well, now that you mention it, she phoned me a little while ago. Anton's giving a recital tonight at her house. I'm going. You've got men working on this, haven't you, Tobin?
A few?
We'll call them off for 24 hours. I think I can wind it up if you do. Otherwise, there might be a slip. They've got too many mice.
What are you going to do?
The guy I'm after is going to open up tonight. I'm going to force him to.
Listen, McKittrick, you go around plugging anyone, you're going to answer for it.
Is it deal?
Yeah, I'm a sap. Yeah, go on. Get going.
Oh, Kid, I'm so glad you're here. I have so much to say to you in so little
And,
time.
did the medallion do its job?
Yes, and I'm sick to death at the thought of what might happen to you. I'm terribly afraid for you, Kid. What earthly good do you think it does you to hold out? Do you think it's heroic? Well, it isn't. It's senseless. It's childish.
Listen to me.
No, you listen. A flag, a little piece of cloth, a dirty rag you wouldn't stop to pick up if you saw it on the street. And you're willing to... Oh, Kid.
There's some things a guy just has to do. Doesn't matter what you think about it or how afraid you are. What else makes a man stand up against a tank with only a rifle in his hand? Why do they hide in the hills when their army's gone and keep plugging away when they know their people will be butchered in retaliation? Something they just can't help. That flag is a symbol to me, reminding me of 3,000 men who were my friends. 3,000 guys who were shot down around me. Before I let that little man put his filthy hands on it, I'll go like Louis and Ab did.
Kit, I've loved peace and right, too. All my life, and I've loved little things. Things that were important to me. The house we had in the village, children growing up, and now I have nothing to love except you. And that was over before it ever began.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm helpless.
You think they've got you, too? No, they haven't. You're coming with me.
I can't.
You've got to make a choice soon, darling, tonight.
I will, Kit, but later on, later.
Will you do something else for me?
Yes.
In a little while, arrange to get me upstairs. I want to have a look at Dr. Scott's room. Will you do that?
I'll try, Kit.
Too bad the prince is not here, Mr. McKittrick. When I left him at the hospital, he said he was very flattered you so admired his goblets. He asked that we'd drink his health.
Good. I like his wine.
Here, then, to His Highness.
Right. Oh, this way.
What are you doing?
Just switching the glasses. You take mine, I take yours. Old Borgia custom, Doctor.
Oh, yes, your joke.
Drink up, Doctor. To His Highness.
Ah, my favorite composition. You mind wheeling me inside to the study, please? Good music should be listened to in solitude.
Kit,
Yes?
where did you take Dr. Scott?
To his study.
Then go up those stairs, the first door to the left. And hurry, Kit, please hurry.
You have a gun, Mr. McKittrick? Well, why do you not shoot?
Dr. Scott.
I have left my wheelchair.
Scott.
I shall walk over to you. You shall not shoot me. Watch, Mr. McKittrick. And listen. Put your gun away.
Sure. I'm not afraid of you, Doctor. Seeing you was all I needed.
Neither of us will do any killing. I cannot kill you because you have information I must obtain. You cannot kill me because you lack the brutality. That and sclerodine.
Sclerodine?
You drank a quantity a little while ago in your wine. I hated to stoop to such melodrama, but it seemed the only certain way. Of course, I assumed you would switch the goblets again. Sclerodine is a drug that destroys the will. Already you're trembling. In a few minutes, you will be completely helpless. Meanwhile, we shall talk. Yes?
Yeah. Otto killed Louis Lepetino.
Yes, Otto does pretty well what he's told.
Where's Otto now, Doctor? Shall I tell you? Danny has him.
Danny?
Yeah. Danny works for Louis's brother.
Too bad. The fortunes of war.
But Otto didn't kill Ab Parker.
No, I killed him. I sent him a telegram, signed your name. But it didn't come at the time we expected. So I remained hidden while you had your little engagement with Anton. Then you went to bed. Parker came home. I shot him. As simple as that. I went out the back way. Ruman made the arrangements, Mr. McKittrick.
Yes?
The drug will soon cause you to collapse. And then, as consciousness returns, you will have things to tell me. Things that I...
Oh.
Too soon, Mr. McKittrick? It is effective even quicker than I...
Kit.
I just shot Dr. Scott.
No.
Gave me a drug. I don't know how long it'll take. Quickly, Alma, I must know. Where does the prince fit in all this?
Kit, you've got to get out of here.
No, Danny brought friends, Jake's men. They're all around the house. I told them to get Anton and call the cops. I asked you about the prince. He's not your grandfather, is he?
No, he thinks they're going to make him king of France. He's dying now in the hospital.
But you...
I had to do what they ordered me. I married the real Otto Scott. He died in a concentration camp. I have a daughter 3 years old. She's in Germany, held as a hostage.
Elma, you told me that you loved me. Did you mean that?
Yes, but it's no use, Kit. They'll kill my
Oh,
child.
there are ways to get her out, underground ways.
No, I'm not brave, Kit. I love, and for those I love, I do what I can.
You're not afraid. I'll help you. There are ways, many ways. I love you, Elma.
You'll have time to forget me, Kit, when I'm gone. If you'll only let me go.
Don't say no. We'll meet somewhere and...
The police will be coming soon, Kit.
Will you do what I say?
Yes, but the answer will always be the same.
Then hurry, now, quickly. Get to Chicago, change your name, and get a room in the West Side Hotel. I'll square it here, and when it's safe, I'll join you.
Oh, my darling, darling.
Hey, McKittrick. McKittrick, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, where am I?
Hospital. Doc's been working on you. Fell for a Mickey, huh?
Yeah. How long have I been under?
A couple of hours. You shot Scott?
Yeah. Maybe it was self-defense, and maybe it was.
Well, that'll be up to the Federals. You better not talk now, son.
Wait a minute. Anton?
Yeah, we got him. Otto, too. Good work.
And, the girl?
She slipped away. I don't quite understand how.
Oh, I let her go, Tobin. She helped me.
You think this will stop with the ones we've got? What about that flag?
It's hidden in Lisbon. If I don't have to stand trial, I'm going over there. Going to give it to some boys who can use it. There'll be brigades forming again.
Maybe. You sure about that girl?
I don't know, but maybe we can.
Forget it now, son. Go on. Go to sleep.
Passengers will please board the plane. Departure is in 10 minutes. Passengers will please board the plane.
Hello, Elma.
Kit,
They found me not guilty.
I knew they would.
So did Tobin.
Who?
Inspector Tobin. He also suggested that I come down here right away instead of going to Chicago. Funny I should meet you on a clipper ready to take off for Lisbon. I thought we had a date in Chicago.
I had to do it this way, Kit. Believe me, I have to go back and find my little girl.
I wish there had been a little girl. I wish you told me the truth. You're going back to the Nazis.
Kit, you've got to trust me.
You got your passport and your permit for the clipper through the German consul. I didn't find that out. Tobin did. Waiting for you, Elma. Come on.
No, you can't.
Come on.
This way, Miss Dawn. There's some federal men to see you. Sorry, kid. Believe me.
That's all according to how you look at it. Another sparrow falls. So long.
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Now, Sally says there's one question that's practically guaranteed to make a woman mad.
That is if she knows anything about housekeeping. It's this. Do you work or just keep house? If it didn't make you so mad, you'd probably be flattered. Because if you can run your house, do the cooking and cleaning and dishwashing, without looking as though you did a lot of honest-to-goodness work, you're pretty smart.
I'll lay you a little bet, Sally, that smart women like that have a few beauty secrets like...
Like Lux for dishes? You're right, Mr. Kennedy. Most women know that with Lux Flakes in the dishpan, your hands stay as lovely and smooth as if you were a lady of pre-war leisure.
And even if they've grown red and rough from strong dishwashing soaps, they'll soon regain their natural loveliness if you change to gentle Lux Flakes. In actual tests, women with rough, red dishpan hands found their hands improving in just 2 to 7 days. These women use no cream or lotions on their hands. They just change to Lux. And don't overlook this fact. Lux is thrifty for dishes. It goes further. Yes, you can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, proudly presenting Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award picture, Sitting Pretty, starring Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Clifton Webb. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big night of the season in the Lux Radio Theater, because tonight we present the picture that you, the moviegoers of America, have chosen as the one you like best in 1948. It's that delightful comedy, Sitting Pretty, selected by you in a nationwide poll for Photoplay magazine. Our stars are Maureen O'Hara, Clifton Webb, and Robert Young, the original cast, which made the picture a hit for 20th Century Fox. After tonight's performance, Sitting Pretty will receive Photoplay magazine's coveted Gold Medal Award, one of Hollywood's highest honors. We had an idea some time ago that Sitting Pretty might win this award because every mail has brought requests for it. These letters told us what you thought of Lux Flakes, too. And I'm sure that if we could take a poll of housewives, their Gold Medal Award would go to Lux Flakes. Here's the curtain going up for Act One of Sitting Pretty, starring Clifton Webb as Lynn Belvedere, Robert Young as Harry, and Maureen O'Hara as Tacy. Hummingbird Hill is a typical suburban community where everybody knows a little more than just a little about everybody else. For example, the neighbors all know that the Harry King's housekeeper simply up and quit today, leaving that nice Mrs. King with that big house, those 3 noisy children, and that terrible dog to take care of all by herself. Yes, the news went through the community like a flash, chiefly because of Clarence Appleton. Mr. Appleton lives on the corner and has very little to do except grow iris and mind other people's business.
Hello, Mr. Appleton. What are you doing with that feather?
I am endeavoring to obtain some pollen from these iris.
But why are you taking our flowers with a feather?
I am not tickling, young man. I am gathering. I have your mother's permission, so just run along and don't bother me.
We won't bother you. Just tell us what you're doing.
Have you boys ever watched a bumblebee flitting from flower to flower?
Sure.
Well, I'm doing just what the bumblebee does.
Gosh, can't you sting, too?
Oh, run away and play. No, wait, just a minute. Your housekeeper left today, didn't she?
She sure did. You should have heard her, too.
Indeed. Tell me, what did she say?
Hey, Larry, here comes Pop! Pop! Hiya, Pop! Hiya, Pop! Hey, Mom! Pop!
Who left his bicycle in the driveway?
I guess I did, Pop. Sorry.
How many times do I have to tell you kids never to do that?
Did you lose another case in court today?
No, I didn't lose another case in court today. I guess it's the heat. And Mrs. Maypole quitting. Some housekeeper.
She sure was a drip, Pop.
Maybe you've got something there. Well, how are you, fellas?
Oh, fine.
What's wrong with Roddy? What's he crying for this time?
Oh, he's just crying, Pop. You know Roddy, he always has...
Get off! Henry, get down! Oh, do something! Pull him off of me! Can't you kids train that big ox not to jump on people?
He's just glad to see you, Pop.
Some watchdog. He's glad to see everybody. Now, look here, Henry.
Henry, leave that turtle alone! Henry, come back, Henry! Come on, Murray, we better get Henry! Harry. Hi.
Hello, honey. Bad day, huh? I'm sorry about Mrs. Maypole.
Oh, Harry, she knew we had 3 children and a dog when she took the job.
Now, don't worry, honey. You'll find somebody else. Say, isn't that Clarence Appleton in the garden? What the devil's he doing?
Oh, that? Well, it seems that we have a very healthy male iris, and he asked if he could have some pollen so he could breed one of his own.
You don't say. Well, at least we should get our choice of the litter.
Oh, Harry, please. Now, about Mrs. Maypole. Well, I've decided that we just can't afford a regular housekeeper anyway, unless, of course, you got that raise.
Well, no, not yet. But being invited to the boss's house for dinner is a hopeful sign. Who'd you get for sitter tonight?
I didn't, Harry.
You didn't, but we're due there in an hour.
Oh, I phoned at least 15 of the little darlings. They're all tied up, sitting. Oh, it's no use, Harry. Just phone Mr. Hammond and tell him that we can't come.
Okay, Tacy. He'll probably fire me, but okay.
Sometimes I wish he would fire you. The sooner you stop letting Mr. Hammond kick you around
Look, my love, for the last time, there's more to starting a law practice than just hanging out a shingle. You have to make contacts, and the only way you can do that is with an old established outfit. You know I'm right, don't you?
Well, I know you're a lot brighter than Mr. Hammond thinks you are.
Thank you. Now, what are we going to do about a sitter? I mean, for the future.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to advertise. I'm going to put an ad in the paper for a resident sitter.
What?
A resident babysitter. Someone who can live in the spare room.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. But just you wait and see. There must be someone we can get.
Mrs. King? Mrs. Harry King?
Yes?
Good evening. I am Lynn Belvedere.
You're who?
I'm the party who answered your ad in the paper. Lynn Belvedere.
But you can't be.
Why not? Have you ever seen me before?
Oh, no. Of course I haven't.
Very well, then.
Well, this is quite a shock. You see, we advertised for a sitter and, naturally we thought you were a woman. In your letter...
Your advertisement, madam, of which I have a copy, makes no mention of sex.
Possibly not, but it was certainly implied. I need someone to help with the housework and sit with my children.
Mrs. King, I happen to dislike all children intensely. But I assure you that I can readily attend to their necessary, though unpleasant wants. Sorry. I've just had a long and very trying journey in the day coach. May I see my room?
Your room? But my husband isn't home yet.
That, if I may say so, is a matter of complete indifference to me. I take it you are not retaining my services to sit with him.
But he's at the station. He's looking for you.
I left the station 20 minutes ago.
Well, he's expecting a woman. We just assumed that you were a woman.
You have made that painfully clear, Mrs. King. Now, may I please see my room?
Why, well, I guess so. It's upstairs.
Thank you.
Hi,
Mama. Boys, what are you doing still up? Now, go back to your room and go to sleep.
Is he a babysitter? Gee whiz.
Oh, these are my sons, Mr. Belvedere, Larry and Tony. The baby's asleep.
Well, that's a blessing, isn't it?
Mom, why is it a man?
They seem to be quite fascinated by you, Mr. Belvedere.
The fascination, I assure you, is not mutual.
Oh, this is the room, Mr. Belvedere. We tried to fix it up as nicely as we could. Of course, since you're a Mr. and not a Miss, one or two things are obviously a little out of place.
Flowers?
Yes, I cut them myself this afternoon.
I'll just drop them here in the wastebasket. For my work, Mrs. King, I require an atmosphere of spot and simplicity.
And may I ask what your profession is?
Certainly. I am a genius.
Well, good night, Mr. Belvedere.
Good night, Mrs. King.
Harry, is that you?
You and your cockeyed classified ads. You never even got off the train.
Well, darling... Oh, darling, I've got something to tell you. While you were gone...
So funny? Well, tell me.
I'm afraid to. You'll sock me.
Oh, stop the comedy and tell me,
Mrs. King.
Yes?
Before I retire, may I inquire what time you serve breakfast?
About 7:30.
Thank you. Perhaps I should tell you now. I like fruit juice, coffee, and thinly sliced gluten bread, toasted.
I'll try to remember.
Thank you. Good night.
Who in the heck was that?
That, darling, is Lynn Belvedere.
Huh? Stacy, it's a man!
Harry, must you read your paper at the breakfast table?
Huh? I always read paper at breakfast. Roddy, eat your cereal.
Harry, please. What are we going to do about Mr. Belvedere?
Very simple. As soon as he deigns to join us at breakfast, I'm going to kick him out. Right on his ear.
Gee whiz, Pop. I think Mr. Belvedere's kind of cute. Me, too. Besides, he says he's a genius.
Well, I don't think he's cute, and genius or no genius, I'm going to see Mr. Belvedere right now.
Oh, I'd better go up with you. Now, you boys stay right where you are and finish breakfast. Oh, and help the baby with his cereal.
Okay, Mom. Hiya, Robbie. How you doing with the cereal? He's grabbing a spoon, Larry. You better watch out. Oh, you wouldn't throw cereal at me, would you, Roddy? Why, that's baby stuff throwing cereal at I warned you, Larry. I warned you. Roddy. Oh, gee whiz, right in my hair.
Mr. Belvedere, kindly open your door.
Not a
Mr.
sound.
Belvedere.
Not a sound, Harry. He's probably still asleep.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Good morning.
Oh, Harry, look. He's standing on his head.
Good morning. You are standing on your head, aren't you?
I am.
Oh, we're sorry to dash in on you like this, Mr. Belvedere, but we did knock.
I don't doubt it, Mrs. King. When I practice my yoga, I'm completely out of this world. I take it breakfast is ready.
Now, look here, you. When I talk to somebody, I want to look him in the eye, not in the foot. Well, say something.
It's no use, dear. He's out of this world. He told you so. Come on, Harry.
That's so silly. I never heard of such a thing, standing on his head of all...
Here's your coffee, Mr. Belvedere.
Thank you.
Oh, Roddy, no. Now put down that spoon. Roddy, all over Mr. Belvedere's sleeve.
Don't do that, little boy.
Now, look here, Belvedere. A joke is a joke, but this can't go on.
Kindly be more precise, Mr. King. What can't go on?
You're staying here, that's what.
I'm perfectly willing to carry out my end of our agreement. I see no reason why you should default on yours.
But it's impossible. You couldn't do the things we require. For example, could you bathe Roddy?
Mrs. King, for many years I have successfully bathed individuals of all ages and sexes, and I've never had any complaints. Little boy, don't do that again.
That's enough, Roddy. Now stop it. Mr. Belvedere, my wife tells me you're a genius.
That is correct.
Well, if I'm not too inquisitive, do you mind telling me what form it takes? Your genius?
I am, in my way, a philosopher.
Oh, I see. You just sit and think.
Mr. King, if more people just sat and thought, the world might not be in the stinking mess that it is.
Well, maybe you've got something there.
And you can really handle children?
Hey, Mom! Henry broke the clothesline again! He's going over his shirt, Pop!
Henry, I believe you mentioned only 3 children.
Henry's the dog. He's a Great Dane. Probably the only Great Dane in the country who would rather chew my shirts than chew a bone.
I dislike dogs intensely, Mr. King, almost as much as I dislike children. And your children, if I may say so, have peculiarly repulsive habits and manners. However, I assure you I can cope with them successfully if given a free hand. Gesundheit.
Tony, Larry, sit down and finish your breakfast. Casey, I'm going to the office. So long, kid. See you tonight.
Bye, Dad.
Oh, Casey, would you mind walking to the car with me?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Belvedere.
And where do you boys think you're going?
We'll go to the car, too.
You will remain seated.
Huh?
Sit down. Finish your breakfast and chew each mouthful 28 times.
Why?
Not 20, mind you, nor 26, but 28 times. As for your baby brother...
Nice going, Roddy! Bullseye! Right in Mr. Belvedere's face!
So what do you think, Casey? Should we give the guy a whirl? Maybe for a day or two?
Oh, I suppose so. At least the boys seem to like him.
Roddy, what's happened to Roddy?
Oh, don't just stand there. He's been hurt. He's screaming.
Larry, Tony, what happened to the baby?
Harry, look. Cereal. Roddy's got cereal all over his head.
Yeah, bowl and all. Larry, if you told Roddy to dump his cereal on his head,
I didn't tell him anything, Pop. I was chewing my food. Yeah, me too. 28 times.
Mr. King, as you can observe by the condition of my face and clothing, your youngest son has been pelting me with cereal ever since I sat down to this grisly meal.
Huh?
Therefore, I decided to teach the child an object lesson.
You dumped cereal on his head?
I did precisely that, Mrs. King, and you will note that he didn't like it. I guarantee that he will never throw cereal at me or anyone else again, ever.
Mr. Belvedere, consider yourself hired. He's done that to me, too. You know, you've got something.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. King. You might even say I've got everything.
Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Pop. Hey, look at us.
Well, what goes with you two?
We're standing on our heads, Pop. Mr. Belvedere taught us. It's yoga. Oh, it feels swell. He says it relaxes you.
Well, just be careful you don't relax so much you break your necks.
We won't, Pop.
Hi, baby. Everything under control?
Hello, darling. Oh, Harry, he's terrific.
He's got the kids out there standing on their heads.
And they love him. They've been as good as gold all day.
They've what?
He gave Roddy a bath, and there wasn't a peep out of him.
Well, I'll be... Hey, the dog, what's the matter with Henry? Is he sick?
No, darling.
But he must be. Look, he just woke in and lay down. Stacy, that's the first time I've ever seen Henry walk. Every other time he's just galloped. He's not barking.
No, darling. It seems that Mr. Belvedere used to be a dog trainer or something.
Huh?
And he had a long talk with Henry this morning. Henry's been quiet as a mouse ever since. Isn't it wonderful?
It's incredible.
But there's just one thing, Harry. Mr. Belvedere, well, he's sort of mysterious.
How do you mean?
Well, he locks himself in his room. I went up and listened, but I couldn't hear a sound. What do you suppose he does up there? He's so quiet.
Well, maybe he stands on his head. That doesn't make much noise.
Oh.
Is he up there now?
Oh, no. He's out taking a walk.
Then why are we whispering?
Oh, I forgot. He says he's going to go out for a walk every night before dinner. Harry, do you suppose it would be very unethical if we went
It
up
most certainly
and...
would. But let's go.
But I know it's the right key, Harry. Funny it doesn't work.
Well, if it's the right key, it's got to work. Here, let me do it.
You're wasting your time, Mr. King.
Oh. Hello.
Good evening. Knowing human nature as I do, I suspected that you might try to snoop. This is a new lock on the door.
But it can't be. I didn't order a locksmith.
There was no occasion to, Mrs. King. I am an expert locksmith. And now, if you'll excuse me, I will see you both later at dinner.
Harry, will you, well, you'd better tell the boys to come in and wash.
That won't be necessary, Mr. King. They're scrubbing their grimy little paws right now.
I don't know, Tacy. He may be all right, but let's face it, he is a screwball.
Well, a little eccentric, maybe, but...
Father? Since when am I father?
Pardon me, sir, but I wish you'd see if Tony and I are good and clean. Are we, Father? Mr. Belvedere says that cleanliness is next to godliness.
Well, dear, need I say more?
I guess he stays, Tacy.
After a brief intermission, we'll present Act Two of Sitting Pretty. What is that book you were chuckling over, Libby?
Oh, Chicken Every Sunday.
Oh.
20th Century Fox has just made a movie of it, and the picture was so funny, I wanted to read the book and laugh all over again.
I think Dan Daly is great as the dreamer looking for Easy Street.
And Celeste Holm makes such a practical wife. She loved the chance to play such a natural role.
Life in Mother's boarding house provides plenty of human situations. I remember the scene in Chicken Every Sunday where Celeste is washing dishes and Dan insists on taking over.
Well, they had a good many retakes on that to get it just right. Celeste washed quite a pile of dishes, all told. And she was very pleased that the studio gave her Lux Flakes to do them.
What could be more natural? Millions of women who care about their hands never use anything else for dishes. Lux Flakes are so mild and gentle, they don't redden or roughen hands, as strong soaps often do.
And yet it costs so little to use Lux Flakes for dishes 3 times a day, it's really easy on the budget. The tiny diamonds of Lux are so sheer, they practically melt into suds the instant water touches them.
I've never seen such thick, rich suds. These tiny Lux diamonds are a real triumph of the world-famous Lever Laboratories.
And the suds last so long, these wonderful diamonds actually go further. Ounce for ounce, they wash up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. They're thrifty.
Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of Sitting Pretty, winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award. Starring Maureen O'Hara as Tacy, Clifton Webb as Lynn Belvedere, and Robert Young as Harry. Well, you just wouldn't recognize the King household anymore. Peace and serenity, like a halo, have settled over the little family. A blessing directly traceable to the gentleman in the spare bedroom, Mr. Lynn Belvedere. Now, on a wintry Sunday morning, Mr. Belvedere returns from a little visit downtown. Rounding a corner, he encounters the community gossip, Clarence Appleton.
Why, it's Belvedere. Good morning, Belvedere.
You will kindly address me as Mr. Belvedere until I grant you permission to drop the title. A contingency which seems hardly likely, Mr. Appleton.
Well, really, I intended no offense. Tell me, Mr. Belvedere, are you completely happy with the Harry Kings?
Only an idiot is completely happy anywhere.
But I understand those dear little boys are devoted to you, and that Mrs. King considers you quite the treasure.
Indeed.
Oh, my dear mother is very anxious to make your acquaintance, Mr. Belvedere. Perhaps you could drop in on your next afternoon off?
I am not a servant, Mr. Appleton. My afternoons are always my own.
Oh. Well, in that case, drop in any time for a glass of sherry.
I dislike sherry as much as I deplore the habit of dropping in on people uninvited.
But, Mr. Belvedere, I am inviting you.
And I, sir, am declining. Good day.
I don't know why we've got to be so particular, Tacy. I just thought we could surprise the kids with a snowman.
If we're making a snowman, let's make it properly. Now, you finish the arms and leave the face to me.
Okay, Mommy. We all know you were a great sculptress before I married you.
Any face, even a snowman's, must have expression and character.
Well, hurry up, or the kids will be home from Sunday school. Tacy, look. Good morning, Mr. Belvedere.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, I guess you left the house before we even got off.
Yes, well, cold enough for you?
Nippy, but it suits me.
Well, how do you like our snowman?
Mr. King, you should have let your wife do the face.
I did the face.
Oh, well, it will soon melt.
Tacy, what do you suppose he's got in that package?
Oh, how do I know? I've given up wondering about anything he does or has.
But it made a noise. I distinctly heard a sort of metallic ticking.
So did I.
If he's doing anything illegal up in that room, we could get into a lot of trouble.
Harry, do you suppose if you climbed up on that tree and, well, maybe crawled out on that limb,
I could look right in his window. Tacy, go in the house.
Well, why?
Go in and watch the stairs. If he comes down, find some way to warn me.
All right, but be careful.
All I'm going to do is climb a tree.
Can you see anything, Harry?
Not yet, but I'm not high enough. Stop looking at me and watch for Mr. Belvedere.
I am watching.
I'll know what he's up to in just a minute now.
Climbing trees, Mr. King, at your age.
Huh? Oh,
You better come out, Mrs. King. Bring a roll of gauze, please, and some adhesive tape.
Ow! Ooh, take it easy, will you? That's my wrist.
Kind of keep still. You're lucky that no bones were broken.
I must say that's a very professional bandage, Mr. Belvedere. There aren't many people who could do that.
That's substantially what General Pershing told me during the First World War.
You were a doctor, too?
A bone specialist.
Oh, no. Is there anything you haven't been?
Yes, Mrs. King. I've never been an idler nor a parasite. Or have I ever climbed a tree to look into someone's bedroom? Now, Mr. King, how does your wrist feel?
I guess I'll live. I hope it's better by tomorrow. I've got to go to Chicago.
Indeed?
I thought I told you, Mr. Belvedere. Yes, he has to go to Chicago on business.
You'll have nothing to worry about, Mr. King. I shall endeavor to pinch hit for you at every available opportunity.
Well, thanks. That'll be just... Casey, am I hearing things? Something squeaked.
Why, yes, I heard it too, like a bird.
That's precisely what you heard. The twittering of a bird. The cage is in the living room, Mrs. King.
Where on earth did it come from?
That was my package, which you and Mr. King stared at so pointedly a little while ago. I'm opposed to the practice of exchanging gifts at any time, but since you were gracious enough to give me 3 pairs of excellent woolen socks on the occasion of my birthday, I tried to get something for your anniversary that would give pleasure to your entire family. In brief, a canary bird.
Oh, how very kind of you.
Thank you, Mr. Belvedere.
Oh, he's beautiful. Does he sing?
Not yet, but I shall teach him.
Hey, Casey, go out and tell Bill to lay off that horn, will you?
But, darling, you've got to catch a train, and if Bill and Edna are driving you to the station,
Nobody's driving me to the station. I've just decided I'm not going to Chicago.
Well, why not?
I can't go. I can't leave you here alone with Belvedere.
Alone with... Are you out of your mind?
Well, you seem to find him very attractive, Casey.
I find the Grand Canyon attractive, too, but that doesn't mean that I'm in love with it.
You're mad about him.
Oh, I am insane with passion.
Now, look, Casey, I'm not suggesting that you and Belvedere will carry on while I'm gone, but...
Oh, that's darn white of you.
But you know how gossip starts, and, well, I just
Look,
thought...
would you feel any better if I slept at Edna's house while you're gone?
Well, yes. Yes, I would, definitely.
The kids won't like it.
Well, I'll break it to them gently when they get home from school. You, sure you don't mind?
Certainly I'll mind. But every night I'll go over to Edna's and Bill's. Now pick up your bags, darling, and beat it.
Don't I get a kiss?
No. I'm a one-man woman, and my heart belongs to Belvedere.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I'm coming, Bill. So long, honey.
You should be very gratified, Mrs. King.
Oh, Mr. Belvedere.
If you'll permit the observation, I believe your husband was actually jealous in his sophomoric fashion.
Mr. Belvedere, don't you consider eavesdropping a bit unethical?
Unethical, but fascinating. I particularly enjoyed your comparing me to the Grand Canyon. Now, there's rugged grandeur. You'll pardon me, Mrs. King. It's time I gave Roddy his bath.
Larry, wake up! Larry! What's the matter, Tony? Larry, I'm sick. My stomach hurts. Go back to sleep and you'll feel better. I can't. It hurts. Tell Mom. How can I tell Mom? You know she's sleeping on Aunt Edna. I want my Mom. Will you pipe down, Tony? You'll wake Mr. Belvedere and Roddy. I don't care. Shh. Look, Tony, I know. Why don't you stand on your head the way Mr. Belvedere taught it? I already tried, but I only threw up. Okay, Tony. I'll wake Mr. Belvedere, but I'm warning you, he won't like it.
You kindly stop moaning, Tony. You requested your mother's presence, and I've already telephoned for her. She'll be here in a moment, and Larry, put that bottle down.
Tony said he wanted a drink, Mr. Belvedere.
A drink of gin? Can't you read, young man? The label on that bottle clearly says distilled London dry gin.
Oh, that. It really isn't gin, Mr. Belvedere. The regular water bottle got smashed. It's just ice water.
When your mother arrives, she can drown him in ice water as far as I'm concerned. Until then, put the bottle down.
Oh, are you sure you called the right number, Mr. Belvedere?
Kindly credit me with enough intelligence not to lose my head in a crisis. If I'm not mistaken, and I never am, there's a car turning down the corner right now.
It's all right, Tony, darling. It's all right. There now, back in bed and go to sleep. You'll be fine in the morning.
Gosh, Mama, thanks for coming.
Oh, did you take his temperature, Mr. Belvedere?
No, I'm satisfied that he simply has a bellyache. No more, no less.
Oh, well, he feels nice and cool.
I assure you I could have handled the situation perfectly well myself, only the child expressed a maudlin desire for his mother.
Well, I'm glad you did, Tony.
Are you going to sleep here, Mom?
No, dear. I'm going right back to Auntie Edna's. Oh, and by the way, Dopey, the next time you find a package of chewing gum, be sure it is chewing gum. Good night, darling. I'm sure he'll go right to sleep, Mr. Belvedere.
Whereas I should be plagued with insomnia.
I also hope you'll forgive my appearance. I don't usually rush through the streets in the middle of the night in a bathrobe and... Whoever could that be?
If you go to the door, you need not conjecture.
Oh. Mr. Appleton.
Please pardon the intrusion, Mrs. King, but I noticed all the lights go on, and knowing your husband is away, I felt constrained to dash over to see if anything was wrong.
No, thank you, Mr. Appleton. Everything is fine.
Oh, well, just a neighborly call, you might say, to offer my services if needed. I can see that they're not.
And how did you know our lights had gone on? Did you borrow your mother's binoculars, or were you perhaps looking for pollen on your iris?
Put down that bottle, Mr. Belvedere.
I shall, Mr. Appleton. I merely intend to have a drink.
Well, I can see that I'm not needed here.
Your vision is remarkably accurate.
Evil-minded little worm.
Mrs. King, do you know anyone who has a beehive? A good swarm of bees could ruin his iris.
I know. But how could you get them to swarm? Now, don't tell me you were also a beekeeper.
That is correct. Well, good night, Mrs. King.
Good night, Mr. Belvedere.
Well, I simply had to tell you, Horatio. As Harry King's employer, as the man he works for, you simply must...
Go on, Clarence. What else?
Isn't that enough? There I was, calling on an errand of mercy. Belvedere in his pajamas, and Tacey King in a negligee, cavorting about and guzzling gin.
This is awful. The wife of my own employee. Well, I'm sending for Harry King at once. Oh, I don't suppose you let this get around, Clarence. You haven't told anyone else.
Well, hardly anyone, Horatio.
Drunk. 3:00 in the morning. Miss Adams, take a telegram to Harry King.
Now, if you'll just hold that pose, Mr. Belvedere. Oh, you're not getting bored, are you, Edna?
Bored? I'm having a wonderful time. But I do have to run along. You may not have known it, Mr. Belvedere, but Tacey used to be quite a sculptress.
It's possible.
And I think it's very sweet of you to pose like this and give her a chance to practice.
My motives, Mrs. Philby, are not entirely unselfish. Someday they will need a bust of me in the Hall of Fame.
The only virtue you lack, Mr. Belvedere, is modesty.
I do not consider that a virtue.
Oh, I do. Harry is very modest.
Your husband has a great deal to be modest about.
Don't let him get you down, sweetie. See you at the house tonight, huh?
As usual, right after dinner.
Goodbye, Mr. Belvedere.
Thank you for going. Now perhaps we can get something accomplished.
I doubt it. It's your jaw, Mr. Belvedere. Your jaw, it just isn't right.
My jaw is perfect. Come here and I'll demonstrate. Now, if you place your fingertips at the base of my jaw...
Like this?
A little higher. That's it. There we are. Now, feel how the orbicularis oris operates. Now, over here, at the jawbone. Well, can't you feel it?
Oh, yes.
Well, this is a cozy little scene.
Harry! Why, darling, what a wonderful surprise. I didn't expect you till Thursday.
It's pretty obvious you didn't. Would you mind telling me just what you two were doing?
I was permitting your wife to massage my larynx. And I might add, Mr. King, that your greeting to Mrs. King is scarcely cordial.
I'll greet my wife any way I like.
Harry!
I came back from Chicago because Mr. Hammond sent for me. I just came from his office with my head so full of gossip that I don't know whether...
Gossip? What gossip?
About you and Belvedere. Now, look here, Tacey.
Stop raising your voice.
I'll raise the roof if I want to. Tacey, look, I'm willing to believe that all these rumors about a drunken orgy with Belvedere are somewhat garbled, but...
So that's it. The fine hand of Clarence Appleton.
But my gosh, Tacey, just now when I came into the house, you were practically holding Belvedere in your arms.
She was merely feeling my bone structure.
You shut up and listen.
I am listening. All I can hear is a typical suburban husband reacting in a typically stupid and stuffy manner to a typical tempest in a teapot.
He's right. And as for that drunken orgy,
Tony got us all up in the middle of the night with a stomach ache. I dashed over from Edna's, and I wasn't in the house 10 minutes when that horrible little Mr. Appleton came snooping around.
Oh, well, I imagined it was something like that. Look, I'll admit it's all pretty silly, but...
Well, but what?
Well, I was just thinking that perhaps it might be simpler all around if Mr. Belvedere sought employment elsewhere.
I see. To satisfy malicious gossips like your dear boss and Clarence Appleton, you want us to kick Mr. Belvedere out?
In a word, yes.
And that is your final decision, Mr. King?
Yes. I'm sorry, but that's final.
No, Daddy, no!
Oh, hi, kids.
Please let him stay, please. Please, Father, I'll do anything you want, only please don't send Mr. Belvedere away.
That's enough of that. Your father's not the type to be swayed by sentimental pleading.
Don't let him go, Father, please. We love Mr. Belvedere. Don't go, Uncle Lynn.
Little boy, don't ever again, as long as you live, dare to call me uncle. By no stretch of the imagination could I possibly be a relative of yours. My name is Mr. Belvedere. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's better.
What the heck's the matter with Roddy?
Children are psychic, Mr. King. They can sense impending disaster.
Okay. I know when I'm licked. You can stay.
What? Roddy, stop crying.
And listen, the canary bird. He's singing.
You, sent for me, Mr. Hammond?
Yes, Harry, I did. Sit down, Harry, sit down. Harry, how long is it since you returned from Chicago?
Oh, about a month, Mr. Hammond.
A month. Harry, the firm of Horatio J. Hammond and Associates has a spotless name in this community. Absolutely spotless.
Yes, I'm sure it has.
And as I told you about a month ago, I consider it mandatory for all connected with this firm and their wives never to incur the slightest gossip of a scandalous nature.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you're still harping about those stupid rumors...
I do not harp. Harry, where was your wife last night?
Now, look here, Mr. Hammond. This has gone far enough.
I agree with you. Last night, your wife and Mr. Belvedere were seen together at the Crystal Cafe. They were dancing the rumba.
That's ridiculous. Last night, Tacey and Edna Philby attended a lecture at the Women's Club.
You were with your wife?
No, I wasn't. I was tired and I went to bed early.
I don't doubt that Tacey might have attended the lecture. But I know that after the lecture, she was dancing the rumba with Mr. Belvedere at the Crystal Cafe. I saw them there myself. So did my wife, Mrs. Hammond. So did Clarence Appleton and his mother. Now for the details. Oh, it hurts me, Harry. It hurts me deeply to tell you this.
Harry, we're in the kitchen, darling. Mr. Belvedere is making the most delicious salad.
I'm glad he's here. What I've got to say is for both of you. Tacey, why didn't you tell me you were out dancing with this man last night?
Now, what have you heard?
Answer my question. Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I tried to tell you when I got home, but you were so sleepy and disagreeable you wouldn't listen.
Then why didn't you tell me this morning at breakfast?
I can be sleepy and disagreeable, too.
Mr. King, our meeting last night was purely coincidental, but most enjoyable.
Then you admit it.
Certainly. Moreover, he rumbas like a saint.
I don't care if he dances like Arthur Murray.
You may be interested to know, Mr. King, I taught Arthur Murray.
Now look, Casey. Your conduct is making me the laughingstock of Hummingbird Hill. Why, Mr. Hammond said, stop shredding that lettuce.
Life must go on, Mr. King.
Well, it's not going on with you in this house.
Harry, I think you'd better pull yourself together. After the lecture last night, Edna and I went to the Crystal Cafe for a cup of coffee. It just happened that Mr. Belvedere was there.
Go on, Tacey.
He was kind enough to dance with me. Then we each had a cocktail.
We went Dutch, Mr. King. I have neither the means nor the presumption to buy cocktails for other men's wives.
So suppose you apologize to both of us now for this absurd...
Apologize? I should apologize because of your indiscretions?
Very well, Harry. Until you come to your senses and stop letting Mr. Hammond run our lives, I'm going to take Roddy and go home to Mother.
Go right ahead. It's perfectly all right with me.
Oh, Harry.
It would be difficult to tell which of you is behaving more foolishly, but I think you have a slight edge, Mr. King.
You keep out of this. Well, I thought you were going home to Mother.
Very well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Satisfied, Mr. Belvedere? You've just smashed my home.
Stupidity never gives me satisfaction, Mr. King. Your wife is right. You owe her an abject apology.
I've half a mind to punch you right on the nose.
It takes half a mind to resort to such measures.
Why, you... Oh, my hand!
I believe you've splintered the door, Mr. King. I neglected to tell you that in my youth I was quite expert in the art of fisticuffs.
Get out of here!
Yes, Mr. King, yes. I think perhaps it's time I left.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before we bring you Act 3 of Sitting Pretty, I'd like to have you meet our special guest, Helen Westcott, an ambitious young player who spends her free time as well as her working hours on the 20th Century Fox lot. How about that, Helen?
I just can't keep away, Mr. Keeley. I get a real thrill out of watching the stars work.
Then, if you saw A Letter to Three Wives being filmed, you had a chance to watch three stars at once.
Yes, I did. Linda Darnell is wonderful, the perfect glamour girl. And I think Ann Sothern is absolutely right for a smart, successful career wife.
Jean Crane has the most sympathetic role, perhaps, as a young wife who doesn't know how to live up to the country club crowd.
It was exciting watching those big country club dad scenes in A Letter to Three Wives. But they worked on them so long, I felt sorry for Jean. She said her nylon stood up better than she did, under the strain of so much dancing.
I'm sure Lux Flakes had something to do with that, Helen.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Kennedy. The wardrobe girl told me it's a rule of the studio always to use Lux Flakes for stockings, just as they do for everything washable.
These tiny diamonds of Lux are a real economy. Scores of strain tests on all kinds of stockings prove it. Washing stockings with strong soap or rubbing with cake soap make runs come quickly. But with Lux Flakes, even sheer nylons last twice as long.
I do believe that's true, Mr. Kennedy. I'm devoted to Lux Flakes myself.
Well, then you've probably noticed how much faster these tiny diamonds of Lux dissolve. They bubble up into suds the instant water touches them. Make richer suds, too, that last and last. They're such perfect care for stockings, it's no wonder 90% of the makers of stockings recommend these tiny diamonds of Lux. Thank you for coming tonight, Helen Westcott.
Thank you.
Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Sitting Pretty, the Photoplay Magazine Gold Medal Award winner, starring Clifton Webb as Lynn Belvedere, Robert Young as Harry, and Maureen O'Hara as Tacy. For 10 days now, Hummingbird Hill has had plenty to talk about. Tacy has taken the baby and rushed off to her mother's. Mr. Belvedere has mysteriously disappeared. And Harry is struggling unhappily to keep together what remains of his home. But now, something akin to an atom bomb has suddenly struck the community. A new novel has appeared in all the bookstores, and the critics are raving about it.
Unknown author writes brilliant satire of life in the suburbs. Sensational new novel hailed as best in years.
First and second printing sold out. Entire country clamoring for copies.
And what has this book to do with Hummingbird Hill? Plenty. It's all about Hummingbird Hill and the people who live there. And the author, of course, is none other than Lynn Belvedere. For certain readers, the novel holds a particular and dismaying interest. People like Clarence Appleton.
Mother, have you read the second chapter? It's all about me and about you, too. Do you see what he calls us? He calls us... Mother, speak to me. It's Clarence. It's your boy, Clarence. Mother!
And then there are others like Horatio J. Hammond.
It's slander, that's what it is. Get Harry King in here right away. Bring me every book we have on libel laws. Why, I'll sue to the highest court in the country. The whole town would sue. He's made fools of every one of us.
Yes, Lynn Belvedere has used Hummingbird Hill as the background for a wonderfully witty book. And Hummingbird Hill is speedy, all except a few residents, such as Edna Philby and her husband, Bill.
How is she coming to the phone?
Well, what is the object? What's the matter? Can't they find Casey?
Hello, Casey? Hello? Hi. Oh, Casey, how are things at home? You read them. Of course not. They're fine. But everybody panic. Well, it seems your precious Mr. Belvedere has written a book. All the time he was living with you, he was collecting notes on Hummingbird Hill.
You knew that's what he was doing?
Oh, no. I mean, I've seen the advertisements for the book, but it's all sold out here in Fort Wayne. Well, go on, Edna. Tell me what's happened.
Well, in the first place, Harry's just been fired.
But why?
For harboring Belvedere under his roof.
Hey, tell her about me.
Oh, yeah. And when Bill tried to stand up for Harry, old man Hammond fired Bill, too.
Oh, my gosh.
And you know what they're going to do this afternoon? Some movie company's going to make a newsreel right at your house.
A newsreel?
Uh-huh. They're bringing Belvedere back to get some intimate shots of the master at the scene of his triumph.
Edna, put Harry on the phone. I've just got to speak to Harry.
Well, I'm sorry, Tacey, but we don't know where Harry is.
Well, what's happened to him?
Oh, probably nothing. He's probably just out somewhere looking for a nice soft shoulder to cry on. Bill says that he... Tacey! Hello! Well, the part about the nice soft shoulder must have worked, Bill. 10-1, Tacey takes the first plane home.
What's the matter with you policemen? We're trying to make a newsreel in this house. Can't you keep that mob quiet out there?
We're doing our best, Mr. Billingsley. There must be 2,000 people out here. Half of them want his autograph and half of them want to kill him.
Exactly the type of reaction I anticipated.
Well, I guess we're ready to shoot, Mr. Belvedere. Now, I'll be behind the camera, and I'm going to ask you a few questions. So just be perfectly relaxed, and I'll...
Young man, I need no instructions. I have directed many pictures.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. All right, boys. Quiet. Quiet, please. Roll them. Now, Mr. Belvedere, tell us, how did you write this book?
I wrote it with a quill.
Oh, that's very important. Who is it? Well, step back there. You're not supposed to let anybody...
Officer, I live here. I guess I can go into my own house.
I don't know, lady. Hey, Chief, she says she lives here. Let her in, then. Oh, you're Mrs. King, huh?
I most certainly am, and if you try to stop me, I'll sue the police
You
department.
might as well, lady. Everybody else in town has got a lawsuit. Let her through, Al.
Mom, it's Mom! Tony, look!
Larry, Tony. Oh, you darlings. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Where's Daddy, Mom?
Oh, I left him with Auntie Edna. Oh, it's so good to see you. Where's Daddy?
He's inside, Mom. They're letting him watch the movie.
Well, we're going to watch, too. Come on.
Mr. Belvedere, critics throughout the country have unanimously hailed your novel as a masterpiece of sheer genius.
That is correct.
Well, how do you feel about it?
I feel they were quite conservative.
Hey, Pop! Mom's back!
Quiet over there. We're trying... Cut. That must be Mrs. King. It certainly is. Oh, Tacey. Gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I had to come back, darling. I came the minute I heard you were in trouble. Don't worry. It'll all work out all right.
I've been such a dope, Tacey.
You have indeed. But there's no need to be emotional, Mrs. King. He won't starve.
Oh, Mr. Belvedere, I don't quite know whether to congratulate you or to...
Strike me with a baseball bat.
Well, yes.
It's a moot point.
Mr. Belvedere, please, we haven't finished shooting.
You're mistaken, young man. We have. Now, run along and take your little helpers with you.
Edna, is that you? Oh, well, come on in.
Roddy wants his mama, Tacey. I'm sorry, but I thought I'd better bring him over.
Come on upstairs, Edna. Let's get out of this shambles.
Yeah, go ahead, dear. I'll be up as soon as I get rid of this gang. Look, fellas, enough's enough. Get all these people and cameras out of here, will you?
Okay, boys, wrap it up.
Just one of the penalties of fame, Mr. King.
Well, I'm not famous.
You will be. My book has made you immortal.
Hey, you can't go in there.
I'm Horatio J. Hammond, and I'll go anywhere I please. Where is this Belvedere person? Oh, there you are.
Don't you take your hat off when you crash somebody's house?
Don't you talk to me like
I'll
that.
talk to you any way I like. You fired me, remember? Take off your hat.
All right, it's off. Now then, Mr. Belvedere, it gives me the greatest possible pleasure to serve you personally with this summons.
Summons? Well, how interesting.
I am suing you for $1 million for libel.
Splendid. That's a good round sum.
I'm going to sue you, too. And me.
And I, Mr. Taylor.
My mother and I are going to sue for another $1 million. In addition, we shall see that you are run out of town.
Excellent, Mr. Appleton. Such notoriety will cause the sale of my book to soar even higher, if that is possible. Mr. King, Mr. Philby, would you two young men be interested in acting as my attorneys in these threatened suits?
Are you serious?
Mr. King, I never jest about $1 million. Money is the root of all evil, and I have the greatest possible respect for it.
Okay, Mr. Belvedere. We'll be very happy to defend you.
I'll say we will. The law firm of Philby and King will be open tomorrow morning.
And they'll have their work cut out for them because we intend to sue not only you, but everybody who supplied you with this libelous information.
Excellent idea, Mr. Hammond. You should always go to the source.
I intend to.
Has it occurred to any of you gentlemen who that source might be? Who is the person who knows all about everyone in Hummingbird Hill? Who is the one that for years has made a repulsive habit of snooping and gossiping about his neighbors? Who is it among us, for example, who knows all our little peccadillos with girls in florist shops?
The girl was merely delivering flowers to that motel.
And they were not orange blossoms, Mr. Taylor, were they? And you, Mr. McPherson?
Why, you've caricatured me in this book as a drinking man.
It is not I who counts the empty bottles in your trash can, Mr. McPherson.
Just one little moment. Are you insinuating that I
let the chips fall where they may, Mr. Appleton.
But I am not
and
the
Mr.
one...
Hammond, who is it that takes a habit of reading his neighbor's mail, their mail?
Oh, this is outrageous. Are you suggesting that I have been your collaborator?
Don't be so presumptuous. Let me put it in terms that even you will understand. You, Mr. Appleton, have spread the pollen. I have reaped the harvest.
But this is fantastic. I have been more grossly maligned in this book than anyone.
It is only poetic justice that a stool pigeon should be roasted.
So you were the one, Appleton.
No, Horatio, let us not be hasty now.
Why, you little weasel.
Horatio, no. Let me alone. Mother, help.
More toast, Harry? Coffee?
Thanks, Daisy. Hey, take a look at this. They've got Clarence Appleton's picture in the paper. Boy, what a shiner.
I bet it nearly killed him when Mr. Hammond went over and trampled down his iris bed.
Well, how would you like to go celebrating tonight?
Love to. Would you care to take me dancing?
Dancing? Remember, I don't dance as well as Mr. Belvedere.
No, dear, but you're much prettier. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. We can't go anywhere. Who'll sit with the kids?
I will.
Mr. Belvedere.
The mere fact that I have been catapulted into fame does not blind me to the obligation I undertook here.
Mr. Belvedere, you're an amazing man. Just what are your plans for the future?
My dear Mrs. King, this book of mine is only the first volume of a trilogy. I estimate the other 2 volumes will take me at least 2 years more.
And you're going to write them here?
Posterity will demand that the entire masterpiece be written under the same roof. Your house will become a shrine, Mr. King.
I'm surprised that you even want to stay. It can't be very convenient.
You claim you don't even like children.
That is correct. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Belvedere.
Yes?
I think it's only fair to tell you that before long we're expecting another child.
Then you will find me of great service, Mrs. King. I was also an obstetrician.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. All aboard for London, Paris, Cairo, Honolulu. But hurry, it's the chance of a lifetime. Don't miss the boat in Lever's sensational $50,000 travel contest. You may win the most wonderful vacation you'll ever have in your life.
Just imagine. First prize is a round-the-world tour for 2. All travel expenses paid, plus $1,000 pocket money and $700 for new clothes. Or you can have $10,000 in cash.
And that's not all. 15 wonderful second prizes, too. Each an all-travel expense trip to Europe. Or $2,500 in cash. Besides all that, there are 400 additional cash prizes, each a crisp new $10 bill.
If you win the first prize, you travel in luxury for 101 days. The best accommodations everywhere. All trips are arranged by Thomas Cook & Son, world-famous travel agents.
Get in on this exciting contest tonight. Here's all you do. Just finish this statement in 25 words or less. I like the large size box of Lux Flakes because. Send each entry with a box top from the large size Lux Flakes to Lever Tour the World Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Follow complete rules on the entry blank you can get at your store.
Get your entry in this week, sure. This is our last announcement on the Lux Radio Theater. Mail entry to Lever Tour the World Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Only residents of continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii are eligible.
We return you now to William Keighley.
We know now why Sitting Pretty was picked as the favorite film of the year. And here are three of the reasons. Robert Young, Maureen O'Hara, and Clifton Webb.
Bill, we'd all like to tell the audience how pleased we are by their selection of Sitting Pretty.
And I think Clifton Webb deserves a special credit for his portrayal of Mr. Belvedere, which has won him a nomination for the Academy Award.
Thank you, Bob.
And now, of course, 20th Century Fox has starred Clifton in a sequel to Sitting Pretty. The new film is Mr. Belvedere Goes to College.
Imagine me in college, the all-American tackle of 1949. I'll probably wind up in the Rose Bowl.
Playing tackle?
No, picking roses.
Well, you'll all be picking up medals later tonight when Sitting Pretty receives Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award at the gala dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
I understand George Jessel will be the master of ceremonies.
That's right, Bob. And our audience can get complete details of all the awards in the March issue of Photoplay Magazine, which is out now. I was very pleased to learn that The Street with No Name has been selected as one of the 10 most popular pictures of the year.
Oh, Bill, before we leave for the dinner, I'd like to pass on a personal award of my own to Lux Flakes. We always have it on hand at my home.
Thank you, Maureen. And now for next week's play. It's a current success from Universal International Studios, The Unafraid. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Fontaine and Burt Lancaster. This is a hard-hitting action drama that brings together for the first time a new romantic team, the lovely and accomplished actress Joan Fontaine and the two-fisted Burt Lancaster.
You'll have another hit in your hands, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I'll see you all later at the Photoplay Awards dinner. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Fontaine and Burt Lancaster in The Unafraid. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Maureen O'Hara appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Down to the Sea in Ships, starring Richard Widmark and Lionel Barrymore. Heard in tonight's cast were Gail Gordon as Appleton, Ed Begley as Hammond, Frances Robinson as Edna, and Donald Randolph, Johnny McGovern, Jeffrey Silver, Eddie Marr, Bill Johnstone, Ken Christie, Bob Griffin, Cliff Clark, George Neese, Leon Ledoux, and David Light. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the safe, gentle care recommended 33 to 1 by makers of nice washables. We appreciate your many friendly letters telling us of your own experience with our product, and we value your comments and suggestions on plays you'd like to hear. Be sure to join our coast-to-coast listening audience every week for the best in dramatic entertainment on the Lux Radio Theater. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Unafraid, starring Joan Fontaine and Burt Lancaster. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, and Edmund Gwenn in Miracle on 34th Street. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our Christmas present to you is the new Christmas classic of our time, Miracle on 34th Street. It's wrapped in a gay covering of laughter, tied with a bright ribbon of good humor, and decorated with the 3 sparkling stars of the 20th Century Fox picture, Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, and Edmund Gwenn. This is a wonderful story for the whole family, and perhaps some families may be gathered around a Christmas tree as they listen. Others will be putting up this happy sign of the season in a few days with lights and ornaments and the shining snow that can be made with Lux Flakes. Later, we'll tell you how to do this trick with Lux. But right now, it's curtain time for the play that proves there's a Santa Claus. Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwenn in his Academy Award-winning performance as Kris Kringle. It's Thanksgiving Day in New York City. On a broad avenue adjoining Central Park, an annual event is being joyfully awaited. The spectacular parade presented by Macy's department store to herald in the Christmas season. Away from the crowd are 2 of Macy's public relations experts.
He's simply wonderful, Mrs. Walker. Just look at him on that float. The most realistic Santa Claus we've ever had. Why, he didn't even need any padding, did he?
Padding?
Why, didn't you notice his tummy? So round, so firm, so fully packed. Well, now that everything's under control, where on earth did you find him?
I don't know. I just turned around and there he was.
And to think that the man whose place he took was intoxicated.
With a breath that would knock over a reindeer.
Oh, just think if Mr. Macy had seen him.
What if Mr. Gimble had seen him? Competition between our stores is tough enough.
Well, the parade's starting. Let's stand at the curb.
Not I, Mr. Shellhammer. I'm going home to relax. Anyway, I can see it from there. I live just around the corner.
Oh, so you do. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mrs. Walker. And congratulations on finding the best Santa Claus in Macy's history.
Certainly is a wonderful parade, Susan. Just look at that clown. Gosh, what a giant.
Giant, Mr. Gailey? There are no such things as giants.
Well, not now, maybe, but in olden days there's...
Really, Mr. Gailey? And you a lawyer.
Well, what about the giant that Jack killed? You know, Jack and the Beanstalk?
Everybody knows that's a fairy tale. And I agree with my mother. Fairy tales are silly.
Come in.
Good afternoon. Mother, my name's Mary.
Oh, hello, Mother. I'm watching the parade. Mr. Gailey invited me.
Hello, darling.
Susie's told me quite a lot about you, Mrs. Walker.
She told me quite a lot about you, too. The man in the front apartment.
Well, this is all part of a plot, Mrs. Walker. I'm very fond of Susie, but I also wanted to meet you.
At least you're frank.
There's no Santa Claus.
Oh, don't even mention the name.
Why not, Mother?
Well, that Santa Claus you see is a last-minute substitute.
But why?
Oh, remember the way the janitor was last New Year's?
Oh, my. Tight as an owl.
I see Susan doesn't believe in Santa Claus either.
That's right. She never has.
Well, that's the end of the parade. Mother, I've been thinking. It's Thanksgiving, and there are only 2 of us. Couldn't we invite Mr. Gailey?
Well,
Oh, please don't bother. I'll just have a sandwich or something.
But we have such a big turkey. Please, Mother, please.
Well,
Did I ask her all right, Mr. Gailey?
Susie, shh.
You asked fine, Susan. Dinner's at 3, Mr. Gailey.
Hello, Mrs. Walker.
Yes, Mr. Shellhammer.
Your maid said you were at Thanksgiving dinner, but I just had to tell you. Your Santa Claus was stupendous.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Macy himself wants him to be our toy department Santa Claus.
Oh, fine. Can you hire him?
Oh, I already have. Oh, he's a born salesman. I just feel it.
Good. We'll talk about it in the morning. Thanks for calling, Mr. Shellhammer.
Here he is, Mr. Shellhammer. Here's Santa Claus.
Oh, thank you, Alfred. Thank you. Good morning, Santa Claus.
Good morning.
Now, before you go to the toy department, here's a list of toys that we have to push.
Huh?
You know, things we're overstocked on. Now, you'll find that a great many children will be undecided as to what they want for Christmas. And when that happens, you immediately suggest one of these items. Do you understand?
I certainly do.
Fine, that's fine. Now, take the list, and Alfred here will show you to your throne in the toy department. And don't you forget, you're working for Macy's.
Are you really Santa Claus?
Why, of course I am. What do you want for Christmas, little boy?
I want a fire engine with a real hose that squirts real wet water, and I won't do it in the house. I'll only do it in the backyard, I promise.
And I promise you'll get your fire engine.
You see, Mama, I told you you'd get me one.
That's fine. That's just dandy. You wait here, Mortimer. Mama wants to thank Santa Claus, too.
Yes, madam?
So what's the matter with you?
No. What's the trouble?
I told you before, didn't I? The kid wants a fire engine, but there isn't one to be had anywhere in town. Macy's ain't got any. Gimbel's ain't got any. Nobody's got any. My feet are killing me, and you say, okay, he gets the fire engine.
But you can get those fire engines at Schoenfeld's, Lexington Avenue. Only $4.50, a wonderful bargain.
Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Hey, I don't get it.
Oh, I follow the toy market very closely.
Macy's sending people to other stores?
Yes.
Are you kidding?
No. The one important thing is to make the children happy. Whether Macy's or somebody else sells the toy doesn't matter. Don't you feel that way?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sure. Only I didn't know Macy's did. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Who's next, please? Right this way to see Santa Claus. All right, little girl. You're next.
Of course, little girl. You want some roller skates? Well, you shall have them, too.
Mama, he's going to bring me some roller skates.
And he has some fine skates here at Macy's, haven't you, Santa Claus?
Oh, they're good skates, all right, but not quite good enough. Now, I left some really wonderful roller skates at Gimbel's. I'm sure Gimbel's have just what this good little girl wants. Very good.
Mr. Shellhammer, are you Mr. Shellhammer?
Gimbals? Gimbals? That's just what he did say. Gimbals.
The sales lady said I should speak to you.
Gimbals.
I just wanted to congratulate you and Macy's on this wonderful new stunt you're pulling.
Gimbals.
Imagine a big outfit like Macy's putting the spirit of Christmas ahead of the commercial.
Gimbals.
From now on, I'm going to be a regular Macy customer. All right, Mortimer, we're going.
Gimbals!
And there's the toy department over there, Mr. Gailey.
You certainly know all about Macy's store, don't you, Susan?
Well, that's because my mother works here. But I still think it's silly bringing me here to see Santa Claus.
Well, I just feel that when you've talked to him, you might...
Okay, Mr. Gailey. I'm certainly willing to try.
Well, what a fine young lady, eh? What's your name, little girl?
Susan Walker. What's yours?
Mine? Chris Kringle. I'm Santa Claus. Oh, you don't believe that, eh?
You see, my mother's Mrs. Walker.
Oh.
But I must say you're the best-looking Santa Claus I've ever seen.
Really?
Your beard, for instance. It doesn't have one of those things that goes over your ears.
That's because it's real. Just like I'm really Santa Claus. Now go ahead, pull it.
Oh, my goodness, it is real.
Yes, yeah. And now what would you like me to bring you for Christmas?
Nothing, thank you. Whatever I want, my mother will get. If it's sensible and doesn't cost too much.
Oh. That's quite right, Susan.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, Mr. Gailey.
Hello. The explanation for all this is very simple. Your maid's mother sprained her ankle. She had to go home, so she asked me to bring Susie down to you. And as long as we were here, I figured we might as well say hello to Santa Claus.
He has real whiskers, Mother.
Susan, would you mind standing over there a minute?
If you want me to.
I shouldn't have brought Susie to see Santa. Is that it?
Now you're making me feel completely heartless.
I'm sorry.
Don't you see, I tell Susan that Santa Claus is a myth. And you show her a very convincing old man with real whiskers. Well, whom is she to believe?
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
When Susan was a baby, her father and I were divorced. And ever since then, I've protected my child by teaching her realities. If you don't believe in fairy tales and fantasy, you can never be hurt or disillusioned.
We were talking about Susie, Mrs. Walker.
And I must ask you to let me raise her as I see fit. All right, dear. The store's going to close soon. We'll run along to my office.
Alfred said you wanted to see me, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, yes. Come in. I'd be grateful if you would please tell Susan that you're not really Santa Claus, that there actually is no such person.
Oh, but Mrs. Walker, not only is there such a person, but here I am to prove it.
No, you misunderstand. I want you to tell her the truth. Now, what's your real name?
Kris Kringle, and I always tell the truth. Susan, I'll bet you're in the first grade.
Second grade.
I mean your real name.
Well, that is my real name. My goodness, the second grade?
Very well. I have your employment card right here. I'll look it up on that.
That's a very cute dress you have on, Susan.
It's from Macy's. We get 10% off.
Oh.
So, you always tell the truth, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Look at your employment card.
Name, Kris Kringle. Address, Brooks Memorial Home, Great Neck, Long Island. You may call the home if you'd care to confirm that, Mrs. Walker. It's a home for elderly gentlemen.
Would you also like me to confirm this?
What's that?
Date of birth. As old as my tongue and a little bit older than my teeth. Place of birth. North Pole. Now, really.
Why, I believe you doubt me, Mrs. Walker.
And this tops everything. Next of kin.
Oh, that.
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen. I'm sorry to have to do this, Mr.
Kringle?
But the Santa Claus that we had 2 years ago is back in town, and I feel that we owe it to him to...
What, have I done something wrong?
No. It's just that we feel... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Mr. Shellhammer, Mrs. Walker. Drop whatever you're doing. Mr. Macy wants to see us immediately.
Oh, I'll be right up. I'm afraid I'll have to be very abrupt with you. I have to see Mr. Macy. You'll be paid for the full week, Mr. Kringle, and I'll send your check to that address.
Come right in, Mrs. Walker. Mr. Shellhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Macy.
Now, about this new policy you two initiated. Macy's Santa Claus sending customers to Gimbel's.
Well, I can explain everything, Mr. Macy.
You don't have to explain a thing. Just look at my desk. 42 telegrams and over 500 phone calls. Grateful parents expressing undying gratitude to Macy's department store.
Why, you don't say.
From now on, not only will our Santa Claus continue in this manner, but every salesperson in the entire store.
You mean that if we haven't got what the customer asks for, we're
to send him where he can get it. No high-pressuring and forcing a customer to take something he doesn't really want.
I think that's wonderful, Mr. Macy.
Why, we'll be known as the helpful store, the friendly store. The store that places public service ahead of profits. And consequently, we will make more profits than ever. As for you, Mrs. Walker and Mr. Shellhammer, you'll find a more practical expression of my gratitude in your Christmas envelope.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And tell that wonderful Santa Claus I won't forget him either. As a matter of fact, I'll tell him myself in the morning.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Macy.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Macy.
And thank you again, sir. Oh, imagine A bonus.
Yes.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Mr. Shellhammer, I just fired him.
Who?
Santa Claus.
No, you couldn't have.
But I did. He's crazy, Mr. Shellhammer. He really thinks he is Santa Claus.
I don't care if he thinks he's the Easter Bunny. Find him.
Act 2 of Miracle on 34th Street will continue in a moment. Well, Libby, have you given Santa your Christmas list?
Yes, indeed, John. And number 1 on my list is a pair of Chinese pajamas with a 3/4 coat and little upstanding collar. Just like the ones Mata Torin wears in Rogue's Regiment.
Perhaps you'd better have the wardrobe mistress of Universal International show Santa what you mean.
Well, I'm sure Dick Powell or Stephen McNally could give him a good description. They found Marta very glamorous in this modern story of the French Foreign Legion.
And what a villain Vincent Price is in Rogue's Regiment.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the edge of my seat through the whole picture. And you talk about a pair of pajamas.
Well, they were very special. Marta liked them so well, she had 4 pairs made for her personal wardrobe. And she was delighted when they told her she could lux them.
That's about the easiest care in the world. Especially now with the new tiny diamonds of Lux. Another triumph of the famous Lever Laboratories. These tiny diamonds are so much faster, they burst into suds the instant water touches them. And make wonderfully rich suds that last and last.
Don't colors look marvelous when they're luxed? So fresh and new. No wonder smart girls say they won't risk wrong washing methods.
Tests prove that with gentle care with Lux Flakes really makes a difference. Lux slips and nighties stayed new looking 3 times as long. And that's just like getting 3 pretty slips for the price of 1.
A really thoughtful Santa would put a box of Lux Flakes in every lingerie gift next Friday night.
Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwen as Kris Kringle. It was a frantic few hours that Doris spent last night, rushing out to the Brooks Memorial Home in Long Island and assuring Kris Kringle that Macy's wanted him back as Santa Claus. Now Kris is again presiding over the crowded toy department, while in her office, Doris and Mr. Shellhammer...
Don't you understand, Mr. Shellhammer? That old man with the nice white whiskers insists that he is Santa Claus. Why, he's out of his mind. What if he should have a fit or something? Oh, no, I've got to tell Mr. Macy.
Yes, but maybe he's only a little crazy. Anyway, you can't be sure until he's examined. We'll send him to Mr. Sawyer.
Sawyer?
In personnel. He's paid to examine employees, isn't he? And now, by the way, what do you think of this?
What is it?
A full-page ad Macy's is running in tomorrow's newspapers.
Macy's is running it. But it's all about the other stores, Gimbel's and Saks.
I know. Mr. Macy's idea to help our customers find what they want. It's revolting, isn't it?
That Santa Claus certainly has started something. Oh, well, I'll get a hold of him in his lunch hour and send him up to Mr. Sawyer.
So I changed my clothes, Mr. Sawyer, and came right up.
Oh. Well, then that's your own beard, huh?
Oh, yes.
Interesting complex in back of there. Why do you carry a cane?
Always carry a cane, Mr. Sawyer. Well, that is when I wear street clothes. I carved this cane out of a runner from one of my old sleighs.
What's that? What's that?
With a fine, solid silver top.
Who was the first president of the United States?
Oh, give me a difficult one, like who was vice president under James Monroe?
I'm conducting this examination.
The answer is Daniel D. Tompkins.
Oh.
Yes. You're a rather nervous man, aren't you, Mr. Sawyer? Tell me, do you get enough sleep?
My personal habits are no concern of yours. Now, what hand am I holding up?
Right hand.
How many fingers do you see?
3. Oh, dear. You bite your nails, too.
Stand up now. Feet together. Arms extended.
Muscular coordination tests? I've taken dozens of these tests. Mr. Sawyer, are you happy at home?
What? That will be all, Mr. Kringle. The examination is over.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it may interest you to know I've been happily married for 22 years. Very happily married.
Delighted to hear it. Goodbye, Mr. Sawyer.
Miss Prawn.
Yes, sir.
Get Mrs. Walker on the phone.
Yes, sir. But your wife, Mr. Sawyer, she's called 4 times already.
Now, you tell my big fat wife to shut up and mind her own business.
Here's Mrs. Walker, sir.
All right. Hello.
Oh, I was just going to call you, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh?
There's a Dr. Pierce stopping by this afternoon at 3.
Who's Dr. Pierce?
He's the physician at the Brooks home. I thought we might discuss Mr. Kringle's case with him.
Oh, there's hardly any point in discussing it, Mrs. Walker. Obviously, the old man should be discharged. So, Dr. Pierce, Kringle should be dismissed immediately and sent to a mental institution.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Sawyer.
He's deluded, saying that he's Santa Claus.
It's a delusion for good. I found he only wants to be friendly and helpful.
His whole manner suggests aggressiveness. Look at the way he carries that cane. Mrs. Walker, naturally, I can't discharge that loony, so when he exhibits his maniacal tendencies, please realize the responsibility is completely yours.
Well, I'm right back where I started.
Mrs. Walker, I assure you, Kris Kringle has no maniacal tendencies.
But if there's the slightest possibility of us causing any trouble...
What trouble?
All that needs happen is a policeman ask his name. Kris Kringle, clang, clang, and Macy's Santa Claus lands up in the psychopathic ward.
Well, you can prevent that very simply. Now, there must be someone here at the store who could rent him a room. Then they could both come to work together. Just as soon he avoided that long train ride to Long Island, anyway.
You mean sort of take custody of him?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Mr. Kringle would agree to that?
Oh, I'm sure he'll agree.
Well, in that case... Now, let me see. Who do I know who could rent him a room?
You're going to have dinner with us, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
I'm also very glad you're going to live next door with Mr. Gailey.
Oh? Why?
Because you're nice to talk to.
Oh, I say, what a fine young man that Mr. Gailey is, eh? Just think, allowing me to share his apartment, a mere stranger.
He did it because Mother hinted to him.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm very grateful.
Shall I tell you what I did in school today?
By all means. Any games?
Yes. And a very silly game, too.
Oh?
They played zoo, and each child was supposed to be an animal.
Oh, but Susan, they were just pretending.
But that's what makes the game so silly.
Oh. Well, of course, in order to play games, you need imagination.
Oh, that's when you see things, but they're not really there, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, but, you know, to me, imagination is a place all by itself. Now, you've heard of the French nation.
Mm-hmm.
And the British nation.
Yes?
Well, this is the imagination. A very interesting place, too. Now, how would you like to be able to make snowballs in summertime, eh?
What?
Or be the Statue of Liberty in the morning, and in the afternoon, fly south with a flock of geese?
Well, I'm quite sure I'd like it, but...
Oh, it's very simple. Very. Well, anyway, look here. The next time they play zoo, you can be a monkey.
But I don't know how to be a monkey.
Don't you? Oh, I'll show you. Now, first, you bend over a little, like this, see? Now, let your arms hang loose, see?
Like this?
Yeah, that's fine, fine. Now, put your hand over here and start scratching, see? Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's excellent, Susan. That's as fine a bit of scratching as I've ever seen. Yeah. Now you start chattering.
Chattering?
Yes, now listen. See? And keep scratching. Now then, look here. We'll do it together, see? Chatter and scratch and chatter, see? That's fine, Susan. Fine. You're doing beautifully. Beautifully, yes. Susan. Are you still awake?
Uh-huh.
I've just come in to say good night, Susan, that's all. Now, look here, about Christmas. There must be something you'd like for Christmas.
Well, I've certainly thought about something, Mr. Kringle.
You have? Well, what is it, eh? Tell me.
It's right here on the night table, see?
Oh?
I tore this page out of a magazine. It's a picture of a house.
Oh, that's what you want, is it? A doll's house. Colonial architecture.
Oh, not a doll's house, a real house.
A real house?
Yes. And if you're really Santa Claus, you can get it for me.
Now, wait a minute, Susie. What could you possibly do with a big house?
Live in it with my mother. And a backyard with a big tree to put a swing on, and a garden, and a... Oh, well, why even discuss it?
Susie, could I keep this picture? Just in case?
I guess so.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Well, Mr. Gailey's waiting for me. Good night, Monkey.
Good night, Mr. Kringle.
Take whichever bed you want, Mr. Kringle.
You're very kind, really. Tell me, Mr. Gailey, what is it you just do for a living, huh?
Oh, I'm a lawyer. Haslip, Sherman, and Mackenzie.
Oh. And you like living here in the city?
Well, it's convenient. But someday I'd like to get a place on Long Island.
Huh.
Not a big house, just one of those junior partner deals around Manhasset.
Oh, one of those little colonial houses, eh?
Yeah. A little colonial house would be swell.
Good, yes. You're quite fond of Mrs. Walker, aren't you?
A lot of good it does me. She lives in a cast iron shell that's just a little difficult to penetrate.
Oh. Well, you must try a little harder, Mr. Gailey. You know, Mrs. Walker and that child are a couple of lost souls. And it's up to us to help them. See?
No?
Yes, Oh, well, shall I turn out the light?
No. I'm not going to be cheated out of this. You know, all my life I've wondered about it, and now I'm going to find out. Tell me, does Santa Claus sleep with his whiskers outside or inside the cover?
Oh, outside, of course. Outside, by all means. The cold air makes them grow.
Oh, thank you very much.
Come in, Mrs. Walker. Come in.
Thank you, Mr. Macy. I've just heard something very exciting.
You have? Well, let me tell you something very exciting. Our policy of being kind to customers has tripled our sales. Now, what do you think of that?
That's wonderful, Mr. Macy. And Gimbels thinks it's wonderful, too.
Gimbels?
Gimbels are adopting the same policy.
Well, is that so?
And it gives me an idea. As long as Gimbels are doing the same thing, why not some pictures for the newspapers?
Pictures?
Yes. You and Mr. Gimbel shaking hands.
Shaking hands? R.H. Macy and Gimbel?
Well, yes.
Yes, why not? With Santa Claus. It's a great idea, Mrs. Walker. Macy and Gimbel shaking hands. Oh, that's enough pictures, gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank
you very much. Well, Mr. Gimbel?
Come on, R.H. Now we'll go over to my store and get some really good pictures.
Oh, just a minute. I have something here for Santa Claus. Here you are, Mr. Kringle. A check in appreciation of all you've done.
Mr. Macy, why, that's most kind of you.
I didn't think you were that generous, R.H. That's quite a check. What are you going to do with it, Mr. Kringle?
Well, I have a friend, a Dr. Pierce. He needs a new X-ray machine.
You buy the machine through the store. 10% discount.
Nonsense. Come over to Gimbel's. We'll furnish it at cost.
Oh, keep it up, gentlemen. Keep it up. At this rate, my friend will have a whole new hospital.
How did the pictures turn out, Mr. Kringle?
Oh, fine, Alfred, fine. How about a game of checkers during lunch, eh?
Oh, not today, Chris. I don't feel so good.
Oh? What's the matter, Alfred?
Oh, nothing much. You remember I was telling you how I like to play Santa Claus over at the Y and give out packages to the kids?
Yeah?
Well, I was telling Mr. Sawyer about it, and he says that's very bad. That psychologically it's all wrong.
Wrong? To be nice to children?
Well, he says guys who play Santa Claus do it because when they was young they must have done something bad. Now they do something they think is good to make up for it, see? It's what he calls a guilt complex.
Alfred, what else has he found wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just that I hate my father. I didn't know it, but he says I do.
Excuse me.
Hey, ain't you going to have lunch?
Later. Right now, I have an appointment with Mr. Sawyer.
What do you mean, breaking into my office like this?
Are you a licensed psychiatrist?
What business is it of yours?
I have great respect for psychiatry and great contempt for meddling amateurs who go around practicing it.
Oh, shut up.
You ought to be horsewhipped. Taking a boy like Alfred and filling him up with complexes and phobias.
I think I'm better equipped to judge that than you.
Just because Alfred wants to be kind to children, you tell him he has a guilt complex.
Yes. Having the same delusion you couldn't possibly understand.
Oh.
And don't you wave that cane at me.
Either you stop analyzing Alfred or I'll go straight to Mr. Macy and tell him what a contemptible fraud you are.
Get out of here. Get out of here before I have you thrown out.
There's only one way to handle a man like you. Maybe this'll knock some sense into you.
Oh, help. Oh, my head. My head. Oh.
Good day, Mr. Sawyer.
Miss Prawn, get me the police. Get me Mrs. Walker. Get me the psychopathic ward in Bellevue Hospital.
You can see Mr. Kringle now, Mr. Gailey.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Fred.
Chris, I've been speaking to the doctors. They said they've given you some tests.
Oh, yes. Same old tests.
Except this time you failed to pass them. Chris, you deliberately failed. Why?
Why? Well, because I had great hopes, Fred. I had a feeling Mrs. Walker was beginning to believe in me, and now I discover she was only humoring me all the time.
But this wasn't Doris's idea at all. Mr. Sawyer had you sent up here before she even knew about it.
But why didn't she come to me and explain things?
Because she didn't want to hurt you.
Oh, well, it's not just Mrs. Walker. Well, now, take Mr. Sawyer. He's contemptible, dishonest, deceitful, yet he's out there and I'm in here. Well, if that's normal, I don't want it.
But you can't just think of yourself, Chris. What happens to you matters to a lot of other people. People like me who believe in what you stand for, and people like Susie, who are just beginning to. Chris, you're letting us down.
Well, Fred, maybe you're right. Of course you're right. I ought to be ashamed of myself. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. You flunked your mental examination, but good.
Oh, yes, so I did. Oh. Well, anyway, you're a lawyer. You fix it.
Hey, look, I can't just...
Now, I won't let you down, and you won't let me down.
Chris, now take it easy. Look, there'll have to be a hearing. If you're going to be committed, it has to be before a judge.
Well,
if I can do anything at all, it'll have to be in courtroom. Now, sit tight, Chris. I'll get an idea. I have to get an idea.
You sent for me, Mr. Macy?
I certainly did, Mr. Sawyer. I brought my family to the toy department to see our Santa Claus, and our Santa Claus isn't there. He's in Bellevue.
Yes, Mr. Macy.
Because he's a lunatic.
Yes, sir, a lunatic.
Lunatic, my foot. Now, you listen to me, Sawyer. You get that case dropped right away, or you'll have another lump to match the one he gave you.
But it's out of my hands. Mr. Kringle goes to court in the morning.
Well, just see that he's back in the toy department by afternoon. Now, get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Gailey. Mr. Gailey.
Yes?
I've been looking all over for you. I'm Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, so you're Sawyer.
Yes. I was just speaking to the court clerk, and he said you represent Mr. Kringle. Well, I represent Mr. Macy.
Well, then I'll see you in court.
Oh, no. That's what I wanted to speak to you about. Now, Mr. Macy would like to drop the whole case right now. You see, we're most anxious to avoid any publicity.
No publicity, huh? Well, that's very interesting.
Oh, then you'll cooperate?
You know something, Sawyer? You've just given me the idea I've been searching for.
Oh, good.
If I'm going to win this case, I'm going to have public opinion and plenty of it. And publicity's just the way to do it. Thanks. And so long, Mr. Sawyer.
Mr. Gailey? But Mr. Gailey!
Look at these newspapers, Chris. Here. Evening Dispatch. Doctors doubt sanity of Santa who launched goodwill campaign.
Oh, my.
Daily Bulletin. Macy's Santa Claus to have lunacy hearing.
Oh. What's this one?
The New York Express.
Is Chris Kringle crazy? Court case coming. Kiddies cry calamity.
You've driven the United Nations clear back to page 5. Well, get a good night's sleep, Chris. We go before Judge Harper at 10 tomorrow morning.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars will return with Act 3 of Miracle on 34th Street in a moment. When a new player signs a contract with 20th Century Fox, she soon gets well acquainted with Miss Helena Sorrell, head dramatic coach. Helena, do you like to watch your pupils perform in the picture?
Oh, of course, John, because I take a personal interest in them. I'm especially proud of Betty Grable in her new picture, When My Baby Smiles at Me.
Betty's become a really fine dramatic actress.
She certainly has.
She and Dan Daly are magnificent as a couple of vaudeville hoofers.
And Betty's costumes in When My Baby Smiles at Me gave me a thrill. And I was amazed how many things the wardrobe department washed with Lux Flakes. It reminded me of my theatrical days when I was on the road and lived in a couple of trunks.
A box of Lux Flakes in each?
That's absolutely true, John. I was never without it, in my hotel or at the theater.
Well, then you've probably discovered that the new tiny diamonds of Lux are more wonderful than ever. They're so much faster and richer. Do more for you, too. They remove soil which other types of suds can't. Leave things cleaner, fresher.
And Lux Flakes keep colors lovely.
You're right there. That's why it's foolish to risk wrong washing methods that may fade colors. Actual tests show that with gentle Lux Flakes care, colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long.
That's a good tip for girls who get nice blouses and sweaters for Christmas.
Right you are. And thank you for coming tonight, Helena Sorrell. We return you now to William Keighley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwen as Chris. For a few weeks, a jolly elderly gentleman named Kris Kringle has been working minor miracles as Macy's Santa Claus. But now his sanity has been seriously questioned. And in a crowded courtroom, Judge Harper listens patiently as the assistant district attorney summons Chris to the witness stand.
Now, this is not a trial, Mr. Kringle. It's just a hearing, so you don't have to answer any questions. Now then, where do you live, please?
Well, it seems to me that's what this hearing will decide, won't it?
Mr. Kringle, do you believe that you are Santa Claus?
Of course I do.
That's all, Your Honor. The state rests its case.
Well, Mr. Gailey? Your Honor, Mr. Mara contends my client is not sane because he believes he is Santa Claus.
An entirely logical conclusion. Anyone who thinks he's Santa Claus is crazy.
Your Honor, you believe yourself to be Judge Harper, yet no one questions your sanity because you are Judge Harper, do they?
Mr. Kringle is the subject of this sanity hearing, not I.
Well, Your Honor, I intend to prove that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Mr. Mara, I thought you said this was a cut-and-dried sanity hearing. Well, I thought it was, Your Honor.
In view of Mr. Gailey's statement, I'll have to review the entire background of this case. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Hello, Doris. I'm sorry I'm late, but get ready. We're really going to celebrate tonight.
What are we celebrating?
Well, didn't you read the papers? Santa's mouthpiece throws bombshell in New York Supreme Court.
Oh, Fred, you're not really serious about this. You can't possibly prove that Kris Kringle is Santa Claus.
Well, you saw Mr. Macy and Mr. Gimble shake hands. That wasn't possible either.
What does your firm have to say about it? Hayslip and Mackenzie and the rest of them.
That I've jeopardized their prestige, and either I drop this impossible case or they'll drop me.
You see?
So I beat them to it. I quit.
Fred, you threw away a career because of a sentimental whim?
Well, I'll open my own office.
And what kind of clients will you get?
Oh, probably a lot of people like Chris who are being pushed around. That's the only fun in law anyway. Doris, look. Don't you have any faith in me at all?
No, it's not a question of faith. It's just common sense.
But faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to. It's not just Chris that's on trial. It's everything he stands for. Human kindness and love and dignity.
Fred, listen. We've seen a lot of each other the last couple of weeks. I've become fond of you. We've talked about some wonderful plans, haven't we? And then you do this. Go on an idealistic binge, throw away your security, and expect me to be happy about it.
And I expect too much. Is that it? Well, that's that, I guess. Good night, Doris.
Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mara. Well, can't it wait till tomorrow? I'm eating dinner. Who's been subpoenaed? Well, how do you think I feel about it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Who's that, dear?
R.H. Macy's been subpoenaed.
Oh, my.
Those reporters. They make me look like a sadistic monster who likes nothing better than to drown pussycats and tear wings off butterflies.
Quiet, dear. Tommy's still awake.
Oh, yeah.
It'd just break his heart if he knew what his daddy is doing.
I'm doing my job as assistant district attorney.
Well, I'm not so sure, but that I agree with them. Mr. Kringle looks like a very nice old man, and I don't see why you have to keep persecuting him.
I'm not persecuting him. I'm prosecuting him. I like the old man, too, but there's nothing I can do about it.
You know something, Thomas? Sometimes I wish I'd married a butcher or a plumber.
Well, if I lose this case, it's very possible you'll get your wish. R.H. Macy, I wonder what he's going to pull tomorrow.
Proceed with the witness, Mr. Gailey.
Now then, Mr. Macy, if you recognize the defendant, please tell us who he is.
Why, Chris Kringle, of course.
Do you believe him to be of sound mind?
Sound mind? I wish I had a dozen like him.
Mr. Macy, you are under oath. Do you believe that man is Santa Claus?
Well, now, that's a rather delicate...
Just think of those headlines tomorrow. Macy admits his Santa Claus is fraud.
You keep out of this, Gimbel.
What did you say?
Nothing, Mr. Barr. Nothing.
Well, I wish you would. Is that man Santa Claus?
Yes. In my opinion, he most certainly is.
Your Honor, there is no such person as Santa Claus, and everybody knows it.
Can you prove there isn't any?
I won't even try. I'll not waste the court's time with such childish nonsense. Your Honor, the prosecution requests an immediate ruling from this court. Is there or is there not a Santa Claus?
Well, now, the court will take a short recess to consider the question.
Hello, Henry.
Why, Charlie, what are you doing here?
Got an old friend visit you in your chambers? And if you ask me, you never needed a friend like you do now.
This Kringle case? Well, I certainly don't see what they're making such a fuss about.
Henry, that's Santa Claus you've got out there. On trial for lunacy. This case is dynamite. And you're coming up for re-election soon.
Charlie, you know what happened last night? Martha brought the grandchildren over. They wouldn't kiss Grandpa. They wouldn't even talk to me.
You see what I mean? If you rule there is no Santa Claus, you better start looking for that chicken farm right now.
I'm a responsible judge. How can I seriously rule that there is a Santa Claus?
Because of what happens if you don't. The kids read about it and they don't hang up their stockings. Now what happens to all the toys that are supposed to be in those stockings? Nobody buys them. The toy manufacturers have to lay off employees. By now you've got the AFL and the CIO against you. Yes, and they're going to say it with votes, see? Oh, and the department stores are going to love you, too. Yes, sir, Henry. And what about the Salvation Army? They got a Santa Claus on every street corner. They've taken a lot of money to help the poor. But go ahead, Henry. You go in there and rule there isn't any Santa Claus. But if you do, you can count on getting just 2 votes, your own and that district attorney's out there.
1 vote, Charlie. He's a Republican. Oh, well, let's get this over with. The question of Santa Claus seems to be largely a matter of opinion. The tradition of American justice demands a broad and unprejudiced view of such a controversial matter.
But, Your Honor...
This court, therefore, intends to keep its mind open. We shall ask for evidence on either side.
But the burden of proof clearly rests with my opponent. Can he produce any evidence to support his views?
If Your Honor please, I can. Will Thomas Mara please take the stand?
Who, me?
No. Thomas Mara, Jr. I believe he and his mother are both in court today.
Hi, Papa.
Hi.
Tommy, do you believe in Santa Claus?
I sure do. Gosh, he gave me a brand new sled last year.
Now, what does Santa Claus look like, Tommy?
Well, there he is, sitting right over there.
Your Honor, I protest. Overruled.
Tell me, Tommy, why are you so sure there's a Santa Claus?
Because my papa told me so, didn't you?
Thank you, Tommy. You can go back to your mother now.
See you later, Papa.
You certainly will. Your Honor.
Don't forget, Santa Claus, this year I want a football helmet.
Don't worry, Tommy. You will get it.
Mr. Kringle, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, sir.
Your Honor, the state of New York concedes the existence of a Santa Claus. But in so conceding, we demand that Mr. Gailey stop representing and presenting personal opinion as evidence. I insist he submit authoritative proof that Mr. Kringle here is the one and only Santa Claus.
Well, Mr. Gailey, are you prepared to show that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus on the basis of unprejudiced authority?
Well, sir, no, not now. I need a little time.
Why not now?
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
Very well. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Oh, brother.
Now come, Susan, dear, finish your supper.
But I can't, Mother. All those things they're saying in the newspapers about Mr. Kringle and Mr. Gailey.
They're having this trial because he says he's Santa Claus.
He's so kind and nice and jolly. He's not like anyone else I know. He must be Santa.
You know something? I think perhaps you're right.
Is Mr. Kringle sad now, Mother?
I'm afraid he must be.
Then I'll write him a letter. Maybe that'll make him feel better. I'll cheer him up.
Oh, postman.
Yeah, lady?
Would you mind taking this letter?
Oh, sure, lady. We're going straight down to the post office now. Okay, Louie, take it away. Well, what do you know, Louie? Another letter for Santa Claus. Hey, here's a new one. Instead of the North Pole, this kid's got it addressed to Chris Kringle, New York County Courthouse.
Well, the kid's right.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. They got him on trial down there. He claims he's Santa Claus, and the DA claims he's nuts.
Hey, I got an idea.
Huh?
How many Santa Claus letters we got down there in the dead letter office?
Oh, who knows? Must be 50,000 bags and bags all over the joint. You mean?
What, Frankie? Why not? Wouldn't it be nice to get rid of them all? Wouldn't it?
Boy, oh, boy. Look, Louie, as soon as we get to the post office, we go and see the supervisor. You know something? I bet we both get promoted.
And since the defense has been unable to submit one shred of proof that Chris Kringle is the one and only Santa Claus, and since tonight is Christmas Eve, I ask Your Honor that this hearing be terminated without further delay.
I protest. I do have evidence.
5 minutes ago, you said you didn't.
During Mr. Mara's oration, the bailiff handed my client the evidence I refer to.
What evidence?
This letter, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kringle?
It's from Susan Walker. She believes in me. Oh, this letter means more to me than anything in the world.
That letter, Your Honor, was delivered by the United States Post Office, an official agency of the federal government. The Post Office Department was one of the largest business concerns in the world. Last year, it did a gross volume of over $1 billion, and
Your
this year...
Honor, I'm sure we're all gratified that the Post Office is getting along so well. But what bearing has it on the sanity of that man?
My point is that the Post Office Department is a model of efficiency. Furthermore, the laws of this country make it a criminal offense to willfully misdirect mail or intentionally deliver it to the wrong party.
The state of New York is second to none in its admiration of the Post Office Department. We're very happy to concede Mr. Gailey's...
For the record, Mr. Mara.
For the record. Anything to get on with this case.
Thank you. Your Honor, that letter just received by Mr. Kringle is positive proof that a competent...
One letter is hardly positive proof.
I have further exhibits, Your Honor, but I hesitate to produce them.
Come, Mr. Gailey. Put them here on my desk.
But, Your Honor, I don't...
said put them on my desk. All right, boys, bring them in.
Your Honor, what is this?
Empty those mail sacks on Judge Harper's desk. Bring them all in or be fined for contempt of court. No, just a second here.
We'll do it, Your Honor, through rain, through sleet, through courtrooms, anything. We deliver.
Mr. Gailey.
Your Honor, every one of those letters and every one of those mail sacks is addressed to Santa Claus. The post office is to deliver them. Therefore, the Post Office Department recognizes Kris Kringle to be the one and only Santa Claus.
Since the United States government declares this man to be Santa Claus, this court will not dispute it. Case dismissed. And for heaven's sake, get this mail out of my courtroom.
So as soon as I got out of court, I came straight to Macy's to see you, Doris.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you won.
Well, we're having a big Christmas party at the Brooks home tomorrow morning. I'd like so much to see you and Susan there.
We'll be there, Chris. Oh, Chris, couldn't you come home now and have dinner with us?
Now? Tonight? Me? My goodness, Doris, it's Christmas Eve. Alfred, look who came all the way out here to the home, just for our Christmas party.
Chris, it's Mr. Macy.
Mr. Gimble, too. Oh, excuse me, Alfred. Mrs. Walker and Susan have to leave now, and I want to see them before they go, so forgive me, will you?
But, Susie, darling, you got so many presents.
Not the one I wanted. Not the one Mr. Kringle was going to get for me.
Well, what was it?
Doesn't matter. I knew I wouldn't get it, but I thought he'd at least tell me why.
Susie. I'm sorry, Susie. I tried my best, but...
You couldn't get it because you're not Santa Claus.
Susan.
Just a nice old man like Mother said.
But I was wrong when I told you that. You must believe in Mr. Kringle and keep right on doing it. You must have faith in him.
But that doesn't make sense, Mother.
Faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to.
What?
I mean, just because things don't turn out the way you want them to the first time, you've still got to believe in people. I found that...
Hello, Doris.
Fred.
Mr. Gailey.
Merry Christmas, Susie.
Gosh. You'll just get here and we're ready to leave.
Oh, I've been here. Oh. And if you're ready to leave, I'll drive you home.
Before you go, here's a map I've made for you. You'll miss a lot of traffic. About 4 miles south, you will see Ashley Avenue. Now, that's the street you want. Ashley Avenue.
Thanks, Chris. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Fred. And to you, my dear. And to you, Susie.
I believe Mr. Kringle. I do. Silly, I suppose. But I do.
I don't understand it, Fred. The map Chris gave definitely says Ashley Avenue. We've been on Ashley Avenue now for...
Stop the car, please.
Susie, what is it, darling? What's the matter?
There it is. The house.
Susie!
What in the world?
She's running into that house.
But at least there's no one home. It's brand new. It's just been built.
Yeah, for sale, it says. For sale.
What on earth is that child up
to? Susie! Hey, Susie!
Here I am. Upstairs.
Now, come right down. You know you shouldn't run around in other people's houses. That's strange.
I'll say.
No. I mean this house. I've seen this house somewhere. I know I have. Maybe in a magazine or...
Mother, it's our house. It's the one I asked him for, Mr. Kringle.
Mr. Kringle?
I know it is. Oh, you were right, Mommy. You were right.
Susie.
Mommy told me that if things didn't turn out just the way you wanted them at first, you've still got to believe, and I kept believing. And you were right, Mommy. Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Now where are you going?
In back to see if there's a swing. There is one. Oh, there is one.
You told her that? About believing?
Well, you told me, Fred.
A sign outside. For sale, huh? Well, we can't let her down, can we?
I never really doubted you. It was just my silly common sense.
It even makes sense to believe in me now. I must be a pretty good lawyer. I take a little old man and legally prove to the world that he's Santa Claus. Now, you know that couldn't be.
Fred!
What's the matter?
There. In the corner. By the fireplace.
Oh, no. No.
It can't be. It couldn't.
A cane. Chris's cane. Well, there couldn't be two canes like this anywhere in the world.
Silver handle and all.
Hey, you know something? Maybe I didn't do such a wonderful thing after all.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, Libby Collins wants to tell you about the wonderful way to decorate your Christmas tree, as we promised at the opening of the show.
You can give your tree that fresh-from-the-woods look by covering it with real-looking snow you make yourself from a box of Lux Flakes.
So many people have asked for the Lux recipe for Christmas snow that we gave last week. We'll repeat it tonight. Listen carefully.
Take a large box of Lux Flakes. Gradually add 2 cups of lukewarm water and beat with an egg beater until it has the consistency of thick whipped cream. Then, with your fingers, spread the mixture over the branches of your tree. And that's all.
This snowy covering dries quickly, it won't melt, and lasts as long as the tree. Ask your dealer for a copy of this Christmas snow recipe.
I don't know of any other decoration that costs so little, yet does so much for your tree. It looks lovely used just with tree lights, or you can add your usual ornaments if you prefer.
Try it on your mantel decorations and table arrangements, too. It gives them a very professional look.
And makes the whole house look more Christmassy. Now, I'll repeat that recipe. Take a large box of Lux Flakes. Gradually add about 2 cups of lukewarm water and beat with an egg beater. While moist, spread the mixture along the branches. If you want extra glitter, shake on some shiny artificial snow before the mixture dries. Let the children help. They'll love doing it and love the snowy tree.
Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Mr. Kringle's reindeer are waiting on the roof, but we've asked him to pause a moment before he leaves and come back to the footlights with Maureen O'Hara and John Payne. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a real thrill to everyone in Hollywood when Edmund Gwenn topped his entire 53 years as an actor with his great performance as Kris Kringle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bill. Everyone connected with Miracle on 34th Street, from George Seaton, the author-director, to the prop man, helped me. They all believed in Santa Claus.
How could we help it?
I suppose you've got a strenuous time ahead, Chris.
Yeah?
Covering the entire world in one night.
John, if everyone believed in Santa Claus, peace would break out all over the world in 30 seconds.
I hope you won't be too busy to stop at my house. I'll have my stockings hung up.
Oh, well, I'll stop in, Maureen, but seems rather futile.
Why, Chris?
Well, I couldn't possibly fill her stocking as well as she does.
I see what you mean.
Bill, after that, I think you'd better tell us all about next week's play.
Next week, Maureen, a play straight from your native land. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, The Luck of the Irish. And the stars? Well, we have a superb cast. There's Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Calloway. This is a delightful romance, presided over by a most mysterious leprechaun in the person of Cecil Calloway. I know you'll all enjoy it.
We'll be looking forward to it, Bill. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. Can I give anybody a lift in my sleigh?
Good night and a Merry, Merry Christmas. Before we meet again in this theater, the most joyful day in the year will have come and gone. There are, in our time, as in every time, a few foolish men who deride the spirit of Christmas. But in every country and in every time, they are overwhelmed by those who find in it the hope and happiness of the future, by those of us who believe in our hearts that there can be peace on this earth and goodwill among all men. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. And we invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Kellaway in The Luck of the Irish. This is William Keeley saying good night and Merry Christmas.
Maureen O'Hara appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Snake Pit, starring Olivia de Havilland and Mark Stevens. Edmund Gwenn appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. John Payne will soon be seen in the Paramount picture El Paso. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of The Luck of the Irish, starring Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Kellaway. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theatre Incorporated, presents Brass Buttons, starring Regis Toomey, Walter Tetley, and Frank Phelan. Maureen O'Hara is your hostess.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Is a simple word, a simple act of lifting our minds and hearts to God, a simple word of thanks, an act of love. With these convictions about prayer, in which so many of us believe, Family Theatre comes to you each week. It comes with the belief that family prayer can give us the most wonderful, the most powerful help to keep our families together. That's why Family Theatre is dedicated to your family, to all families of every race and creed. Your letters during the past weeks and months since Family Theatre began have been a great encouragement for us to continue. It's encouraging to know that listening to Family Theatre has become a habit with so many, and we sincerely hope that praying together, praying as a family, has also become a habit with you. Yes, it's true. When you gather your family together, when you make daily family prayer a family practice, you will know the joy and happiness and peace of God's wonderful blessing.
Yes?
Officer Denton is here. Transfer from the 23rd Precinct.
Oh, yes, send him in. Denton?
Yes, sir.
Sit down. I've just been looking at your papers, Denton. According to the records, this is your third transfer this year.
That's right.
That's a little bit unusual.
I just don't get along with all these schoolboy cops that are coming onto the force, that's all.
You don't seem to get along with people in general, Denton. There are a few complaints about rough stuff on this record. I want you to know right now that doesn't go in this precinct.
What do you do with criminals, play nurse?
No, we do our job, and we leave punishment to the courts. Besides, not all of the people who complained against you were criminals. I repeat, there'll be none of that here, understand?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You're a tough cop, but you'll find that I'm pretty tough, too.
You got me wrong, Lieutenant.
Never mind. Let me tell you why you were transferred over here to the 56th. You won't like this. None of the boys in the 23rd would ride with you anymore.
A bunch of young punks.
No, they're not, Denton. These young fellows are going to make this the best police force in the state. And I'm not going to let men like you spoil their record. A man shouldn't be pounding a beat at your age. And I don't want to put you on one. But if you can't ride with a side partner and get along with him, if you want to be alone, then I'll yank you off the cars.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, Lieutenant Norris.
Send Officer Thomas in.
Right, sir. Thomas? Is that Ed Thomas, the cop they call the schoolboy hero? The one that started that boys' club?
That's right, Denton.
I heard about him. Publicity hound.
That's your version, Denton.
Tell him not to waste his time, Lieutenant. I stay away from guys like that. Far away.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to trim that distance down to about 18 inches.
You're not going to make that guy my side partner.
That's my intention.
Okay, then I'll put in for another transfer.
No, you won't, Denton, because I'll stop it if I have to go to the commissioner personally. You've got your choice, the car or the beat.
You sent for me, sir?
Oh, yes, Ed. Come on in. Ed, this is Mac Denton. He just come over from 23. You're going to be side partners.
Good. Glad to see you, Denton.
How long have you been on the force?
Let's see, about 8 months, I guess.
Oh, long enough to know how to drive the car?
Driving the car will be your job, Denton.
What? Me drive? A 14-year man drive a rookie?
Unless you'd prefer to walk.
All right, I can take a squeeze. I'm not driving a rookie. Assign me a beat.
Lieutenant, couldn't you switch him over with somebody else? I wouldn't want to...
Save it, rookie. I can take care of myself. How about it, Lieutenant? Do I get that beat?
You certainly do, Denton.
Want me for anything else?
No. You can go now.
XY squared equals 212. If X equals 7, what does... Oh, gosh. XY squared equals the... No, quiet, boy, quiet, till I ask Dad if I can keep you. Gee, I hope he likes you. Is that you, Pop?
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you.
What was that noise I heard when I came in?
It's a dog, Pop. He followed me home. Look at him. He's a real pup. Come here.
Get him out of here. I told you 100 times not to bring stray mutts home, didn't I? This ain't the dog pound.
Yeah, but Pop, he followed me. I could keep
Get
him.
rid of him. What's that junk all over the table?
Well, that's my homework.
Can't you find someplace else to do it? You got the whole house messed up. Pound a beat all day, then come home to something like this. Now, you're going to learn to listen to me. Get that junk cleaned off the table. Get that mutt out of here and make yourself useful.
All right, Pop. I'll lose the pup. Gee, I wish my mom was alive. Come on, Pop. Come on, boy. Where am I going to lose you, Pop? Where am I going to lose you? You ain't got no place to go, have you? I wish I could go with you. Honest, I do, Pop.
If you'll just let me try it, Lieutenant, it might work.
I don't know, Ed. Denton deserves what he's getting.
But he's too old to be pounding a beat. When the bad weather hits, it's going to be hard on him.
I don't know. I don't like giving in to him. You know how I feel about it. He's the kind of a cop that makes some pretty decent people think they hate all cops. And I don't like that.
But you wouldn't be giving in, Lieutenant. Look, I'll tell him that I need an old-timer with me, somebody who knows the ropes. I'll say that I made a special request for him. It'll flatter him and at the same time give him a chance to back down without making him feel that he's been beaten.
Okay, Ed, okay. His tour checked in just a little while ago. Maybe you can catch him in the locker room. I think you're sticking your neck out for trouble, though. Don't blame me if you have to come back in a week and ask me to take him off.
Don't worry, sir. I'll ask him right now. Denton. Hey, Denton.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
Mac, I want you to do me a favor.
Like what?
Well, my side partner's kind of new on the job, see, and I don't think we should work together. He should be with one of the older fellows, and, well, so should I.
So why tell me? I ain't the police commissioner. I don't run the department.
Well, I thought maybe I could ask the lieutenant to change us around, put Jackson with somebody else, and make us side partners, you and me. How's about it?
Why? Are you flopping on the job? Is that it?
Well, things come up. I don't always know all the answers.
And you need somebody to tie your hair ribbon, huh? Well, not me. Besides, the lieutenant wouldn't go for it.
I already asked him, Mac. He says it's okay if it's all right with you.
Yeah? Well, I'll think about it. I don't like riding around with a wild kid at the wheel. It makes me nervous.
Oh, you could drive, Mac. I think that could be fixed.
Yeah? Well, okay then.
Swell. This'll be a better shift for you.
What do you mean?
Well, the hours. You'll have more time to spend with your kid.
That's my worry. I'm taking care of my kid. You take care of your business, and I'll take care of mine.
Car 19, Car 19, Maple and Derby Drive, collision, Maple and Derby Drive, code 3.
A lot of accidents tonight on these wet streets.
That's a good thing that's all there is with this rookie police force. In the old days, things were rough. They kept us busy.
You don't think maybe people are getting a little bit better?
Pampering never made anybody better. A lug's a lug, and you're not going to change him by patting him on the back or putting him in a boys' club.
Car 27, Car 27, 212 Redmond Avenue, Prowler now. 212 Redmond Avenue, Prowler now, 2.
There you are, Prowler. Now, if that guy only knew how to play ping-pong or belonged to a boys' club...
I don't know what you've got against boys' clubs.
Okay, I got you figured out from the start. Personally, I got nothing against you, but all this malarkey stuff...
Malarkey?
Yeah. It's like this. You come into the cops. You got big sounding words. You talk about social benefit stuff. You make a big toot before the commissioner. You got class. You got a college degree. Boom, you're a sergeant. Boom, you're a lieutenant. You guys make me sick.
You resent that, don't you, Mac?
No, I love it. I sweat out 14 years on the force. I know the score. I've been shot at, yeah, and hit a couple of times, too, and I know what a nightstick's for. So I'm not good enough. I know that Regulation 63 is being broken when I see it, but I can't write it down from memory. So I ain't good enough.
I know. You can use a gun and a nightstick, but when it comes to using your head, that's not in your line, is it?
Car 37, Car 37, Gray's Market, burglar inside, caution, code 2.
It's about time we got a buzz tonight. Here we go.
It's right in the next block.
Yeah, lay off the siren. I'll use the car to block the alley in case he makes a break that way.
Right.
Here we are.
Remember, Mac, don't shoot unless you have to.
I know my business.
There's a door open.
Whoever's in there, call out and walk toward this door with your hands up.
You're blocked both ways, so be smart. I'll use my flashlight, Mac. Keep me covered.
Right.
There's nothing over here. Maybe hiding in between counters. You take the other aisle with your light.
No, there's nothing behind these. Take a look in the refrigerator.
First, take a look behind those packing cases over there.
There he goes. Stop! Push me. You ruined my shot.
Hurry up. Put your gun away.
Don't shoot, mister. Please, mister.
All right, kid. Come on out and turn your face to the wall.
You got him?
Yeah, better give him a frisk. What's the matter, Mac?
That sweater. Turn around, kid. Turn around.
You know him, Mac?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him. He's my kid.
Why don't you stop crying, Jimmy? It won't help now. You know there's a lot to think of.
Why doesn't my father come to see me? He doesn't even come to see me.
Well, it isn't pleasant for him to see you in the detention home. You know, it might only make both of you feel worse. Don't you think it might be better to wait until you get out of here and then you can meet at home without feeling so bad?
That isn't why he doesn't come. I know he's mad at me. He thinks I'm no good.
Oh, no. It takes longer than 13 years for a boy to get to be no good, Jimmy. People get over mistakes, you know, and other people forgive you one mistake very quickly when they're sure you don't intend to make it again.
My father isn't like that.
Oh, of course he's like that, Jimmy. Now, you just be patient and wait and see. The probation officer will see him soon, and then you'll be free to go home, and all this will be forgotten.
Will you come and see me again?
Sure, Jimmy. Every day while you're here. And when you get out, there's a friend of yours that wants to see you, too, but he can't come here.
Who is it?
Oh, just a pooch.
You got him? You got my pup?
Sure. And you'll have him back just as soon as the probation officer gets to see your dad.
Mr. Denton?
Yeah?
I'm Mrs. Winter, the probation officer.
Oh, come in.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the unusual circumstances.
Yeah, the circumstances. You want to ask me some questions?
Yes. Is Jimmy an only child, Mr. Denton?
Yeah.
And his mother, your wife, is dead?
Yeah.
Has the boy ever been in trouble before? I mean, anything that you know of. Oh, not necessarily an arrest.
No, and he never will be again. Take my word for that. He's going to toe the line once this is over.
I see. How about his outside interests? How does he occupy his time aside from school and his studies?
Oh, like any other kid.
Yes, but how is that?
How should I know? Who knows what kids do when nobody's around watching them?
Didn't he ever tell you anything about his interests?
No. He never told me much about anything. He's a kid that don't talk much.
Can you give me the names of his friends? The ones he spent most of his time with?
Oh, I don't know. All kids look alike to me.
I see. You don't think he'd get into trouble again if he were put on probation and allowed to come home?
I know he won't. Once I get my hands on him again, he's going to be a very smart boy.
You've had occasion to chastise him before? Physically, I mean?
Oh, I slapped him around a couple of times to keep him in line. But nothing like what he's going to get this time, believe me.
I believe you, Mr. Denton. Thank you very much. I've just been to see your father, Jimmy.
Is he all right?
Yes, he's fine. He wants you to come home. I said he wants you to come home.
Yes, sir.
You want to go home, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Are you and your father good friends, Jimmy?
Yes, sir.
He never strikes you, does he?
No. No, he never hits me. We get along fine. Except maybe...
Maybe what?
Oh, nothing.
I understand your mother was a very wonderful lady.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You've missed her a lot.
Yes, sir.
Was your father very fond of her?
Oh, yes.
I'll bet the three of you had wonderful times together, didn't you?
Yeah. We used to go to the beach when Pop was off from work. And on Sunday we went to church together. And Mom was always happy on the way from church. She was always sort of happy.
Has your father changed much since then?
No.
You wouldn't be afraid to go home to him, Jimmy?
No.
You aren't afraid he might punish you?
No, I told you. No, he never hits me. Don't you say he does. Don't you say anything about my father. People don't have to know.
Is Mr. Mac Denton in the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Denton, will you please step up here before the bench? You are the father of the accused, James Denton?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
I've been reading the probation report in this case, and while the story of an irresponsible parent is not a new one, it's been especially disturbing in this instance since you've had every possible opportunity to conduct yourself differently.
I've always given my boy everything he needed. He had no right to go stealing. And...
Why did he steal, Mr. Denton? Because you refused him the simple privilege of having a pet, a small animal.
Oh, so that's why he stole. Because I didn't let him have a dog, huh?
Strangely enough, the answer is yes. Did you ever attempt to find out why your son entered 4 different stores and what it was he attempted to steal?
No, I didn't.
Would it surprise you to know that he was after a simple thing like dog food to feed the starving animal? Dog food, Officer Denton. You had that boy so terrified he was afraid to take even the scraps from your own table.
How do you know that? Is that what he says? Do you take the word of a kid caught stealing?
We take his word for it because from all indications the child is almost completely without desire to lie.
He's my kid. And when I get him home, I'll handle him.
Yes, he may be your child, but it's the opinion of this court that you have been anything but a father to the boy. I'll withhold any verdict in this case until a solution occurs which will serve the best interests of the child. Until his custody is delegated to some fit person, he shall remain a ward of the juvenile court.
Here is your visitor, Jimmy.
Oh, boy, Ed, I'm glad to see you.
Hi, young fella.
Stay as long as you like, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mrs. Winters. Jimmy, Mrs. Winters told me that you have a picture of your mom.
Yeah, it's all three of us. Me and Pop, too. It's all I've got. The only one.
Mm-hmm. When was it taken?
Well, just before... Well, a few years ago. We were coming from church one Sunday, and there was a man on the street with a camera taking pictures. Pop had a new suit, I think it was Easter, and Mom wanted him to get in the picture, but he wouldn't do it alone.
Jimmy, would you let me borrow that picture? I promise you nothing will happen to it.
Well, okay. Only maybe you can't see it so good. It's all full of cracks where it's been in my pocket. But my mother's face is good.
Your mother's face is beautiful, Jimmy. Quiet afternoon, Mac.
Yeah.
Kind of a day makes you wish you had a family and a nice house to be in. Then you could sit there and read a paper and wish it would rain so you could hear it outside and feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of thought you'd jump on me for that one and call me one of those poetry guys.
I guess I'm getting used to you. You don't mean no harm. You're crazy, but you don't mean no harm.
You know, Mac, I could say the same about you. I don't think you mean any harm either.
You just like to talk.
You were looking at something in your wallet when we were eating. What was it?
No, nothing.
Looked like a picture.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a picture. I wonder where it could have...
Could have what?
I don't know where it come from. There was only one of them, and I found it in my locker. I didn't know I had it. I thought, when I was sure the kid had it, I'd give it to him.
What kind of a picture is it?
Oh, just a sidewalk picture.
Who's in it?
Well, my wife, the kid, me, the three of us. Come out pretty good, too. Here, pull up and I'll show it to you.
She was a beautiful woman, Denton.
Yeah. She's bent over a little because she's holding the kid's hand.
It's a swell picture, all right.
Yeah. You look at her, the way she's there, you wouldn't think she was going to pass out of the picture in a couple of months, would you?
No, she looks fine here.
Yeah, she didn't last long. I did everything I could. Put her in a good hospital. Had a nurse with her practically all the time. She never complained. Tried to smile it off. You know how some women are.
Yeah, I know.
I almost went nuts that last week. The week before she passed out. I guess I must have spent half the time in that chapel in the hospital. Chapel. Did you ever get down on your knees and pray for something? I mean, really pray?
Sure, I've done it.
For 3 solid hours that afternoon when she was upstairs, losing her breath in the oxygen tent. I'm downstairs praying. It didn't work. Waste of time.
I wouldn't say that, Mac.
Yeah, sure. I know. You're supposed to grin and bear it. You see your wife practically crucified on a hospital bed, and you're supposed to grin and bear it. Oh, I don't know. Things ain't been the same.
I think I understand, Mac.
I haven't put a foot inside a church since... Well, not since after she went out of the picture like that.
Mac?
Yeah?
Look, maybe I'm the last guy who ought to talk like this, but... Well, there's a lot of things I can't figure out about life myself.
Yeah?
But about people passing out of the picture, it's... Well, hey, look over there across the street by the curb. See those sparrows?
Sparrows?
Yeah, now it says somewhere in the Bible that...
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. God's supposed to count the sparrows, is that it?
Right, Mac.
And not one of those sparrows falls without God knowing about it.
Right again. That's just what it says. Just ordinary sparrows.
So what?
Well, your wife, Mac, you can't say she just passed out of the picture.
No?
No, she's still there in the picture. Maybe it's a little cracked, dirty, hard to make out, but she's still in the picture, Mac, and she's holding the kid's hand. Okay, Lieutenant. Maybe it wasn't strictly according to regulations, leaving the car like that. But we parked for a minute outside the church. Mac, he goes up the steps and walks inside. It looked kind of funny seeing the big guy on his knees. Sweat was pouring off of him, his hands twisting. You know the sunshine where it came through the windows was shining real bright on his brass buttons.
Yes, Sergeant.
Denton is here now, Lieutenant.
Okay, send him in.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, Denton. What's this new angle you got? You asked to be transferred to a beat?
That's right.
Maple Avenue to 3rd?
Yeah.
Why Maple Avenue to 3rd?
Well, it's,
kind of close to your own neighborhood. Is that the reason, Denton?
What's the difference? Can I patrol my own neighborhood?
Maybe you'd like to keep a special eye on that kid of yours when and if they release him.
Sure. That's it. That's exactly it. Don't see what difference it makes to you. He's my kid. I got a right to look after him.
For an ordinary flatfoot, you're getting kind of paternal, aren't you?
Ordinary flatfoot, huh? Listen, you. I've got a kid. I've raised a kid, and you're trying to tell me...
Denton. I've got a couple of witnesses. Character witnesses in that room. Maybe you'd like to hear what they say about you.
Go ahead. Bring them in. If you think you're going to railroad me, you've got to...
Sergeant.
Yes, Lieutenant.
It's time to let them in.
Okay, Lieutenant. Coming right in.
Pop, it's me.
Why, Jimmy. And the pooch.
Hi, Mac.
And you, Ed. My kid, he's here. My kid, Jimmy.
Ouch, Pop, you're squeezing. The brass button's hurt.
You know, home isn't just a house or four walls or a room. Home means understanding, affection, and love. It takes all these to make a house a home. It means mother and father and children living together and playing together. Yes, and praying together. These are the things that bring harmony and happiness into a house. And when you come right down to it, children reflect the spirit of a home. If there are misunderstandings and quarrels, it's the children who suffer most. On the other hand, mothers and fathers who are companions to their children, who talk with them, sympathize with them, these are the parents who make home life's most beautiful memory. And the best memory our children can carry through life is the memory of a God-respecting, God-loving, prayerful home. This is why, week after week, we say, pray together as a family. Oh, don't be shy or embarrassed about gathering your family together to pray, because the example of parents speaking their faith and trust in God, offering their thanks to God, asking His help in difficulties, will always be an inspiration to your children. So pray together as a family, and you will be together in understanding and harmony, because a family that prays together stays together. Saying good night, I'd like to thank Regis Toomey for his performance as Mac Denton, Frank Phelan for his portrayal of Ed, and Walter Tetley for his performance as Jimmy. Our thanks also to Joel Murcott for writing tonight's play, and to Max Terre for his music. Mel Williamson directed, and John Ryder produced the program. Others who appeared in our play tonight were Griff Barnett, Mary Kent, Jim Hayward, and Charlie Seal. Next week, our family theater stars will be Jimmy Gleason, Edgar Barrier, and Natalie Wood in Descent into Paradise. This is Maureen O'Hara saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians in the motion picture and radio industries. The program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Services. Tony Lofrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is The Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star this evening is Miss Maureen O'Hara, whom you've seen rise to stardom in Hollywood within the short space of a year. Her performances in the 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley, then more recently in The Immortal Sergeant, and now currently in the RKO production, This Land Is Mine, have given her an enviable place in the ranks of America's new film favorites. Miss O'Hara makes her first appearance on our suspense stage tonight as the heroine of A Study in Homicidal Mania, The White Rose Murders by Cornell Woolrich, which is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The White Rose Murders and the performance of Maureen O'Hara. We again hope to keep you in suspense. He stood there waiting. He knew that presently they would come out of the second-rate dance hall, out into the dimly lit street. He listened a while and smiled as the orchestra played that tune inside. And then they came out, the two girls, and still he waited, close enough to hear what they were saying.
Well, I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Sally.
Oh, I don't know how I'll get up. It's after 1 o'clock. 6 hours sleep. Oh, I'll be dead tomorrow.
Me too. Oh, gosh, I gotta have at least 8 hours or I'm no good at all.
I wish I had someone to walk me to the bus. It's 4 long blocks.
I'll walk you down, Sally.
Oh, don't bother. We go in different directions.
It's no trouble. Really, I don't mind.
Well, really, it's not necessary.
In the narrow alley that divides the dance hall from an ugly office building, he stood smiling. Just a little inside the alley, he stood stiffly against the wall, his head back, eyes closed, arms straight down, and in his left hand, a white rose.
Well, all right then, Sally. Good night.
Good night, Joan. See you in the morning. Dum, da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum. Oh, I hope I don't have to wait long for the bus. Who are you? Keep away. Keep away from me. Let me go. Let me go.
The girl is dead. Tenderly, the figure straightens her hair and gently places the limp body on the ground. Then he opens her clenched fist, and carefully, so that the thorns will not bruise her flesh, he places in her hand the white rosebud.
Pardon me, my good man. Is it true that you are the famous detective Terence Riley?
Huh? Oh, Jenny, I didn't see you come in.
Well, now that I'm here, how about offering to buy a cup of coffee for the girl you're going to marry? If you can ever get up enough nerve to ask her.
Oh, it's no use, Ginny. I guess we better call it quits. I'm just a dick on the homicide squad, and that's all I'll ever be.
And I'm a rich debutante.
We don't belong together.
Oh, you've been reading too many of those romantic stories, Terry. What is it this time? What's wrong?
Yeah, they call him the White Rose Killer. He's got to be caught. There's a general demotion coming on if he isn't, and that's all I need to get back into uniform.
Oh, don't worry, darling. You always look good in blue.
Yeah. Just to match the way I feel.
Tell me more about the White Rose Killer. What's he like?
That's the stumble. He could be anybody. No one's ever seen him except the dead, and they don't talk about it afterwards. Just slips out of the shadows and kills and then slips back again.
How many has he murdered?
4. And he's not through yet. It's going to be one of those chain things if he's allowed to keep on.
Are you sure it's always the same one?
Yeah, that part of it we're sure of. It's the same touch, the same way of operating every time.
How do you know that?
Well, it's a rose. A white rosebud. A death rose. Puts it into each victim's hand after he kills her.
Her?
Yep. It's always a woman. A young woman between 19 and 23.
What's behind it? Do you have any idea?
Well, I'm not sure. But here's what I figured out. You know what a rose stands for. Symbolically, I mean.
Why, yes, it's the flower of love. The white rose, the bud, has another meaning. Purity, loyalty, devotion, and especially it stands for a young girl.
That's right. And that's about the way I see it.
So maybe it's a double cross, committed against our murderer by some young girl whom he worshipped and who betrayed his faith in her.
You ought to be a detective, not me.
Thanks, darling. I've got a very fine teacher.
Sweet. There's another thing. The murders were all committed near places where there was music, dance halls and cabarets and the like. There's a song that brings back the original shock that, gives him the final push over into the darkness. As far as we can figure out, it's the beer barrel polka.
Well, how does he commit the murder? Is it always the same way?
Always. Strangulation between the hands, with a thumb into the windpipe to keep his victims from crying out.
But isn't there anything else you know about him?
No, that's why it's so hopeless. He's insane, of course, but there's only this one phase to his insanity. Probably perfectly normal in appearance and behavior. You could pass him on the street and even know it. Well, it's only when he sees someone vaguely like the girl he loved and hears that song that the one defective wire in him is jangled and short circuit.
But, Terry, the flowers, don't the flowers tell you? He must get them somewhere you could trace.
Well, we don't know where he gets them. Maybe he steals them or...
Terry, what if you were the one to get him?
Well, it would mean a citation and a promotion.
And then all the things that stand between us would disappear? We could get married?
Well, the chances would be a lot better anyway. But what chance have I? Everyone in the department has been working their heads off for weeks and they've all failed.
Uh-huh. Terry, what were the girls like? The ones he killed?
Well, as I told you, they were all between 19 and 23. Their heights were pretty much the same, too. They were all tall girls, around 5 feet 6 or 7. A little taller than you. And all dark-haired.
How did they wear their hair?
Why, they... Say, what is this?
Oh, nothing, darling. Just interested. How did they wear their hair?
Well, from what I remember, they wore it sort of loose and curly down the back.
I suppose each one had a resemblance to that long-dead love of his.
That's probably it. Well, anyway, that's how the record stands. And we're all waiting for it to happen again.
I see. Terry, I'd like to go home now.
I shouldn't have told you all that stuff. I've given you the creeps.
Oh, come on, Terry. Take me home.
Later, Jenny stands by the window in her room, looking out, thinking. She doesn't move for a long time. Then suddenly, quickly, she goes to her closet and begins to rummage through her many pairs of shoes. Carefully, she picks one pair with 3-inch heels
5'6" or 7.
Then she walks quickly to the dresser, opens a drawer, takes out a comb, and starts redoing her hair.
One loose and curly down the back. Well, here we go. Edward! Edward!
Yes, miss?
Is the car ready?
Yes, Miss Virginia. I've been waiting for you.
Let's go before Mother sees me.
Your mother's been looking for you, miss.
I hope you didn't tell her.
No, Miss Virginia, I didn't.
Good. Come on, Edward.
Where do you wish to go, Miss Virginia?
The Starlight Dance Hall on Grove and 2nd Street.
Right, miss?
Yes, Edwards, that's the place.
I wouldn't go there unescorted if I were you, miss. It's one of the worst places in the city. Has a very bad reputation.
The Starlight Dance Hall, Edwards.
Very good, miss. Very good.
Ginny walks slowly around the low-lighted dance hall, trying to make herself conspicuous. A tall figure leaning against a pillar watches her intently as he idly smokes a cigarette. He doesn't seem to belong there. His clothes don't have the nattiness of a dance lover. Ginny pauses not far from him. Deliberately, he throws his cigarette on the floor, steps on it, and slowly walks over to her.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're not with anyone, are you?
Oh, no, I'm alone.
I thought so. I've been watching you all the time.
Have you?
I haven't seen you dance yet.
I don't know anyone here.
How about dancing with me, then?
All right.
Come on. Let's go out on the floor.
Do you come here often?
No. I never go to the same place twice.
You don't? Why?
I'm always looking for new faces. I'm restless.
Do you find the faces you're looking for?
Listen. Listen to that song. I like that. I like it very much.
Yes, it is a nice song.
You know, you remind me of someone I used to know. I'm trying to think who.
I do?
Yeah. You mind if we stop dancing and go over and get a drink?
No, let's go.
Oh, look. They sell flowers here.
Yes, I see.
I'll get you some. What kind would you like?
Oh, any kind. You pick it out.
All right. Let's see. There's something kind of innocent and young about you. Different from most of the girls that come here.
Can't we stay here a little longer?
It's intermission now. They won't play again for 10 minutes. Come on.
But I like it here. Let's stay a little while longer.
Well, then let's go down for some air. We can come back in a few minutes. Come on.
But...
We'll be back before the music starts.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
Am I? I'm sorry. Fresh air smells good, doesn't it?
It's so dark here. Let's go back.
You're not scared, are you?
Oh, no, it's
Let's walk
just
down
that
this alley and back.
Please.
No, you
Let me
don't.
go.
Thanks. That's a lovely necklace, beautiful.
Why, you're just a cheap
Shut up.
All you wanted was my necklace.
So long, beautiful.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Behind you, look.
Holy. She's dead. A girl. Murdered.
With a white rosebud in her hand.
Well, Ginny, happened again last night. Just like the other times. The girl strangled in an alley and a white rose in her hand.
Any news of the killer?
No. He might just as well float through the air for all the trace he leaves.
He must have bought the flower upstairs in the dance hall. He must have been there earlier, bought it, and saved it
No,
until...
there was only one rose sold up there all night. And to a man who had a different girl with him. We had the flower girl at... How did you know that they sold flowers there? I didn't tell you.
Well, I must have read it somewhere.
You couldn't have. Wasn't in any of the papers.
No details were given, just the statement that an unidentified body was found.
Well, I just imagined that they'd sell flowers in a place like that.
Well, I'm glad you don't go near those dance halls. Why, with this nut running around loose...
Don't bother about that. We'd better catch this killer. And fast.
Where do you get this "we" stuff? To hear you talk, you'd think that you were on the case, too.
Wouldn't you think so? To hear me talk?
Again, Jenny tours the low dives, hunting for the White Rose Killer. Her search carries her to the waterfront. And as she walks past each dingy bar, she listens to the jukebox music. A little after midnight, she passes a dirty windowed saloon. The thin music catches her ear. She pauses and listens, her eyes alive for some sign, some indication of the person she's looking for. Then suddenly her body becomes rigid as her eyes fall upon a figure huddled in the shadows.
Someone's watching me.
Slowly, she starts to walk up the street. Behind her, the heavy tread of a man's footsteps keep pace with hers. It's a quiet tread, unhurried but deliberate. For several blocks, it keeps the exact distance. Jenny starts to walk faster.
I've got to know if he's really following me.
The man quickens his pace. Jenny starts across the street. The man follows. She's sure now, sure that the man is following her. She fumbles for something in her purse. Her hand closes around a gun.
If he tries anything, I'll shoot.
You in any trouble, lady?
Oh, no, officer. It's all right. You scared him away.
Scared who away?
Oh, just a man who wanted to bring me flowers. That's all.
Well, he brought you one anyhow, lady.
What do you mean?
Right there on the ground, right by your feet. A white rose.
Coffee, Mabel.
Sure, coming right up. Here you are. Terry. Terry.
Hello, Jenny. Sit down.
Thank you.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Look, darling, read the gossip column in this paper.
What daughter of a socially prominent family is that way about a detective and waits for him outside the station house in her limousine every night? Private chauffeur and all. But Mama says no. That's not so funny.
Oh, they held a big family war council over me just now. Indian powwow, feathered headdress and everything.
They did, huh? Well, what'd they decide?
Oh, I was asked to give my word that I wouldn't see you anymore. I refused, of course, so I'm to be exiled.
Where to?
Our summer home. It's just a few hours out of town, but I'll be there all by myself. Just with Mrs. Crosby, the housekeeper.
Oh, maybe they're right. Why don't you listen to them?
Are you on their side, too?
No. When are you leaving?
Right away. Edwards is driving me out. I just slipped out to let you know. Here's the address and phone number of the place in case you want to reach me. Don't lose it.
I won't.
Well, what's new and exciting about the White Rose Killer?
Our famous lover of flowers? We're still trying to track him down. I suppose I'll go looking for him at the flower show that's just opened.
Oh, a flower show just opened?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye now. I'll be seeing you. What floor is the flower show, please?
3rd floor, miss.
3, please.
Third floor.
Where's the rose display, please?
To your left, over there. See where the man in the gray coat is?
In the gray coat? Oh, yes, thank you. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry. I was just admiring the roses.
Oh, yes, the nicest flowers here. I just can't keep my eyes off them.
Yes, you can feel that way about some flowers.
Now, that's the way I feel about white roses.
Have you been here long?
I really don't know. I suppose so. You see, I've come here every day since the show opened. I like to be near the roses, the white roses.
Those big ones are nice.
No, I like the little ones best, the little tightly curled rosebuds. They're so little and innocent. Oh, well, I really better be going. Are you going down?
Yes.
Down, please.
Here, miss, I took a rose for you.
Thank you. It's lovely.
Would you care to have a drink with me?
Why, yes, thank you.
I know the little place a block or two down there. They have nice music. We'll go there.
All right, whatever you say.
This is it.
Where's the music?
A nickel in the jukebox does it. Any special song you'd like?
No, go ahead and pick one.
Okay. There we are. Oh, that's my favorite song. Reminds me of a girl I used to know.
Oh, excuse me, I want to powder my nose. I'll be right back. Do you mind?
No, of course not.
Police precinct. Sergeant Thomas speaking.
Hello, is Terry Riley there?
Just a moment, I'll see.
Please hurry, it's important.
No, sorry, miss. Terry Riley's not here just now.
Oh, will you tell him that I can't keep that date with him. Goodbye.
Do you always go to the phone booth when you want to powder your nose?
Why, I had to make a call.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you.
Oh, wait. Let me come with you.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got other things to do.
Oh.
What's the matter?
That car. Someone that knows me. Let's get away from here.
That's just what I'm going to do. So long, lady.
Wait. Please don't go.
Miss Virginia. I'm sorry, Miss Virginia, but I must speak to you for a minute.
Oh, Edwards. What do you want?
I'm sorry, miss. You'd better come with me at once. I've been looking for you everywhere. Your mother's been taken seriously ill.
Mother? Where is she?
She's out at the country place, miss. I drove her there shortly before dinner. She wanted to pay you a surprise visit.
Oh.
I believe the shock of not finding you there upset her, miss.
Is she very bad?
She had the doctor with her when I left. Mrs. Crosby has gone away for the day. Your mother needs you, miss.
Well, let's go. Hurry, Edwards, please.
Right, miss.
Where is Mother, Edwards?
In her room, miss. You'd better hurry.
Mother, it's Ginny. Is the doctor in there with you? Mother! Why, there's no one here. The room's empty. The bed hasn't been touched. Edwards, what are you doing?
Merely playing a song, miss. A favorite of mine.
A favorite?
Yes, Miss Virginia.
Where's Mother?
She's in the city, miss.
You lied to me.
I'm afraid I did, Miss Virginia.
Why are you locking the door?
You know why, Miss Virginia.
It can't be. You're not the
White Rose killer. But you see, I am, Miss Virginia. Driving you and your family around day after day. Sitting there right in front of you all the time. It was amusing to watch you hunting for me. Hunting for someone you saw several times a day.
It can't be. You're not insane.
Of course not. Who said I was?
Edwards, you know I'm not the girl who betrayed you.
Yes, I know that.
Well, then unlock the door and let me out. Please, Edwards.
I've killed 5 times. I've never regretted it. I'm going to kill you, Miss Virginia.
Why, Edwards? Why?
Because you've been so clever. Too clever. You made yourself look like her, the girl who deceived me. I could have killed you the day you first went out looking for me, but I had to be careful.
Oh.
I almost caught you that night at the waterfront, the night I dropped the white rose when that police car came.
Edwards, I've never done you any harm.
Your sweetheart, Terry. He loves you, doesn't he?
Yes.
That's good, because now you won't be able to deceive him like my girl deceived me.
Keep away, Edwards. Keep away or I'll...
You thought you'd use your gun, eh? Well, don't think I was fool enough to overlook that. I took your gun out of your purse.
It won't do you any good to kill me, Edwards. I didn't have anything to do with it.
No, and you're not going to have a chance to break another man's heart like she broke mine.
Jenny, where are you? Terry!
It won't do you any good to call to him. He can't get in here without breaking down the door.
Keep away from me. Terry!
It'll be too late then, because I'm going to kill you now.
Jenny, where are
you?
Terry!
Just let me get my hands on that pretty white throat.
Oh, keep away. Keep away from me. Terry! Stop!
Jenny, are you all right?
Yes, Terry, I'm all right.
Oh, take it easy. Here, sit down.
Oh, Terry, I was so scared. There was nobody here but Edwards and I. How did you know where I was?
Oh, it was simple. You were supposed to meet me at the coffee shop. You never broke an appointment, and when you didn't show up, I called the number you gave me. You told me the housekeeper was here all the time, and when there was no answer, I got suspicious and came down. Besides, when I got a message down at headquarters that you had to break a date with me, I knew something was wrong. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm, Terry, look. On the floor beside Edwards.
A white rose. Must have fallen out of his pocket.
That was meant for me. Oh, Terry, it's all crushed.
Yeah. Crushed and dead.
Just like the white rose killer.
And so closes The White Rose Murders, starring Maureen O'Hara. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who, speaking for Columbia, hopes you have enjoyed Miss O'Hara's performance and our play. Next week, because of a special broadcast of the All-Star baseball game, suspense will not be heard. But again the following week, we will be back with another play on this series and more of your Hollywood favorites. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucienne Marowik, conductor and composer, and Cornell Woolrich, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.